getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, got it. Go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at S10. Okay, you sound good.
return.
Copy, negative return.
Didn't know that I could dance like this.
She dresses like what stupid people think smart people dress like.
Maybe genetics in my DNA, something in
What
my
is DNA again? That's that stuff like at a crime scene. Like if you have DNA, it means you're guilty. Oh, yeah. That's why I never spank my monkey near a crime scene, you know? Oh, yeah. That's pretty smart, Beavis. Yeah, God. Firemen, yeah. Yeah. Those firemen, they're always like being heroes and getting medals and stuff. But all they do is just sit around and wait and play checkers and do bachelorette parties. And then as soon as I want to burn something, they come and put it out. Yeah. I remember the first time I found out what firemen do. I was little and I was in this vacant lot and I started a fire. And then the firemen showed up and then they brought out this fire hose and I was like, yeah, cool, a fire hose, yeah. But guess what comes out of the fire hose? Just guess. I want you to guess. Everyone knows what comes out of a fire hose. No, it's not what you think. I'll give you a hint. It's not fire. It's water. You believe that? And then they just put it out, and then they told me a bunch of stuff, how fire is bad, and then they took me back to my mom. They should call them watermen. Yeah, that's what I call them. But I'm not calling them son of a bitches. You thought firemen start fires? Yeah, I mean, the garbage man just spreads garbage everywhere. I mean, why not? I just thought, the fireman, yeah. I mean, they did save my life 4 times, so. Yeah, maybe they're not all bad, I don't know. Son of a bitches. Never meet your heroes, yeah.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw 'em! I can't do it. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I can't do the morning intro when I'm laughing. I just can't do it. I can't. Oh, man, I couldn't do it. Good morning, guys. Hope that put a smile on your face. I know it did mine. Maybe I'm the only one. Oh, boy. Well, happy Fire Day to you. I hope you like the truck. Do you like the truck? Pantheon worked on that one for me a long time ago. We got the fire truck out here. Fire truck. Flame, fire. Yeah. Sons of bitches. Oh boy. All right. Let me clean off my glasses and we'll get into numbers. Too much fun. By the way, there's a lot of firemen in this community, and that was not meant to be offensive to you guys. We do appreciate you guys. You guys do a lot for us. The crap song that was in the background was the best part, too. It was like, I don't even know what that was. Apparently, the name of that song that's playing in the background, in case you wanted to look it up, was Good Boys by Josie Dunne. I'm not sure. Dune. Josie Dunne. I don't know. Who cares? That wasn't what I was playing it for. Good. Donna says, woke me right up. Excellent. Perfect. 2 weeks, SC. 2 weeks. Alright, I think my glasses are clean. Let's try putting these bad boys on here. Take you guys over the other page. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers. Yep, those look pretty clean. Ah, yeah, clean glasses. Preacher says Optimus Prime truck. Yes, indeed it is. We're going to call it the fire truck today, though. All right. I'm taking you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns. It's specifically for me until you see that fire truck back on the page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements. If you don't have one already, stop listening to this live stream and just go do it right now. It's just usually a couple clicks to be able to get a statement sent to you via email. Maybe even have them send you a hard copy. I don't care how you do it, but you need to have a statement of your portfolio so you know what it is that you hold. I don't know. I meant to talk about it yesterday, but there were people who were with brokerage Robinhood who were having problems yesterday. And if you don't know what it is that you're holding on to, how are you going to be able to make a phone call and say, like, hey, I need you to place me an order? So know what you hold. There's going to be brokers that are going to have problems in the future. Promise. Guaranteed. And history has told us that that's going to be the case. So be ready for it. All right. Let's take a look at see what we got going on for numbers here. Price prediction tally points. Nobody missed yesterday. Nobody hit it right on either. Closest two gentlemen were Twisty and Apex. Apex was the closest, really. Missed by three pennies. And Twisty missed by 4. They were really close, but close doesn't cut it. Oh, crap. I just noticed Tech actually 524. Oh, no, 524. Yeah, he was fine. He wasn't even close. He had 20 cents leeway still. So point around to everybody for the week to start it off. Starting off the week fresh. Short exempt volume. Our volume yesterday in total came out to... Remember, we finished last Friday with 48.7 million shares traded. It actually got revised to 48.8 as of last night. But our traded day yesterday... Come on, refresh. Huh, weird. It's not... oh, I know what it's doing here. Hold on a second. I gotta fix this page. I'll go over to my Webull, and I am showing Webull saying that our volume yesterday was 19.1 million shares. So with 19.1 million shares, I would not expect short exempt volume to be extremely high, although we have seen some strange things happen in the past, but let's see what it was. Short exempt volume being reported at 491.2. There's something unusual. I'm just going to plug in 491. That's 2 days in a row of short exempt volume being marked over 300K. Yesterday we were up 1.2%. And utilization coming in at, should be a big number. We were at 70.93 yesterday. We saw like a crap ton of shares get borrowed yesterday. Just a crap ton of them. 78.97. Moving on. Max Payne. 450 is what it was for the next 3 weeks. This week, next week, and the week after, when we looked at it yesterday. I wouldn't expect Max Payne to have changed from yesterday, but it did.
We are now at max pain of $5. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for us because that means the market's going to be more enticed to be keeping price close to that $5 mark going forward. Max pain for the following week is still at $4.50, however, and the week after that is $4.50. So only this week has changed up to $5. Let's take a look at GME real quick here. GME's max pain yesterday was $24, and it is now $23. The week going forward for GME ending 7/12 is $23. The week ending 7/19 is $22. Exchange traded volume yesterday. Let's take a look and see what we got going there. Normally, by the end of a normal trading day, I would expect to see volume going through off-exchange and EDGX to be right around 64% by the end of a day. We had 50.65% going through off-exchanges and EDGX at 9.76 for a combined total 60.41, or about 5.59% less than what I would expect it to be normally. And so part of the reason why we saw a little bit of upwards momentum in price is more than likely due to the fact that less volume was trading through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume was 10,283 shares. It's not an extreme amount. I think anything over 30,000 is a lot. CHX volume for GME was coming in at 50,030 shares, so definitely elevated on GME. Still a lot of shares being returned. Borrow fees, according to IBKR, last night when we ended, the last look that I did yesterday, there was about 750,000 shares. You can see here that there was another 100,000 shares that were borrowed at the end of the day, which brought us to a total yesterday borrowing of about 1.35 million shares reported by IBKR alone. Then around 2015, they borrowed another 50K, then another 150K about 30 minutes later, started returning some shares until about midnight, about 12:45-ish. They had returned up to 700,000 shares again. And they've borrowed pretty much all those 700,000 shares. I'm going to count it all. So in total for the day, since the market closed last night, there's been a borrowing of $800,000 shares. Yesterday, 1.35. So far today, 800,000. 800,000 is about what was being borrowed the last 2 days of the week last week. So we're already back on track for that already. Fees are at 1.89%, according to IBKR. It's a little bit down from the 1.97 we saw yesterday. FINRA's reported amount of institutional ownership is 85.4 million as of yesterday, and it is now being reported at 85.402, no change. Let's take a look at, well, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page and we'll take a full look at all the rest of the data after I move some screens around. All right, starting with options. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for the day today. Our highest amount of open interest that we had yesterday was at a $5 strike for calls with 22.1 thousand contracts. That has increased to 29.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put contracts yesterday was at a $4.50 strike with 9.2 thousand contracts. There's now 10.6, so both of those numbers increased. If we were to move up to a $5.50 price range, we would see about 14.8 thousand contracts go in the money. $6 would bring in 12,000 contracts just for this week. That's not including other weeks, obviously. And we'll scroll down a little bit here just to kind of take a look at next week's numbers. For GME, we'll give this a quick scroll real quick here and just kind of see where they're at. Highest amount of call contracts closest to the current strike price is at a $25 call amount with 11.6 thousand contracts. The highest amount of puts is going to be at a $20 strike price. So market is kind of suggesting a $22.50 middle ground for price between those. There's 19.9 thousand contracts at 20 for the puts. And we'll scroll through this week and next week's just to see what they look like. Look how bare next week is on option contracts. Somebody's gonna want to probably move price a little bit to try and create some action. Let me refresh this real quick here. Ortex data. Here's our utilization driving back up from 70.93 to 78.97. Like I said, we saw a crap ton of shares being loaned out yesterday. We went from 66.84 million shares on loan to 64.89 million shares. So we're looking at 8.05. Yeah. Let me write this on my board. 8.05 million shares loaned yesterday. Ortex will, like usual, probably estimate about a third of that to be in new short interest. So we're probably looking at like, I don't know, 2.7, somewhere around there, maybe 2.7 million shares. Let's see what they're estimating. They drove the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.57 to 15.14. So let's see here. 0.57, I think. Is that right? Yeah. 0.57. Times our outstanding amount of shares. And so they're estimating about 2.09 million of that 8.05 was in new short interest. On loan average age per day. Obviously, if you got 8 brand new million shares coming in being loaned, that's going to drop your on loan average age per day by quite a bit. So we went from June, on June 28th, yesterday, we went from an on loan average age per day from 31.63 down to 30.05. Security lending volume increasing. And this increased from 8.02 to 16.31 million. Now, I kind of mentioned to you guys about this before. And there was kind of this, there's these lower lows of security lending volume that were rising, right? And then we had these spikes of security lending volume that were starting to come down like this. And I told you guys that there was going to be at some point. I felt like we were going to see a divergence of these lower lows rising, and these higher lows, lower highs falling. It was going to meet somewhere, and we're probably going to see something happen as a result, a change point. And I think we just had it. We just had the change point for, and then there was a crap ton of shares that got borrowed as a result. So we saw 8 million shares borrowed yesterday, and there's your change point. So we got the change point in the direction of security lending volume. I don't know what's going to continue to happen from this, but we may see a continuation of borrowing that may occur here. So we may be seeing security. We'll see if it does. I mean, it's going to take us a couple days to figure out whether this is going to continue to rise or not, but security lending volume is definitely up. And in fact, it's beating out this day back here, which was the highest day that we had before, which was 15.67. Today's 16.31. So it's definitely a change point there. Taking a look at GameStop. Utilization day over day slightly dropping from 40.26 to 39.67. The on-loan amount driving upwards. That's kind of unusual to see on-loan amount driving up as utilization is going down. What it could mean is that an institution may not have as many shares to borrow as they used to have, meaning they may have sold the position. But on-loan amount drove up from 40.84 million shares to 41.51. That should drive up the estimated short-share interest of the free float, which it did very slightly from 11.37 to 11.42. And the on-loan average age per day, I mean, if you're taking on new loaned shares, it's not quite a million shares here, so I would imagine this is still going upwards, and it is. It's going from 15.46 days on average loan to 17.21, and the security lending volume day over day is falling. In regards to any kind of patterns that I'm seeing with this, I'm just seeing a continuing fall or drop here in security lending volume. Nothing that signals a change point coming on this. However, let me just zoom out just a little bit here to see if I see something that just kind of stands out to me. I don't see anything that really jumps out at me right yet. SSR trigger price for the day today is at 454 for AMC. We have 69.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 36.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. The 920s opened up. I've been waiting to see these pop open here. Puts we've got 23.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. GME's trigger price for the day-to-day for SSR is $21, right on the nose. We've got 161.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 17.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 67.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. By the end of a day, I'm only looking for AMC to see AMC or GME on this list here. AMC has not been on the list, and I would not expect it to be with low volume. I think we need to be at least over 30,000, man. I'm like 30 million shares is what we need to see at least in order to get on this list here, and we were far underneath that, so I don't expect to see us on here. But GME was on with a 67.57% buy to 32.43% sell ratio, so looking very, very strong there. And I'll just scroll through the rest of the list here just for shits and giggles. just so you can see what the retail is doing in the market. All right, we are seeing. I mean, the 10-year bond rates are just absolutely rising. We almost broke 4.5, which is a significant number when we get both the 2-year and the 10-year above 4.5. That's pretty. A lot of people start panicking a little bit. As a result, because the 10-year is rising as much as it is, that's going to directly impact MMRI. Yesterday, the high that we had at the end of the day was 294.65 for MMRI. It's now 293.04. We saw this rise from like the low 280s at the end of last week all the way up to where it's at now. So it's gone up. The MMRI has gone up almost 10 points in a very, very short period of time. 293.05. The spread yesterday, so we started out the week here at 0.346 on the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. And by the end of the day yesterday, we ended at 0.293, which is a massive drop in the spread between the two, meaning the spread is tightening. And you can see it right here on the chart. The 10-year is increasing in a lot more steadily than the 2-year is. 2-year, in fact, almost just kind of seems kind of stagnant. But let's take a look and see what we got going on here. 4.756 for the 2-year, and the 10-year is 4.455. The spread is 0.301, so it did go back up a little bit from where it was. Yesterday we started at 0.317, ended the day at 0.293. We're starting out today at 0.301. Remember, the two things that I'm looking for specifically with these numbers for the rest of the market is I'm looking for the rates to drop, both the 2-year and the 10-year, or I'm looking for the 10-year yield to normalize and drive back up above the 2-year. Either one of those two things is going to be. I mean, we probably will see the market already heading down before that even happens, but you'll know when that happens that look out below. The sky is falling. VIX is showing 1358, which is about where it was for the futures yesterday, and showing up 1.21% in the pre-market this morning, which means that the market should be down. It's not always the case, but we'll check it here in just a second. The Nikkei is up 0.92, Hang Seng up 0.79, and the Nifty 50 up 0.02. The market is down anywhere from 0.35 to 0.6, so we are seeing that downwards momentum in the marketplace across the board. Fire. Of the Mag 7 this morning, all 7 are red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% in price since yesterday will get a shout out here, as I figured that would be a pretty significant change, especially for a pre-market financial move. I don't see anything that meets that criteria just yet. Gold is down 0.45 and it is trending down. Silver is down 0.49 and appears to be consolidating. Ethereum Classic is down 0.68 and still trending inside. I've got this on a daily right here, but it's still trending, I think, within for the most part. I'm not going to call it a breakout going up just yet on this. But I think the big breakout could potentially occur here anytime very, very soon. The US dollar, as of right now, is, I'm going to go ahead and call this trending upwards. And it's still trending. This is still very much so in a trend up. We'll go ahead and just draw out a trend line here. It's about ready to break it, actually. It's trying to break down out of an uptrend. But I'm going to zoom out to a larger time scale so that we can see where that box is that I drew here on the daily, where I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing the U.S. dollar breaking above 106.78, and we're getting very, very, very close to that. You can see here I've got another trend line that's really this is the big key main point of support here that I think that we'll see the U.S. dollar continue to rise above, and then one last final test of 106.78 to drive past. And then we may see the dollar take off, which will not be good things for the market. By the way, the date for that I've got set up on here is 7/16 for the beginning date for that to happen. Some of you guys who go to the back of the Big Tramp after live streaming or over the weekends, you'll know that there's other dates that I have that we've talked about that correspond very, very well with that time frame. So if that date sounds familiar to you, let that be more confirmation. Oil is currently up 2.34%. Actually, it has not yet traded this morning. Take that back. That's up from yesterday. Let's see here. SPY is down 0.46. It gapped down at pre-market open and is continuing to fall. And let's see here. What, do we have anything green? Nothing. Fire. Tesla in the pre-market this morning down 1.53% and is trending down. Amazon is down 0.19 and is, well, consolidating. I'm going to call it consolidating after a trend down in pre-market open. No, actually, I'm just going to call it consolidating since market close. It was in a downtrend at market after market hours and kind of consolidating right now. Cinemark is not yet been traded. Doge is up 0.02 and appears to be breaking out of that trend sideways. So we're getting a little bit of a consolidation past a level of resistance. This could be go time here pretty soon on Doge's. It's getting past I feel like a kind of significant trend here. This is a 4-hour chart, by the way. So it's been trading or consolidating for quite a while. Let's see what it's doing more currently. It's trending up. Bitcoin is, what was that? Did it gap down? Looks like Bitcoin gapped down from trading at around like 63K down to 62.5. It's not that big of a gap. Gap down a little bit and is on a rise. If we scroll back out to a higher time scale, you can see I've got a box here set up for a potential breakout that I discussed with you guys yesterday. I do think there's going to be one more attempt or drive up on Bitcoin to perhaps maybe 70K before it starts to kind of recede or come back down towards this box here for a potential breakout going down. GME is down 1.07, is trending down in the pre-market. HYMC is down 0.4. Actually, sorry, it has not yet traded today. Has not yet traded. It was trending down from yesterday. NCMI is down 3.87. Has not yet traded. That was yesterday's numbers. Has not yet traded this morning. Hood is down 0.7 and is trending down. And AMC is down 1.19. This morning, but most of that downwards momentum happened as soon as market closed yesterday. You can see we're finding that support right around that 498 level of the synthetic price failure reset that we had set up already. So we reset a synthetic price failure. Since then, we've seen a high of $5.16, which means that I went ahead and moved up my bottom or my synthetic price failure point to $4.15. So a synthetic price failure would have to go down to $4.15 before we would be able to see perhaps a turnaround point if there was going to be another push down here. Obviously, the higher we go than $5.16, the higher that number will drive up as we're looking for like a 19.5% change in price. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow from yesterday, we had approximately 3.2. We'll just call it 3.2. It's close enough. $3.2 million more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, without our pokey stick of volume, we've only had 10,000 shares traded so far, which is pretty low volume. So I would expect to see low volume today as it stands right now. Yesterday I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We hit 19 point whatever it was, so pretty darn close. Taking a look at it was. Come on, hold on a second here. 18.9. It was close to 19 million. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.13, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.72, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.18, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.54, which is just slightly below average. Taking this to a 1-hour time interval, let's take a look at our Ichimoto cloud here real quick. I will state, actually, before we take a look at that, if we zoom out just a little bit on this, you can see that we're still in that ascending parallel channel and have not broken out of it just yet here. Although, however, this signal would be a signal for a potential drop in price or a price correction downwards, and or reversal, if you want to call it that. And if you zoom out a little bit on this, I think there's a very interesting correlation to what's going on here. Yesterday, I suggested to you that there may be a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders kind of forming, but in order for that to have taken place, I would have expected price to come back down to maybe the 470 range or high 470 range and consolidate for a little bit longer before seeing upwards momentum. Now that we've seen this day of trading that we had yesterday, and it didn't do what I thought it was going to do, it's looking very, very similar to the other side over here. And many of you guys might say potential cup and handle, perhaps, maybe. It's possible. Normally, I feel like on the backside of a cup and handle, we see ascending parallel channels that get broken to the top side. If there's smaller ascending parallel channels in here that are getting broken by this larger channel, it's possible that this could be the backside of a cup and handle. If that's the case, I already went ahead and figured out the data. The pullback on this would be at about 470, which was that price point that I was expecting to see yesterday. So keep that in your memories. File it away in the memories. Casey said 470. If we see a pullback to 470 and watch price just kind of halt there, and we could see a sharp turn going into future dates. And what I would do is I would just simply add 40-ish cents or so to 516 and say that would be the next new top, which would be around 550. So we'll watch for that. 470 is the key number to see if that's going to take place. And that support level of 470 is pretty strong. Okay, now we can look at Ichimoto. Let's see what we got going on here. Taking a look at Ichimoto, we have, this is starting to look like a sell signal that's being set up or formed. Nothing's broken through the base just yet. Yesterday I told you an ideal closing price would be 505 because it would keep the lagging line above price line before the day opened up. But you can see that the lagging line is very, very close to hitting the price line. The price is broken underneath the conversion line. What we don't want to see have happen is price moving below the base, because that could set up all kinds of sell signals. Now, if it's going to set up a sell signal and people start selling into this, and when I say people, I'm talking about paper-handed investors who are not aware of what's going on here. I'm not talking about the diamond-handed apes. But if we do see a little bit of a sell-off here, that 470 range that I mentioned to you guys, look at this. The bottom of the green cloud is at 469. So seeing price fall down to anywhere above this cloud, which is for the day today, is going to be 481 to about 487. Seeing the price fall down into that range there is going to help push through for tomorrow's trading amount, and potentially have a setup for a drop below the cloud here for going into Friday's trading. So that's going to be really key to watch this, where price is going to move to here. Is we may get one final dip here before we can see another trend back up again. On what do we need to see today to have a continued buy signal set up for the following trading days? Remember, we only have a half day tomorrow, and then Friday's trading is a full day, and we're off Thursday, obviously. For the day today, what we need to see is we definitely need to get lagging line above price line, but we also have to get it above going forward future numbers. So 516 closing above 516, or I'm going to put down 520 on my board because I always like to do round 5 cents higher than the number. 520 is going to be the ideal closing price point for the day today to keep this a buy signal, which is going to be about 22 cents higher than where we're at currently in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we are set up very nicely for a breakout of this cloud here, and this was where additional buying pressure may come in here from longer holding investors. Maybe institutions may see this as like the last chance to buy before a potential rip here, because we're about ready to trade through this cloud here. Now, if they push price back down, the bottom side of this cloud by the end of today is 493. So that's going to be like the key point that we want to see higher than, because this will turn into a very massive buy signal starting at around 1 o'clock, 1:30ish. Should turn into a massive buy signal at $5, because lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and at that point at around 1:30, we should be breaking out of the cloud. Price likes to move up through red, down through green. If we were to get a price movement downwards to 470, it would keep us in the cloud going into Friday. And we could see like one more potential drive down to maybe like the 460 or 450 range before moving out next week into through the cloud again at $5. So we'll see what happens. Today's kind of like the do or die day for whether or not we're going to see some big movements in the later portion of this week. Do note, volume. I don't really think you can count Friday because Friday was Reconstitution Day, but volume does seem to be increasing just a little bit day over day. For example, like Thursday and Friday, or not Thursday, Friday, Wednesday and Thursday last week, we had 17.5 million on Wednesday. On Thursday, we had 16.3 million, and we were actually going to average right around a 13 million day had it not been for the Reconstitution for Friday. So we were seeing a decline in volume from 17 to 16 to 13, and now we're getting back up to 18.9 million shares traded in a day, which means we're starting to see rising volume again. We want to see, hopefully we can see some rising price into rising volume, and that would be bullish. If we do go down in price today, we want to see lower volume, not higher. We are getting our pokey stick of volume in here now, and we are seeing what appears to be lower quantities of volume. Let's take a look and see what we got going on. $35,000 shares traded, giving us a grand total of 46. I can't do anything more than 10 to 30 million on a prediction. I will give you an update just before market open on volume prediction, but I can't imagine that I'll change it from 10 to 30 million at all. And I think with that, let's see what we got for news here real quick. Probably nothing pertaining to us. Look at him they're placing so much blame on him for everything. It's just like, oh yeah, he's responsible for everything. Chewy and GameStop stocks drop. Roaring Kitty fails to inspire a meme stock rally. He doesn't need to inspire anything. he's doing it. It's insane. Yeah. All right. I think that's all I got for you. Let me head on over to the back of the Big Tramp. And we got a few more minutes here before I go to break. Look at that big rig. That almost matches the horn now. That thing's a beauty. Hayden says, I heard RK started the hurricane. Yeah, he's responsible for it. He's failed to stop the hurricane in its tracks. Brian says, I figured the news would be something like, why even Deadpool can't save AMC? Oh, you wait and see. I'm sure they'll say something really negative about it. Frank says, Optimus, is that you? wait, hold on a second here. Oh, man. I can't, let me see if I have this here. Give me 1 second. Let me see. YouTube. That is not what I want. You would think I'd be more familiar with my way around YouTube now than ever, but it's not the case. Here we go.
Autobots, we must not let Megatron have the relic. If the Decepticons are to obtain it, both our homes will be in grave danger. Megatron, stop this madness once and for all. Cybertron and Earth shall be destroyed. The relic you seek will terminate you. You leave me no choice, brother. One shall stand, one shall fall. Autobots.
Oh shoot! It plays over.
We must not let Megatron
Dang it!
have the
I
relic.
forgot to play this again. Sorry. Oh man. Andrew Morgan said, "Hey Casey, you mentioned the Reconstitution Day. Is this a trading term or is this something you invent? You're inventing a new super cool way to say Happy July 4th? No, it is a real thing. The Russell, all the Russell indexes have what's called there's a reconstitution where they rebalance out stocks based off of their ETF or based off their market caps, and that rebalancing starts I think in April, the later portion of April, and goes through May. And as they determine the rebalancing of those ETFs in June on each Friday of June, they start the rebalancing of positions. The last day that they have to do the rebalancing is by the last Friday of the month. So that's what that was that we saw, all that like crazy. Then and it was there was a lot of people that were going to a lot of different stocks and saying it's happening everywhere. It's everything's doing it, and it's like, well, it's the reconstitution of the positioning of those shares and the balancing of those shares into the ETFs for the Russell. So it's something that happens every year, but I always feel like I'm focused more on it in April than I am in June, and that's why I forgot that June is the month where the actual rebalancing occurs. Because I'm more looking for the announcements about what's going to be rebalanced, which usually is happening in like May. Hayden, why do you think that he doesn't have all his GME shares still? What would make you think that he would not have all of his shares still? Did he post up something that showed that he didn't have them? Yeah. I don't think there's anything that would cause me to believe, unless he posted something that showed otherwise. There's nothing that would cause me to believe that he had sold his position off. Jay says, "How do we join the Discord server? You got to send me a message, either through Twitter, Reddit, or Discord, and then I can do some verification to get you in." But what I'm looking for specifically, I'll go ahead and mention this too. What I'm looking for specifically is people who want to participate and not just lurkers. So if you want to be a part of the Discord, I hope you have some kind of history to be able to show for your participation and ownership of AMC. Because I'm really just interested in having AMC shareholders in there, and or GME's fine too, but as long as they're not like people who are just GME shareholders that are bashers, because I don't want to, and lurking again. But I want to have some kind of participants who want to be a part of something, and not necessarily people who are just there to just take. I want givers. Dragosith says, so isn't there a chance he bought 90,010 options of Chewy instead of shares, which would still give him the voting power a lot more doable with less funds? Yeah, that's why I don't understand why everybody's making the assumption that he sold this. I mean, there's nothing that happened with GME's price that would suggest a major whale sold off 9 million shares. There's nothing at all on the price of GME that would recommend or even suggest that would be the case. So I'm not even like sure how that would be possible. But I mean, he hasn't posted his position. It seems way more logical to me that he would have used his remaining $6 million to buy an options. I mean, that's his MO. His MO has never been to sell his GME shares. His MO is to buy option contracts and close some of them for cash value, and then the remaining portion of the cash value to exercise on the other portion of his contract. So I would actually suggest that he bought more than 90,000, 90,000. You know, something more along the lines of what he did with GME, where he bought maybe like maybe even 200,000 contracts of it or something. That's way more possible, because if you were to pull up how much it would cost, you know, if you were to take, for example, let's assume that he did 220. Well, he did 120 on GME to get 4 million. So let's just assume for a second that he did like something like 250,000 contracts. Actually, let's take his remaining portion of cash, and I'm not going to assume that he used all of it, but let's assume that he did use a fair chunk of it. So we'll say that he used about 6 million of his 6.3 million left. So we'll take the $6 million and we'll divide it by 250,000. Is it possible that he could have bought $24 contracts? So what is that divided by 100, right? Is it possible that he got 24 cents on a contract for 250,000 contracts? I don't know. I wasn't watching the options chain for Chewy at all, so I have no clue. But that seems way more reasonable to suspect that that's the case than it is for you to, you know, make the determination that he sold 9 million shares and GME's price only dropped $1. That's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't even make any sense whatsoever. I think this is way more feasible than the alternative. And then the other part to that is that you know, there's rumors that there's talks about a merger between Chewy and GME, and possibly even Bed Bath and Beyond. And if that's the case, then his 9 million shares that he's going to have in Chewy and the 9 million shares of GME that he has will end up becoming a monster load of GME shares. From what people are saying, there was a massive amount of volume in Chewy options during that week, according to what I've been reading. Yeah, I can't even. There's been so many times where people have been trying to suggest that he sold off his shares of GME, and you can't find evidence of that once. Not a single time can you find evidence of him selling off. Every single time people have counted him out as a seller of GME shares, they have been wrong. 100% of the time. So why would this be the change? Why would he change what he did? If he believes so strongly in GME, why would he sell his position? That wouldn't make any sense at all. So I'm not of that crowd. I wouldn't even suggest it. I think it's ridiculous to think that he sold off his position. Based off past history. I think it's much more highly possible that he purchased, like I said, 250,000 contracts or so of Chewy. I don't have the numbers. I'm not an Unusual Whales subscriber, so I don't go look at that stuff. But I'm sure somebody probably could go back and check out the option contracts that would have been closed out. Again, I don't want to look at this, but let's just look at it real fast. What option contracts were being closed out, perhaps maybe around this time frame in here, from the week of 5, I guess, what was it, 6/6? Was that the last, 6/5. No, that's not right. 6/28. 6/28? No. I'd go 6/14. I'd be looking for a closed out position at somewhere around 6/14. And that's where you're seeing this big rise in price afterwards. Is it's more than likely that if there was a closeout period time in here, it would have probably been in that time range, 6/14. A closeout and exercise. When was his last post? 13. Yeah, that's the exact date that I would probably be looking for is option contracts that closed out around 6/14 or later. Because he doesn't show us in his portfolio any position on 6/13. So maybe he could have opened the position, and he may not even be showing us the position, but he could have opened it somewhere between 6/14 and potentially closed it out on 6/21. But the looking sign emoji would have been for 6/27. Yeah, I would look for a large quantity of volume for that week, 6/14 going forward. Anything after 6/14 is what you want to be looking for. Morning, hun. Melissa says, I know he wouldn't sell his position because he just really likes the stock. I like that. Game Chew and MBM. That's pretty good. I like it. Let's see here. Right now we're holding pretty strong support on that 498, but you can see that on the 30-minute time interval that I've got set up here, the 498 level of support and this rising level of support here from our ascending parallel channel really kind of converge right over that market open time frame, which means that we may see that initial attempt or breakdown to try and push price below that, at least temporarily. I'm having a hard time deciding which. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go for pretty close to the same price prediction today as I had yesterday. But what I'm trying to determine is we're on super low volume for the day in pre-market this morning, so we would want to see a decrease in price with falling volume. That's bullish. Oh, is that the real Melissa? You know what? I have never given her a wrench. Let's give her a real wrench here. Hold on. I can't imagine it would be not the real one. All right, hon, you're getting added as a moderator. I should put you in as a managing moderator. There you go. You're in as a managing moderator now. Now you got... Hun, this might be your first wrench. Check it out. Type something real quick to say hi. Let's see how it looks on you. How have I never given you a wrench before? It never even occurred to me. I don't know why. Or maybe we may have talked about it at one point or another, and maybe you said don't. I don't know. I forget stuff like that all the time. Well, the thing is she does walk around and then like put her phone in her pocket, so she may accidentally press some buttons. Like a lot of we've got a lot of, like I gave my mom a wrench at one point, and then we had to take it away from her because she was putting her phone in her purse. Moonlight Rose says, shameful, Casey. She says, do I get paid? Nope. That wrench looks good on you, though. She looks good in anything. I don't even know what a managing moderator gets for access. Yeah, because it gives me two different choices for moderatorship. See, it says you can manage blocked words. Oh, you can manage the blocked words. Wow, that's hefty. You can change chat modes in live, and also you have the capability of standard Oh, you can give people moderatorships. Look at that. She could oversee the super chats. Yep. Your job title will be to manage super chats when they come rolling in. If somebody requests a refund, you can. That'll be your job, is to issue a refund and find out why it is that they want a refund on their super chat. It's a highly desired job. A lot of people really feel that's a valuable job around here. So many people want it. Hey, Petro, did you see the intro this morning, Petro? I'm just asking for a friend. I thought it was pretty funny. All right. I'm going to take off, guys. Head off to break here. Let me put my message up on the screen. I just realized Optimus is a little bit too... There we go. He was a little too low. Too low. Optimus can never go too low. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. I'll be back at 8:15, and we'll discuss the numbers, take a look at price predictions, and we'll also do a little bit of volume prediction for the day. I'm still not feeling like we're going to see anything higher than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today. So I will see you guys back in a little bit. Melissa's saying refund. Take it up with the complaint department. that's you. You got it. This is where you get to come and tell me, like, you know what, you were being a little bit harsh today. You had 5 requests for refunds on Super Chats. All right. Let me hang up my headphones, and I'll see you guys in a bit. It looks like I'm going to try and play some of the music that was requested. I know you guys had asked for, like, different music for the break time. So we'll see how that turns out. I'm going to start off. Rugged was the first one, I think, that put it out here. So I'm going to start off with his this morning, and we'll see how that goes. I don't know what's going to happen, if it's going to work or not, but let's run with it. I'll see you guys in a bit.
taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. We slow down, away in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. See ticker keeps on rolling, stop charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed in bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Ran up the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I don't see anything that would suggest to me that I'm seeing any quantities of volume that's any larger. Let me just verify real quick here, just to make sure I'm seeing the right things. Let's see. Yeah, there's definitely lower volume today than there was yesterday for sure. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to predict anything higher than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I'm not seeing large quantities of volume here. Hold on a second, I can sneeze. Whew. All right. So having said that, low volume, lower price is definitely what I'm going to be targeting. And I'm actually going to go with the same exact price prediction I had yesterday. I'm not going to change it at all. 427 to 527. I think there may be a breakout of this ascending parallel channel today, and it's going to kind of coincide with that $5 price point, or $4.98 is really what this blue line represents. I think there'll be kind of like a push to try and drop this a little bit. I don't think that it's going to go too much lower than this support line that I've got kind of drawn out in here. It might go down. Actually, that's not true. Hold on a second here. What do I have this set up for? What is this? What is this line for? I'm not sure why I have that there. I think it's kind of a range of values that we've been seeing kind of trade, a range of price movement that we had set up at some point where I felt like there was a strong support and resistance kind of like in between like 460 and 483. But I have a feeling we're going to end up closing out the day-to-day somewhere right in between that range. And if I end up being wrong, and I would expect nothing more than something closing above this ascending parallel channel. And for the end of the day today, that looks like about 534. So I'm threading the needle here, because the maximum that I've got on my upper side of my prediction is 527. I probably should move I should probably drive up my target, but I'm going to leave it exactly the same. I think I like where I'm at 477 for a close. So that's what I got for the day today. Let me check and see what the other guys have. Yeah, the Bollinger Band's back. Let's see what we got going on here. Apex is going 437 to 537. He's 10 cents higher than me, so he is not. Neither of us will be eligible for a bonus point. And let's see what else we got going on. We've got Twisty coming in. $4.28 to $5.28. He's a penny above me. And last but not least, Tech is coming with a $4.85. We're all really, really close to each other on price predictions for the day today. So 435 to 535 for tech. Which means that the spread between us, it looks like I got the bottom end of the stick for the day today, but the spread between us is 10 cents. Not a big spread. So if price does close anywhere in that range, there's a very good chance, almost a 2-for-1 chance that somebody will end up hitting it. Do you have a lot lizard back there? Wait, what? Oh. No, I do not. Pro Jeweler says, Breaker 19. I need a smoky report southbound on 69. Get Pro Jeweler, get Waze. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah. Twisty, you're not the only one that's on my toes, so don't you worry about it. Everybody's really close. Just note that I had the prediction first yesterday. So, and I'm not changing my prediction from yesterday. I was first. I try not to look at your guys' price predictions. I see that you sent me like a message, but I don't look at them until later because I don't want it to influence my price prediction for the day. So, every once in a while, though, like once in a great while, I'll accidentally see it, or maybe somebody will put it in the chat before I've given my prediction, and then I can't help but see it. But Apex says it's Waze better. It's Waze, Waze, not Ways. And I think it's so in regards to telling you what lane to get into and all that kind of good stuff. No, but Google Maps, I think you have to fact check me on this, but I think Google Maps bought out Waze, and but Waze has police reports, and you can confirm or you can report the police. That probably explains why Novocaine, why Google Maps has those police traps now. It's probably because they bought them. All right, guys, let's get this morning started. I will see you on the other side of Market Open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
90 seconds. T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we got GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. Weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Now me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Didn't know that I could dance like this.
She dresses like what stupid people think smart people dress like.
Maybe genetics in my DNA, something in
What
my
is DNA again? That's that stuff like at a crime scene. Like if you have DNA, it means you're guilty. Oh, yeah. That's why I never spank my monkey near a crime scene, you know? Oh, yeah. That's pretty smart, Beavis. Yeah, God. Firemen, yeah. Yeah. Those firemen, they're always like being heroes and getting medals and stuff. But all they do is just sit around and wait and play checkers and do bachelorette parties. And then as soon as I want to burn something, they come and put it out. Yeah. I remember the first time I found out what firemen do. I was little and I was in this vacant lot and I started a fire. And then the firemen showed up and then they brought out this fire hose and I was like, yeah, cool, a fire hose, yeah. But guess what comes out of the fire hose? Just guess. I want you to guess. Hey, everyone knows what comes out of a fire hose. No, it's not what you think. Hey, I'll give you a hint. It's not fire. Hey, it's water. You believe that? Hey, and then they just put it out, and then they told me a bunch of stuff, how fire is bad, and then they took me back to my mom. Hey, they should call them watermen. Yeah, that's what I call them. But I'm not calling them son of a bitches. Hey,
You thought firemen start fires?
yeah, I mean, the garbage man just like spreads garbage everywhere. I mean, why not? I just thought, the fireman, yeah. I mean, they did save my life 4 times, so. Yeah, maybe they're not all bad, I don't know. Hey, son of a bitches. Hey, never meet your heroes, yeah. Hey.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. You guys have to admit, if you were here earlier this morning, I did way better this time on trying to control my laughter. But I can't help it. yeah. Firemen suck. Oh man! And by the way, guys, we actually have a lot of people who are emergency service crew fire members here that are part of this group, and we do appreciate you. That was not meant at your expense. The title for the day today is Fire! So I had to play something kind of funny this morning, so I thought, why not that? Japan Ape says, what episode of Beavis and Butthead was that intro from? I honestly don't know. Hold on a second here. If you want to go watch it, maybe it'll tell you. Maybe let's see. It says you could look up Beavis and Butthead do Josie Dune, Good Boys, I guess is the title. I can give you the link to what I played. Maybe that'll help you find it. I don't know. Those bastards. Oh man, I hope Petro is here this morning. Hopefully he'll drop into the back of the big tramp and be like, it's all true. It really is water. There he is right there. Let me head on over to the back of the big tramp. I really don't have anything special for you guys today. If you know, you know, right? That's the title for the day. If you know, you know. Fire. Oh man, sometimes I just make myself laugh. That's all that matters. Sometimes you just got to make yourself laugh, and maybe sometimes it's contagious, maybe it's not. Other people, if you laugh enough, people will just start laughing with you. Who knows? Let me head over to the back of the big tramp here. Where we have Rex already. Good morning, Rex. Good to see you this morning, bright and early.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Diaper duty.
Ooh, yummies. Have you moved? You haven't. You still are doing breast milk right now for the baby, right? So you're probably still only on the really nasty, or you're not onto the nasty diapers yet. You're onto the regular stuff. Wait till you get to the processed foods. That's good times. Let me tell you. Sherry says she's dying. Good morning. I'm glad you could bring a smile to your face today. That's always, I feel like if I can bring a smile to your face, I've done my job for the day. Man, Jake, good morning. By the way, Rex, saying the national anthem while you change the diaper should be just the right amount of time. Usually you don't take a whole lot of breaths when you're singing the national anthem, and it's usually just through the mouth, so you probably won't smell anything. And you get to create a patriot out of your daughter by indoctrinating her and brainwashing her with the national anthem nice and early. Works for me and my kids. One of them's in the Air Force. So, one of them's not. It won't hurt them, trust me. Novocaine says over 3 million in volume so far. Does seem to be a little bit quick paced right now in volume, for sure. Right now the VIX is showing up 2.95%. Let's take a look at the VIX here real quick, just for the fun of it. Let me put it back down to a 1 minute time interval. It has not... Has it reported anything yet? No, it has not reported anything yet on here. I always hate how Weeble's kind of late or delayed on reporting on that. The futures on the VIX are showing it should be up at around 1338, which is actually a little bit less. We may be seeing the VIX dropping a little bit this morning. Apex says, oh, great, now I need to make another kid, Casey. I mean, if that's the excuse you want to make, I guess go for it. Yeah, it works, man. I'm telling you, National Anthem is the perfect song. It's just the right amount of time for changing out the diaper, and if you sing it right, you're breathing out of your mouth. It's real breathy. Plus, you might even become a little bit better of a singer from doing it on a daily basis, multiple times.
So you're not supposed to use a gas mask when you do this?
What did you say? I could hear you over a gas mask in here. No gas masks. Can't do a gas mask. Yeah, I passed on babies a while ago too, Apex. No more for me, I'm done. 5 is enough. I am one shy of the Brady Bunch. I'm a housekeeper and a child shy of the Brady Bunch over here, and I think that is more than enough. Luke, I changed your diaper. Full love to Petro, man. Hope you enjoyed the intro this morning. I was hoping he was going to pop up over here in the back of the Big Tramp, but I think he's probably busy. He's probably working this morning, working hard, making the money. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what you could do, Rex? If you are you a singer, Rex? Can you hold a tune? Maybe not. He's still changing the diaper. Oh, he actually left the back of the Big Tramp. He must have had a blowout. He couldn't hold the phone and do the diaper change at the same time. If you're listening, Rex, I'd like to think that you are. If you are listening, you could also do a little Vicks vapor rub on your upper lip. That could also help too. I'm not talking like a lot. I'm talking about like a very, very, very tiny bit. Like barely touch your finger on it. Petra's just playing checkers. JW, good morning to you. Right now we have on my page over here on the left-hand side, we got a lot of green showing up. The only things that are down over here right now are Amazon and Robinhood and Bitcoin. But I have a feeling those are probably trending upwards. Yeah, they're making reversals at least off of a downtrend at market open. And then Bitcoin definitely starting to trend back up again. Fire. Nope, numbers will be in 18 minutes. The 2 million pre-market volume was not exceptional in contrast to, I think, what we're used to seeing. I didn't see anything there in the chart that was looking exceptionally large to me. Yeah, I didn't see anything. I mean, there may have been some additional volume that was right before pre-market, but it didn't look like anything terribly unusual to me. Sherry Weber says, "Thanks for the vapor rub tip. I don't have babies, but I do have a husband." You know, I was feeling a little. I was meaning to take a shower last night before I went to bed, and I fell asleep on the couch last night. Some of y'all might notice that I may have posted something up or responded at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Woke up on the couch and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not taking a shower tonight." So I woke up this morning, got up, and I did the intro this morning. And as I was getting up for break, I was like, "You know what? This is definitely shower time." So I went and took a shower on my break. I get it, Sherry. And then I came down and I hugged my wife. I think since it was the first time she came home, gave her a big old hug. And I was like, "I smell good." She's like, "You do." It's important to our wives, right? We're not always the cleanest of people. Give me a second here. I gotta shuffle some screens around. I thought she liked you, Stinky. Well, she never says anything. Well, actually, that's not true. But I know it's gone too far when she has to say something. So I feel like if you can smell yourself, it's too late. Once you can smell yourself, you know it's a problem. That usually tends to be like that means you have like a couple hours. You're a couple hours away from somebody else being able to smell you. Or maybe it might already be too late depending on the person. Earlier this morning, let's talk about this real quick, just because I think it's kind of an interesting point to be making, because I know a lot of people have been considering maybe some of the position that DFE held with GME. Do you remember when he first posted in June 2nd that he had 5 million shares, but in April of 2021 he had 200,000 shares in total of GME shares? The reason I'm bringing this up is because I think it's really kind of important to kind of figure out maybe a little bit of what's going on maybe in the background there. And so just a little bit ago on Twitter while I was on break, I posted up something. I said, "Something to consider. It's possible that part of the original 5 million shares that DFE posted on June 2nd could have been an accumulation of shares prior to the split that were multiplied by 4x because of that split." So we know he had 200,000 shares in April of 2021 on his last post on Reddit. So I would multiply that 200 by 4x and say that he basically had 800,000 shares at a very bare minimum. So you got to immediately off the bat, you got to subtract that 800,000 from the 5 million shares that he was showing in June. And so that leaves you with 4.2 million shares left. Now, interestingly enough, 4.2 million shares is a very, very close number to the amount of shares that he exercised in his last 120,000 contract position that he ended up closing, some of it for cash and some of it for shares, or exercising for shares. So very, very interesting number, right? That 4.2 million. We're getting dangerously close, and I wrote, we're getting dangerously close to the same amount exercised in June. Is it possible that he didn't buy just 120,000 contracts for 20, and that his other position that he collected was on the May run? Start thinking about cycles. It's all about the cycles.
Morning, Casey.
Good morning, Pirate. How are you doing today?
A little tired yet. I didn't sleep well last night. I was plagued yet again with night terrors, but I'm hoping that today and good laughter in here will lift my spirits.
Oh, I hope so too. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully,
it's just the way it is.
Hopefully you laughed at the intro this morning. I was meant to bring smiles, but I don't know if it did. Some people might have laughed.
No, as obvious. You know me, I engage you the minute I show up, and so I'm ridiculously late today.
Oh,
so
you missed out, man. It's a good intro. You should go back and watch it.
I'll rewind it though.
Yeah,
I'll definitely do. I don't miss a thing, but I want to stay current now, and I'll go back later.
Yeah.
Like the truck, by the way.
Yeah. Pantheon's sure turning this van into something else, isn't he? It's amazing what kind of body shop job you can do on a VW van bus. Who knew it was a big rig?
Well, it's all about the pinstripes. Optical illusion. If you put the right flames on anything, create an optical illusion.
How many of y'all have? Oh man, I would love to get everybody into the back of the Big Tramp this morning and have everybody do their version of a transformer transforming. That would be freaking hilarious. That would be funny. Because it's fun to have people do their gun sounds, but I mean, having somebody do their transformer sounds, that's priceless too. Pro Jiller says, thank you, Casey, for applying logic to the endless nonsense on X. Yeah. I think it's really kind of interesting to think about some of these cycles that have been created from the positions that I think the DFE is holding. So, yeah. White Widow Bud is the best for someone that has insomnia or night terrors. My dad is prescribed White Widow to get through the night. He's 61. Holy moly. He's saying that to you, Pirate, by the way.
I appreciate that, Pumpkin Eater. I'll look into that.
White Widow. Huh. I live in Texas. We don't do that here.
One of my favorite movies here recently was The Gentleman with Matthew McConaughey, and he plays a pot dealer, and that's his brand. They call it the White Widow Super Cheese. Now I know where that comes from.
Interesting. Apex says, we got to follow up on us voicing over movie trailers. Yes, we do need to follow up on that. So when I went on my vacation, I was going to try and start doing it. So because Melissa was off for a week before our vacation actually happened. And I had actually wanted her and I to do a movie together. And we came up with a good one that we were going to do together as the kickoff for that. But her and I have not had a chance to do that yet. So I was thinking about doing it either this coming weekend or maybe like during the 4th of July to kind of kick that off a little bit. So I have not gotten there. It's still in the works. But her and I we did discuss it, and we picked out a movie that we wanted to do a voiceover. And I think the movie that we picked will be funny with her and I doing it together. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. We gotta work on it.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge for me to participate in that. I do well just to turn this thing on and join you guys every day. I'm not sure I could learn the process fast enough to participate as far as adding my voice over to another video. That might be a bridge too far for this old dog.
You know what? If I can teach Bruno to shut the door at 8 years old, I can teach a pirate how to do voiceovers.
Very well done. Yeah, very well.
Because in dog years, that's like 50 something, right?
Right on.
I think you can do it.
Well, I listen. To be fair, I mean, credit where it's due. You and many others on here have helped me grow my computer skills exponentially. I probably learned more partnering around with you guys in the last 3 years than I have in all my other efforts to try to learn the various aspects of all of this. So I'm forever in your debt for that.
Nice. Well, we all rub off on each other somewhere.
Ooh, somebody just popped in. Somebody popped in the back of the big train. Is that Doug? Is that D Mello? It looks like.
No, that's Metro Man.
Yeah, that's his brother.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Medro?
Man, I'm doing great. I got some news. I know I hadn't been too active in the chat, but Pirate, I left. You know who? Just a weird culture. You know the tool company.
Right.
But I do have some exciting news. I actually went to work for a manufacturer's rep company back in the pool industry, and my territory. I am reclaiming back the Panhandle of Florida. And one of the first things I thought of, I'm going to see my Cincinnati boy. So I'm going to head down your way next time I'm down there calling on customers and distributors. Holler at you. We'll go eat dinner. And I just got back from Cincinnati.
Make sure that you let me know the exact date you're going to be here, so I won't be around. I'll leave the key under the mat for you. You help yourself to the house, and anything that's here, it's yours. You're welcome. I want to make sure I'm not around.
Well, I appreciate that.
He's not around.
You sorry, rascal. Anyway.
And while you're at it, can you finish off his pool for him?
Actually, you know, that's the company that I'm going to work for. We have quite a few products that might have a few samples in the trunk. So you never know, Pirate. Might be able to help you out a little bit.
Oh, man. All right. I can fake it for a day if I need to. I can pretend to be nice for a day.
I figured you could, knowing that, some of the cost of some of those products. So anyway, but no, I just wanted to hop on and tell you guys that I have been listening. I just hadn't been active on the chat. And wanted to say hello to everybody. And, we're still in it. We're still rocking. And I'm excited, man. You can tell, you can feel it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
As the world burns around us, we're still in it.
Yep. In it to win it.
In it to win it.
So I'm glad you stopped by. I mean, you just don't ever feel like you have to stop by, but it's good to see you when you do come. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, look, before you leave, we might as well just take a moment and squeeze a little knowledge out of you. What are your thoughts on these autonomous pool cleaners, the little ones that crawl across the bottom? I had a Polaris system in the past that plugged into one of my filter outlets and was pressurized to catch things in the little bag. It's my understanding now that they have that they're free from a connection. I guess they're battery charged. What are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, they are. They are. And, before I went to work for Hilti, I worked for actually Matronics, the Dolphin. So actually the most popular robotic pool cleaner, at that time in the world. They're struggling right now, having some problems. But I would get a corded unit, honestly. And actually.
That's my thought. I'm old school. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And actually one of the companies that, the company I'm going to work for, I'm pretty sure that they're going to have one of my old competitors as a line. And if that's the case, you never know. I might be able to, we'll figure something out. But I'm excited about that because the territory that I'm taking over, I'd be afraid to say how many robots I sold the last year I was there, probably close to $10 million. And, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. So I'm excited.
Those things they become incredibly popular because, of course,
they're huge.
It's like a Roomba for the car. Yeah. It's actually one of those things where it's a pain in the ass to vacuum your pool bottom, and that's been an effective tool for that. Well, I didn't mean to hijack the thread this morning about pool care.
No.
Thanks for the input. And it's no secret I don't leave my house. Very, very rarely do I leave my house for anything. So I'll probably pass on dinner, but you're welcome. You're welcome on my couch or in one of my chairs at any time, and I'll be happy to feed you well.
Well, that sounds good, Pirate. And I'll let you know. I actually start traveling next week, and I'll give you a week lead when I'm coming down to Pensacola, because I got a lot of old customers down there at Coxpool, and I mean just a plethora of them. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited to meet you. And
I'll send you a DM with my personal phone number in it. If you decide to shoot any dick pics my way for whatever reason, put your name on them because I get them from JJ the jet plane all the time, and I need to make sure I understand.
Why do I feel like that's true? You're not even joking.
Yeah. I love listening to Hayden because I get a kick out of him being a pilot for that particular company. Because when I was young, Pirate, I worked for Delta. Well, I worked for that company in Cincinnati at CVG, and I worked for them for almost 5 years actually. But I remember a lot of times I'd push back some of those pilots, and if they were arrogant, a little bit, you know what I'm talking about. Hayden will know what I'm talking about. But I'd hit.
I know. I'm very familiar with it.
Oh yeah, I would hit those jet tug brakes just a little bit too hard and rock that airplane a little bit while I was pushing it back, and I always got a kick out of that. They'd lean over and look out the windshield, look down at the jet tug, and I'd be looking up just laughing.
You just shrug your shoulders like what's wrong?
Yeah, because I could talk to him on the micro, over the headset while I was pushing them back, so I always had to see him. Anyway, well, look.
Well, I'm glad you found employment that you feel like fits you a little bit better, and I look forward to seeing you, buddy.
Man. Yeah, finding a job for me has never been that hard. I love selling. I've been doing it for a lot of years.
It's fine. Great job.
Yeah, and I'm excited, so I can't wait to see you. And I listen to you guys every day. And Brian Carpenter's right every morning. It is Nickelback, so I support his. He beats me to it every time, but I just get a kick out of it. And I love you guys, and just love listening to you. So, but I'll be back. But just wanted to stop in and say hello to everybody.
All right, Terminator.
Try to close the deal today. Try to earn your keep. Don't just be a taker from the company. Try to earn your keep.
My motto is I've been accused of just driving down the road throwing credit apps out the window, but my motto is don't say no, write the PO. So I'm pretty aggressive, and I'm a quick closer too. So anyway, y'all be good, and I will be talking to y'all soon.
All right,
I'll be listening today.
Show me the money.
Gang. KC, love you. I'm glad you had a good vacation.
Thank you,
man. I just get tickled because just seeing what you do day in and day out is just incredible, and you're wonderful. We love you.
Oh, you're making me blush. Stop.
I know it. Yeah. But I had to give you some love. So, all right, and you too, Pirate. So you guys be good, and I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good, man. Later.
All right, guys.
Janito, welcome. Also, good to see you this morning. And it is time for numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, you might want to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you'll need a backup to receive that access code. Also, last but not least, and probably the most important thing that if you have not done, you should stop listening right now and go do it at this very moment. Make sure that you have a dang it, I just lost it. Why do I always struggle? A statement for your portfolio from your broker, because if you don't have that statement, then you don't know what it is that you hold. And if your broker ever tells you that something went wrong and this is what you hold now, and you think it's a different number, but you don't have the proof for it, you're screwed. And you're just going to have to take whatever it is that they tell you that you have. So please make sure you guys are getting those statements and holding on to those for your own record keeping, so you can make sure that your numbers are right whenever you want to. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on for the day today. Starting with the top left-hand side, nobody missed any price predictions from yesterday. Everybody was right on. I think we had, it might have been Apex, I think it was. It was maybe 3 cents away from getting the correct price prediction. Two of the guys were really, really close. For today, these are the price predictions, and this is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close. There's only a 10-cent spread between us today. I've got the low end of the stick with 427 to 527. I kept the same prediction as I had yesterday. Up for me, we have Twisty at 428 to 528. Up from that is Tech with 435 to 535, and then Apex with 437 to 537. So not much of a spread between us for the day today. Taking a look at short exempt volume, it was 491,000 shares. It was surprisingly high considering the fact that the volume was a lot lower than what it was previously. Utilization did drive up. We saw a bunch of shares being borrowed yesterday. It was like over 10 million shares. By the end of the day, when the dust had settled, it was about 8 million shares, but still a lot of shares being borrowed yesterday. And more than likely, it's because they expect price to start moving upwards soon. Short exempt volume ended up being 491,000 shares. So that's day 2 of 3. I actually should change the color of this because we are on a 2 of 3 period. All right, so it's yellow now. Utilization 78.97%, and yesterday we were up 1.2% for the day. Taking a look at Max Payne, it's $5. It was $4.50 yesterday, so it did drive up 50 cents. So Max Payne's looking at like it's going to be $5 for the end of this week as of right now. Exchange traded volume by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44. Holy shit. Mother of pearl. What the hell? Okay. That's a big number. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect off exchange to be about 44%. That is not the case. Right now, we're at 87.26% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is sitting at 2.36%. The combined total on that is 89.62% of our volume going through those exchanges. There is a massive transfer of shares going on right now that is they're trying to keep from affecting price. As I would only expect to see about 54% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's 35.62% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the morning. That is massive, 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 massive amount of shares going through those off exchanges. CHX volume for the day today is 244 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 9,931 shares. Their off-exchange volume is 52.45. It's a little elevated, but not nearly anything like AMC's. Holy crap. That is insane. I don't even know what to make of that. Wow. Okay. Borrow fees. IBKR reporting some shares were returned earlier this morning, and another 100,000 shares borrowed from what we saw overnight. So we're looking at about 900,000 shares borrowed since 2,000 yesterday. Yesterday in total, we saw, I think it was about 1.35 million shares borrowed throughout the entire day. Fees, just from IBKR reported amount. Fees have dropped from 1.89 earlier this morning to 1.78. Institutional ownership. Man, that number's so big. Institutional ownership this morning sitting at 85.402 million shares owned by institutions according to FINRA as of right now. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call options for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $5. That's where it was yesterday. So far for the day, there's 2.3 thousand contracts in volume. That's actually low. Very, very, very low amount of volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 3,500 in volume. So that's low. On puts, $4.50 strike is getting the most amount of volume, and there's 3.5 thousand contracts. So we are seeing a lot of volume at a $4.50 strike, and those could be puts that we're trying to close out perhaps maybe before the end of the week is over here. And that would help to drive up price. Market is suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 as of right now, based off of these volume levels. Taking you over to the other page, according to Ortex, we're seeing about 2.77 million shares borrowed so far. Yesterday, at the end of the day, the last hour of the day, it was 12.46. That's how big the number was. 2.77 borrowed so far. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.33%. The cost to borrow mins at 2.73, averages 2.8, max 3.14. Short interest or shares on loan for the day today is at 74.89 million shares. That's 8.05 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 2.09 million of that was in new short interest day over day. Let's take a look at some of our numbers here and see what we got going on in terms of what these numbers look like day over day. Utilization driving upwards from 70.93 to 78.97. The on-loan amount, as we talked about, an increase of 8 million shares from 66.84 million shares to 74.89 million shares. Not the highest number we've ever seen before on loan, but driving upwards. As a result, the estimated short share interest of the free float is going to rise, and it rose from 14.57 to 15.14, which is where that 2.09 million shares estimated in new short interest. And then obviously when you take on 8 million new shares in loan shares, that's going to drop your on-loan average age per day. And it's dropped from, what was it at? 66.84 down to, no, that's not right, sorry. 31.63 days to 30.05. And then last but not least, the security lending volume. This is what I kind of drew out earlier this morning. We had talked about this on several occasions. I think going into this week here, where we were talking about how there was a rising level, higher lows that were showing up in security lending volume on some days, and then other days we were seeing this lower highs that were starting to decrease over time, and that they were going to converge at some point and create a day where we were going to see a change point, and that's this change point right here. As you can see, this is obviously more than what it was from the past. It's not a whole lot more, but we're definitely seeing a change point going on here in security lending volume, and you can see a lot of numbers shifting as that's happening. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is on the list here with a 58.48% buy to 41.52% sell ratio. AMC is not on the list. MMRI earlier this morning was 293.05. It is now 292.36. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.301 and is now currently at 0.296. We started out the week at 0.346. NASDAQ is down 0.1, Dow Jones is down 0.11, and the S&P 500 is down 0.13. We have 2,759 advancers to 2,340 decliners. The market is more advancing currently than declining. Top performing sectors for the day-to-day. Looks like consumer discretionary followed by energy. Energy being a recessionary sector. The worst performing sectors, healthcare, followed by technology. Mag 7, 2 are green. One of the two has been suggested should have been taken off of the Mag 7 as a lot of institutions were feeling like it should have been shorted. And if that's the case, it's definitely doing the opposite of everything else on the list for the Mag 7. Financial institutions that are changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 33.33%. NYCB is up 3.86. And that's about it. Gold is currently down 0.29, and we're seeing a strong reversal off of an uptrend into a downtrend. Silver is up 0.31, and I'm gonna say that it's still trending upwards. It doesn't look like it's breaking the trend just yet. Ethereum Classic is down 1.35 and trending down. The US dollar is down 0.11 and is trending down, which means the market should be heading upwards. Oil is it's only down by 0.1 though. Oil is up 1.19% and is consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.3 and gapped up at market open, but are starting to trend down after that gap up. And SPY is down 0.09 and trending up. VIX is up 1.06% for the day today. It did gap up this morning and opened around 1268 and has been trending down ever since. Currently at 12.35 with futures suggesting 1343, so still a point below where the futures are suggesting. VB is up 0.14 and is currently consolidating after a little bit of a excuse me, a little bit of an increased trend at the beginning market open. Increase followed by some consolidation, now starting to trend down. VBR is up 0.26, consolidating still. Tesla's up 8.27% and trending up. Strong move for Tesla started around 9:01 this morning. Amazon is up, or down rather, 0.39 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.23 and trending up. Doge is up, or down rather, 0.49 and trending down. Strong trend down. Bitcoin is down 1.2% and trending down. GME is down 0.04 and is consolidating after a little bit of it started to trend upwards at market open, came down a little bit, and is starting to consolidate above where market open was. And then HYMC is down 2.12, trending down. NCMI is up 0.83, trending up. Hood is down 1.14, trending, consolidating after a trend back up after a trend down at market open. AMC is up 3.08%, has been trending up since market open. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today on AMC. Approximately $1.25 million more inflow than outflow. We have 6.1 million shares traded so far. Definitely an elevated amount of volume trading at this point in time after 45 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 52.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I couldn't give you guys a prediction higher than 10 to 30 million. 52.8 million shares traded by this point in time does not, that 10 to 30 million could be a good number. Usually we see pace starting to slow down by around 10:30 to 11 o'clock ish, and that is usually when you start seeing the pace fall for the day really good. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.88, which is almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.29, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.58, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. No, it's the same. It flipped. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 75.04, which is above average. Taking a look at a 1-hour Ichimoto. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base. And I told you earlier this morning we need to see price getting up above 516 in order for lagging line to not signal a sell-off point. And indeed it is above that currently at 521 with a high so far for the day today at 523. Of course, that's going to raise our synthetic price failure point. That's down below, and this is really a good move away from this green cloud here, which is great. The number that I've got that we need to maintain for the day today is 520 or better, and that should for close and should continue to be a buy signal for the day. On a 4-hour chart, we have now moved through the red cloud here, and this is probably where we're seeing that buy pressure kicking in at. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and price is well above both of those. And so this is where we're starting to see that really big buy signal starting to come in here because we're breaking through the cloud. And notice that we don't have the earliest that we would see a green cloud setup is let's see, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we have time in for crescendo. Is that, I don't know if that's the right term to use here. We have time for crescendo of price movement. If I were to draw it out, I would draw something along the lines of, where's my draw tool? Here it is. Something that could potentially look like this, followed by that dropout heading back down towards that. But that's just kind of like an idea of that would be the earliest that we would probably see price movement that would be heading down in that direction. But this is a good thing that we're breaking out here and not at a later point in time. This is more bullish now to have it breaking through the thick portion of a middle of a red cloud than at a later end of a tip of a red cloud. The one time where you don't want you don't want the tip and you want the whole thing. It's never one time, right? It's always want that. Let's see. I guess that's all I got for you guys. I yield my time back to the rest, to the back of the big tramp. You know what the worst part about live streaming is? When nobody laughs with you. You're like the only person laughing. It's like just dead silence. It's like, I can only imagine it's what it's like for a comedian when they have to tell a joke and then nobody laughs inside the place, right? Like it's like just dead silence and they don't.
It flops.
Yeah. But see, the thing is I don't know if it flopped or not. Like I might think it's funny and everybody else might think it's funny, but I never get to know until I come and look at the chat room and find out whether or not people are actually putting in emojis that are saying that they're agreeing that they think it's funny. But it's so painful to have to wait for that. It's like I have a 15-second every single time I tell a joke.
It's my world.
Yeah, every time I tell a joke, it's 15 seconds before I know if I'm flopping or not. It's terrible. I hate it. Moonlit Riff says,
tough, that's for sure.
Moonlit Riff says, laugh, laugh, laugh. I got you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sympathy laughs are okay. I'll accept them. The thing is, in life, I've always found that it doesn't matter if nobody else is laughing. Who cares? If it makes you laugh, that's what matters. Because sometimes it's just better just to laugh at life and the shit that's happening around you all over the place than it is to feel upset and frustrated about it, because you can't change it. You just gotta deal with it no matter which way it goes. Life's got you up, you can laugh at it. Life's got you down, you can laugh at it. Whichever way it's got you going, laughter just always makes you feel better one way or the other.
I was singing one time, KC, and my fears, my stage fright was revealed through literally like a moderate stutter when I was singing, or a hesitancy, and the audience picked up on it. And after it was over with, somebody came up to me and said, they said, "Hey man, it took a lot of guts to go up there and do what you did, singing the way you do." And and I would rather have been laughed at or been made fun of, but it was like the pity.
Yes.
It was like the worst
yes.
I've ever had. Like the guy was literally,
yes.
It was literally he felt, it was like I elicited some sort of some pity in him, some empathy.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, do you know how bad you have to sound
for somebody to come up and
over the threshold where they no longer make fun of you and they literally pat you on the back and say, "It's okay, little buddy.
You had balls."
yeah. It's okay, little guy. It took a lot of guts to try, and I'm like, oh, that's like literally the worst thing you could say.
Yeah. Don't ever say that to somebody. Don't say like, "Hey, it took a lot of courage to do that."
Yeah.
Bullface life.
Translation on that is you suck so bad.
Yeah.
The translation on that is you suck so fucking bad that I literally wanted to die for you.
Yeah, I seriously would rather somebody just bullface come up, lie to me, and straight to my face and be like, "You know what? That was really good."
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't
it was okay.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't too bad. I've heard better, but it was okay, man.
It was like the other night when I played that you guys listened to, and I played Buy and Hold live, and I think it was Lady Kate that she goes, "Wow, that was better than I expected." I would much rather have somebody say, "Wow, that was really, really better than I expected." I would take that every single day than like, "Wow, you did really good. That took a lot of guts. Congratulations."
Yeah.
That's funny.
Like, because what they're telling you is that you are so awful that you have no business being there whatsoever, but it takes guts to go ahead and do it. Despite the fact that you know you suck that bad, it takes a set of balls to get up there and try.
Yeah, yeah. Dario says, what was the distraction thing you were talking about in Discord in regards to AMC? So I had mentioned, I think, in Discord that I thought AMC was going to be a little bit of a distractor from GME for this week. And there's a reason for it. But I don't really talk. There's some things I say in the back of the Big Tramp that I don't really bring here to the live discussion, because sometimes I'll talk about dates. Sometimes I'll talk about price points that I think are kind of interesting price points that I just don't want to say on a live stream, simply because of the fact that I think that I don't want to discourage people, and I feel like I have it's being recorded live for the history to hear, right? So, and you know how firm I feel about no dates and no price ceilings or anything, price floors or anything like that. So I try to kind of stay away from that. Nana says, Casey, I was in that space call. You were good. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate that. Lie straight to my face. Lie. Thank you, Nana. I appreciate it. Jay, say you gotta just send me a message in Twitter, Reddit, or Discord. Discord, I'm AMKC. The other information on my Twitter and Reddit accounts are on the left-hand side of the page here, where you can see what the account names are. And the reason I'm having people reach out to me through DM is that I just kind of want to do a little bit of a background check on people before they come in, and just kind of make sure that the people that we're inviting in to the Discord have some kind of interaction with AMC. Because I don't want to just invite just anybody. So, provided you have a Twitter account or a Reddit account or something along those lines, and you show some kind of participation in the community, and shows that you care about your investment, then that's the kind of people that I want to have a part of the Discord. People who care about their investment. If I'm not following you back on, if I'm not following you back on Twitter, just comment on any one of my most recent posts and say like, hey, follow me or something like that, and I'll follow you back. What's the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea? I feel like I've heard this joke before. I don't know. Wait, garbanzo bean and a chickpea. I feel like this is going to be like, it's probably like a play on words, like a chickpeeing or something like that. There it is. I never paid a check to garbanzo on me. I knew it. I knew it had something to do with chickpeeing.
I thought I've heard all the street jokes that exist, but that's a new one for me. I'll give you a point for that, Yukon. And I don't give points out for street jokes, so enjoy it. You probably won't see it again.
Novocaine says it seemed like we started off the trading day with 3 million volumes, so I wonder if the initial trade was immediately off exchange. Well, it had to be, because off exchange was showing over 3 million shares instantly. I mean, I can't think of a time where we've seen 80% of our volume going through an off exchange before. I don't think I've ever seen it, ever. It's at 78.24% now. I mean, it is dropping, but it's still way up there. That's insanity. Can you imagine what price would look like right now if we had more shares actually making the lit market? For those of you who are wondering why I would suggest that AMC would be a bit of a distraction this week, I have a feeling that there is very large quantities of shares that are needing to be bought on GME, and so they want to try and hold price down as much as possible on GME while those shares are needing to be purchased or borrowed, for that matter. They don't have to just be purchased; they could be borrowed too. And borrowing at higher prices is not going to help any, so you want to borrow low prices in order to return shares. So the idea is distract money away from areas where it's going to be most hurtful. Spaghetti Masa says, a few weeks ago, didn't we have 80% at the beginning of the day? The great thing about this live stream is that you can go back and you can check and see, but I don't recall having seen a day where we've had 80% ever. I don't think I've, in 3 years' time, I don't think we've ever seen 80% day on off exchange, ever. This is a first. But that number is going to fall. It's going to have to fall throughout the day. There's no way that number is going to be able to... I mean, if we end up closing with like 70% of our volume going through off exchange for the day today, I'm going to be incredibly surprised. If you want, I can check real quick here. There is a way for me to look this up. Give me 1 second while I scroll through this real quickly and just see... Because I'm... Obviously, that number is going to come down throughout the day. But if I were to give you a guesstimate as to what the highest number on off exchange that we've ever seen before, probably less than 70 by the end of a day. So let me see here if I can find the largest off exchange traded day ever. Actually, I'm just going to scroll right back onto 20. Can I go back to 2020? Actually, no, I think the data doesn't go back to 2021 now. Ooh, yeah. The data only goes back to 2023. When did that become the case? All right. Since the beginning of 2023, the largest off-exchange traded day that I see, 63. Looks like it might be. Oh, here's one. 720 is a 66% day of 2023. 66.65% on 720 of 2023. That might be the highest. Yeah.
Moonlit Riff says on 6/21 it was 86% in the morning. So his chat says it doesn't remember what it closed at.
On 6/1?
Apex is agreeing with 6/21.
6/21?
Roger that.
Wait, was that? Okay. I'll take your word for it. We ended the day that day on 6/21 at 46.26% and ended up having a huge amount of volume go through the New York Stock Exchange on 6/21, which ended up being 26.55% of the total daily volume, where our 30-day average right now is around 11.22. So it was like more than 10% higher on the New York Stock Exchange, which is why the off exchange ended up being much, much lower than that initial 80 something percent in the morning. Did I say holy shit back then too? Just curious because I don't remember saying that. I would imagine I would have said that. Wait, was I on vacation? That's when I
think they said it was you were getting ready to go on vacation, so your head wasn't in the game. You had your
Oh,
thoughts on
no.
boat drinks and your feet in the sand.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember 621 now. It was the day that I was thinking about taking off, but I didn't end up taking it off. I remember now. Yep. It's kind of crazy. Did I do numbers? I can't remember if I did numbers or not. I did numbers. Yeah, I did. What did our price end up looking like on that day?
I can't help you there. I can barely remember what the price was yesterday, much less that far back.
We were down 5.41% for the day on that day when it happened. A lot of buy signals popping up. We've got the first indicator, the first buy indicator was showing up on a day where we also had a sell indicator. But the buy indicator, why isn't it popping up here? Was showing the hammer for the, let's get rid of them. For the candle, hammer candle, followed by the end of a descending parallel channel. Then we had a fast stochastic showing up on the 27th. We got 3 indicators showing up on the 20. What day is this? 28th. We had Williams percentage R. We had the price crosses moving average. What moving average is that? That is a. Can I click on it? Does it tell me? It doesn't. Here, I can see it now. It looks like it's the MA21. So it crossed, the MA50 is down here, and then it's got the MA21. So price was crossing the MA21, and then you got MA200 up top. 50, 21, 200. And then followed by a continuation bullish wedge that was bullish. Let's see here. There's the down wedge, and followed by the breakout. And momentum. So very temporarily, price rose above my ascending parallel channel that I've got here, but that's not the first time. Note that we've had multiple times here where we've seen price kind of drive to the top side of this. All it would typically have me do is just kind of maybe like redraw this and say like, well, okay, maybe there's really a top. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do.
Autobot roll.
Roll out. Probably this. There you go. Now it's you can see the ascending parallel channel still is still valid. It just is encompassing more of the data that's showing up here, where there was other tops that I could have been targeting. So, but all the data still I have 3, 4, 5 touch points on the bottom, 2 touch points on the top. Maybe you can say even 3 touch points on the top. Plenty of touch points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Our current high is 534. Let me mark that down in my synthetic price failure chart, and that's a 23.3% increase in price from $4.33, making the new value for a synthetic price failure to occur at 429.9. Close enough. I think out of all the indicators that I've seen so far for the day-to-day, probably my favorite one to have mentioned so far is that the 4-hour chart on the Ichimoto is extremely bullish looking. That is really, really nice. I like what I'm seeing there. Oh, son of a gun, it got rid of my Bollinger Band. I do not want this. Get rid of you. Yeah, this 4-hour chart looks really, really nice for the setup on this price, especially if the next candle, which shows up at around 1:30ish. We should be seeing the next candle forming, and if the next candle can manage to maintain above the conversion line, and that should, I mean, the conversion line right now is it's going to continue to move upwards as time moves forward, but it's sitting around 510. So if price can stay above that 510 value going into 1:30 this afternoon, that'll make momentum even better for a continuation on trend up. Looking nice. I like it. Mick says, yes, you did. Sorry. Sometimes they just slip out. I apologize. We got about 20 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Quack, quack, good morning to you.
Good morning. Did you hear my Autobots?
I did. I liked it. Autobots, roll out. I feel like in order to have like the perfect Optimus Prime voice, you kind of have to have been a smoker at some point or another. Did you smoke?
No, never did.
Never? Kind of, it gives you that little growl. I think the people that have smoked in their past get that little growl, I think, in their voice. We may, with smoking kind of disappearing, we may not see incredible growling type singers going on in the future. We might lose a bunch. We're gonna have to settle for all those high min voices. High min.
Let's see what you did there.
That was actually by accident.
Cracked yourself up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. High min voices. Oh man. So
I think the only fix for that is when you maybe kick someone in the nuts, and then their voice will change.
You kick them, it's just gonna get higher. That's like Michael Jackson. Woo-hoo. It's just gonna go higher.
I know. I know you have a particular revulsion to all things country music, but one of these days you need to take a moment and listen to a singer named Josh Turner. He was pretty popular back around 2000, 2003. I haven't heard anything from him. But he had a song called Long Black Train. He's a bass / deep baritone. And he has a special voice. And, you may not, like I said, you may not appreciate the genre of music, but you need to give him a listen. I don't know that I think you'd be quite impressed by it.
Josh Taylor? Because is it twangy?
Turner. Josh Turner. No, not particularly. Well, I don't know what he has several different hit songs, but like I said, if you just give him a listen, don't focus on the music, just focus on his voice and imagine what he could do if he was a rock singer, or you'll see.
Okay, Turner.
Yeah, Josh Turner.
Turner. Okay.
Yeah, he had a song called "Your Man," Long Black Train. He had 3 or 4 hits, I think. Yeah, and in fact, let me revise my comment. Don't even visit Long Black Train. He has a song called "Your Man." It's a sexy time song. It's kind of real close to like something you'd hear from like Barry White. Just imagine if Barry White had a little bit more of a country lilt to it. But yeah, he has a song called "Your Man," and it might be it may be the best example, because I think in the very first line he hit some incredibly low notes. Yeah, he'll be dining out. He hit. I don't know. I guess you could say he peaked 2003, 2004, but I'm quite certain he made enough money off those 2 or 3 songs that he'll never work again.
Long Jericho just says he's married to Paige Turner. I don't know who that is. Let me look that up.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just know that the first time I heard him sing, it was jaw dropping for me. I thought, man, what I wouldn't give to have that kind of.
Whoa.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt that he has impeccable breath control and all of that. But
I hope this isn't the same Paige
he was
Turner
definitely-
I'm looking up. Don't look up Paige Turner. Careful. It could be Josh Turner. I don't know.
Now you got me looking. I typed in picture of Josh Turner and wife.
Oh,
no, you must have the wrong picture.
Well, I just looked up Paige Turner, and Paige Turner pulled up a drag queen from out of New York City.
I don't think her name's Paige. I think it's Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer. We know.
He sent you
all right, now we got. Okay, hold on a second. Long Jericho, we know what you've been doing. What's your mind?
He just outed himself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what you've been up to. He can't put her down. Oh, it was a joke the whole time. I get it. The joke backfired on you. Don't him and Randy Travis do it.
Randy Travis did what? Yeah, Randy Travis and him might have done something together, but and I'm a fond fan of. I'm very fond of Randy Travis, but he doesn't. In my opinion, he doesn't hold a candle to Josh Turner.
Let's see here. Real quickly, this one's
Morning, guys.
Preacher. Good morning to you.
Morning, Preacher.
ABC Pediatrics of Florida. This one's for you.
Robots, we must not let Megatron have the relic. If the Decepticons are to obtain it, both our homes will be in grave danger. Megatron, stop this madness once and for all. Cybertron and Earth shall be destroyed. The relic you seek will terminate you. You leave me no choice, brother. One shall stand, one shall fall.
I gotta ask. I played the Deviant Ways clip there again. I gotta ask Deviant Ways. If you're still listening, Deviant Ways, I gotta ask you a question. You've gotta be a smoker. There's no way you can tell me that smoking was not involved in getting a voice like that. Has to be. Don't lie. Tell the truth. How many packs per day? Long Jericho says there's a series of tunnels under the city where I lived called Megatron.
Hey, Casey, why don't you do a poll, see how many people smoke still?
Why not? Let's do it.
By the way, what's a pack cost over there?
I have no idea.
I think we just talked about this a couple weeks ago. As someone said in California, it's about $7 to $8 a pack. I don't know.
So not that bad. I mean, here it's like, I think it's like 4 a pack, maybe a bit over if you go for the really fancy brands.
All right, there you go. There's your poll.
I sent you a link to the song, Casey, in your DMs.
Thank you.
I don't know if you'll get a content strike. I'm sure you will if you play the whole song. Well, I don't know how these things work, but the first line or two of the song gives you the general idea. You'll see.
Yeah, crack doesn't count. Cowboy Killers and Lucky Strikes. How many packs, though? I need to know how many packs a day you smoked to get a voice like that, because I'm confident that that's what you have to do if you want a voice like that.
And it says she pays $40 a carton.
Damn.
Ah, so
That doesn't seem too bad, actually. I feel like they used to be a lot more than that.
Similar prices to what we have here.
What is she smoking?
It's $7 a pack in Alabama. Yeah, well, the prices of cigarettes can vary greatly if you smoke cheap shit and they get really good stuff.
Right, that's what I was going to say, because I mean, I
$7
feel like a pack of Marlboros would have been a lot more than that, even back, I don't know, 30 years ago. 20 years ago.
Nope. I doubt it.
A carton? I said a pack. I meant a carton.
Carton.
Sorry, I said a pack, but I meant a carton. For a carton, I'm pretty sure Marlboro would have cost you more than that 20 years ago. I don't even... Man, it shows like how far removed I am from it.
Yeah, maybe start thinking about us smokers for a bit. Start caring about us.
Wait, Preacher, are you telling me you smoke?
My best friend has smoked. He smoked since he was 13 years.
Not right now, but I did smoke for about 25 years. So
yeah. What's the devil's?
Calculated that he smoked up a house. He smoked up about like 100.
Mick, the devil's lettuce is the ganja. Good old weed. what is Nana smoking that's only $40? That's got to be some cheap. That's
Must
got to be
be
some.
those no filter stuff.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say there's got to be like no filter, and it's like got to be like the cheapest Virginia. Virginia Slims are probably still more expensive. I don't know what to.
Look,
I don't.
back in the day when I was in my infant days of smoking, I would rather go for 2 or 3 cigarettes of like those with no filters than one with filter. So quantity over quality.
Yeah, 305 menthols, 100 used to smoke Newports over $7 for over $7 a pack. Yeah. When I first turned 18 years old, I went down. I was surfing with some of my buddies, and this is the crazy thing right here. I don't even understand why this is a thing or not, but actually a lot of surfers tend to do this. When you go out on your break, because I mean it gets kind of cold on the Pacific Ocean a little bit. It's probably not as nearly bad as it is on the Atlantic, but on the Pacific Ocean, it's cold. Even if you're wearing a wetsuit, you still get a little bit chilly on your hands and feet, and your face are all purple. And so you get out for a little bit, and you kind of take a little bit of a break. You kind of rest. And a lot of surfers will go over and find a spot to where they can just kind of light up a few cigarettes and smoke a few cigarettes, and then go back out. Crazy, right? How do you go from exercising to smoking back to exercising? I don't know. Anyways, they do it. So I was out surfing with my buddies.
You're a smoker, Casey.
Yeah, I was surfing with my buddies. I just turned 18, and they started breaking out cigarettes, and so I had to bum. They're like, "Hey, do you want to smoke?" And I was like, "I don't really smoke." And they're like, "Well, you can bum one off us." And I was like, "All right." So I bummed one off them, and the next time I went surfing with them, I didn't want to bum a cigarette off them, so I bought a pack of cigarettes. So I went into one of the cigarette liquor stores on my way over, and I picked up. So I went in there and I kind of told the guys, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to buy. So he gave me a pack of cigarettes, and I went down. And break time was out. We hit the beach, and I broke out my new pack of cigarettes and lit one up. And all the guys' heads like turned. I don't know exactly when it was they turned, but they all turned at the same exact time. And they looked over at me. They're like, "What are you smoking?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just picked them up at the store." And they're like, and I'm like, "It says Benson and Hedges menthol." So they're like, they instantly said, "Oh, my grandma smokes those."
What are you, like 75 years old?
Yeah. So. Yeah, I learned real quick. Apparently, if you want to be cool smoker, you have to buy something other than your grandma's cigarettes.
Viceroy. My grandmother smoked Viceroy.
Yeah, I smoked those as well. Viceroy was one of the cheaper ones.
Emmy Ravine says, "Casey, do you miss living in California?" Parts of me miss living in California. Parts of me don't. The one thing I didn't like about living in San Diego is you get there is no seasons. You have summer, and maybe a little bit of a fall in there somewhere. And otherwise, it's the same time. It's like the same temperature, like year round, constantly. Just no change in weather, and I don't like that. I mean, you don't have to travel that far to get to some nice changing weather, which is nice. But for the most part, like in San Diego, like it's just the same temperature all year round. I didn't like that. There is obviously other parts of California that are different, but that's not where I lived. So I didn't like that though. I like seasonal changes a lot. I can't stand living any place where I can't see seasonal changes. The guys in the hood always gave Turtle the side eye. Yeah, Turtle, I know what you mean. Yeah.
When I worked for the sheriff's department and incarcerations and corrections, they still let guys smoke back then in the joint. Since then, they've done away with that. But a lot of those guys would buy loose leaf tobacco and roll their own. And I tried some of that. It's some pretty harsh stuff. Pretty hard.
Yeah. Not the same at all. Dynamite, or I mean, Dirty B33 says, but you're in Texas. Yeah, I know. Trust me, it's not exactly most ideal to what I want to have for seasonal changes. So I get it. I know. You ain't got to tell me. That's why I want to move. I don't plan on staying here forever.
Pirates, regarding this, I guess the loose tobacco you were talking. When you're short on smokes or on tobacco, you want it to be as harsh as possible, so you get your hit with as least amount of tobacco as possible. So I remember what I used to do when I was on a shortage. I was taking one hit from a cigarette, from like basically I would bum one hit, and you put it between your fingers. You put your hands together, so you make like a ball between your hands, and you pull straight into your lungs. So basically, you take one hit from a cigarette, but it's so strong in your lungs that it's usually enough. It feels kind of like a full cigarette.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do what you have to do, man.
Yeah. You know, I used to know all those little tricks. And then have you ever made? Can you blow, or was there ever a period of time where you could blow smoke circles, smoke rings?
Oh yeah.
I could never do that, but I knew how to do it with my pack of cigarettes.
I could blow 4 in the 5th to go through the first 4.
If you take, the little plastic that stays on the bottom half of the carton, or not carton, but pack. If you take and slide it up about 2 inches, and then you take your cigarette that's lit and you burn a hole through the top of it and let it smoke out inside of that little cavity that you've created. And then you pull your cigarette back out, and then you can make you can slide the plastic back down in little tiny intervals, and it'll cause little smoke rings to come popping out.
Okay.
That's like one of those
I've
little
never
smoker's
done that,
tricks.
but
Yeah.
I see how it would work. Yeah.
Yep. That's the only way I could make smoke rings. I couldn't do it.
I worked one summer for a guy with a tobacco base. They grew tobacco all around our farms. My family had a tobacco base when I was young, but it was gone by the time I was old enough to work in it. And it's very labor intensive to raise tobacco. It's hard on the land, but there's stages to it. You have to start them out little. You almost have to transplant. You literally transplant each one. You don't just stick a seed in the ground. You start the tobacco plant, and then when it gets a certain size, then they're planted out in the field. Literally one plant at a time. And then once they achieve a certain height, you got to go through and pull the suckers off of them, and then break blooms off and things of that nature. Then when that's done, you got to go back and cut them and harvest them and hand it up into a barn for drying. It is brutal back-breaking work.
Yeah, you remember how you get on airplanes and there's no smoking signs on?
Yep.
I don't think I've ridden on a plane yet that doesn't have a no smoking sign on it. I feel like at some point or another that should become a thing, but I don't know if it ever will in my lifetime. Tendy's first job.
Knows what I'm talking about. He said his first job was cropping tobacco.
Yeah, that sounds.
You tell them, Tendy's, you get these massive barns, that were made for drying tobacco out. You put all that tobacco would go what's on called a stake, which is like a broom handle, and you slide that tobacco on there, and then you'd hand it up. And they're tiers. It's like 5 stories tall, 3 or 4 story tiers tall. And one guy would climb to the top of the barn. One guy would be a third of the way up, and so forth. And you'd have to take it from the wagon, and it was like a brigade where you'd hand it up, and brutally up inside.
You cut out a lot there, Pirate. At the very end, sound like it.
tires getting shorted.
It's just brutally hot work.
All right, you got shorted for a long time.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I stopped smoking when my firstborn child, when Bradley was born. I decided to quit smoking. My dad was a longtime smoker when I was growing up, and he smoked a lot when I was a kid. He did end up quitting at some point or another. I don't remember exactly when it was that he quitted, but he did quit at some point. And I just didn't want to be a smoker for my kids, and so I cold turkey quit when Bradley was born. I was probably smoked, I don't know, maybe a week or so before he was born, and then after that I was just done. I just quit and never went back to it. I just didn't want to be a smoker for my kids.
Yeah.
Not to say that I don't.
For me, this was with my second kid.
I would never say that I've In fact, I've got cigars sitting here waiting for me in this desk drawer here for when we're ready to smoke them. But I would never say that I would, that I would never entertain the idea of a recreational smoke here and there. But for the most part, though, I'm not really a smoker. Just don't desire it, don't want it. Too costly.
Look, I think this should be as, I don't know, like same as with a drink. Don't let it control you. Don't let it become a daily thing, right?
Yep.
And I do the same. I'm buying these small cigarillos. I'm having only on special occasions, on birthdays or, I don't know, Christmas, New Year's or whatever. Every 3-4 months, I'm having one on a special occasion. And that's it. Because I still enjoy the taste. I still enjoy the smoke, the flavor.
Yeah.
But I don't want it to, to go back into a habit. And that's it.
Yep. Everything in moderation, right? I mean, that's a great way to live life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'll take you over to the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, but it's time for numbers, and I'm trying to update my account here to get one of my pages up to date, and okay, there it goes. Finally went through. I was having some technical difficulties. Let's see. Starting with off exchange. Let's see how much this is. Ooh, excuse me. Came out of nowhere.
Can I ask what's Amy at? Sorry.
520.
There you go.
Thank you.
Starting with off exchange. Let's see what we got going on here. Normally by this time of the day I would expect to see it. It's definitely come down quite a bit since earlier, but it's still very, very high. Normally by this time of the day I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX. We have 66.04% going through off exchange. EDGX is 7.28. The combined total on that's 73.32%, or about 13.32% higher than I would anticipate by this time of the day. So it's still very, very high, but it's come down quite a bit. CHX volume is at 3,144 shares. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 17,904 shares. Both those are low numbers. Borrow fees or shares borrowed in the last hour. There were looks like another about 40,000 shares borrowed, but I'm not going to count those because I already already fudged my numbers a little bit earlier this morning to represent some shares that had not yet been borrowed. So that's going to even out what's been borrowed so far for the day. So in total, we've seen IBKR report about 900,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 1.78. According to Ortex, we're seeing 4.14 million shares borrowed. It was 2.77 million shares as of an hour ago. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 15.43%. The cost per borrow min is at 2.11. Average is 2.75. Max 3.14. Shares on loan for the day today is at 74.89 million shares. That's 8.05 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 2.09 million of that is in new short interest. According to Ortex, GME has 1.55 million shares borrowed so far for the day. Taking a look at options, the highest amount of call volume so far, coming in at a strike price of $5. There was 2.3 thousand contracts in volume as of an hour ago. It's now, wow, big numbers here. The $5.50 call strike volume is almost going to be higher than the 5, but not quite yet. We jumped from 2.3 thousand contracts of volume at 5 to 8.9. And volume for puts has was at a $4.50 strike with the most volume with 3,500 contracts. It's now at a $5 strike with 6.5 thousand contracts in volume. Closing of puts at a higher strike price is going to help drive price up further. We now have the market suggesting that the closing price by the end of the day today is going to be somewhere between 475 and 525. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 58.73% buy and a 41.27% sell ratio. I'd like to see that 60-40 or better just to give me warm, fuzzy feelings. AMC is not on the list. MMRI an hour ago was 292.36 and is now dropped down to 291.4. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.296. It's now 0.284, dropping still. NASDAQ is up 0.3, Dow Jones is down 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 2,714 decliners to 2,618 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently, and that's a switch or a flip from where it was earlier. Although it's not too much more declining. Not enough to be on fire yet. Sectors that are doing well for the day-to-day. The best performing sectors are consumer discretionary, followed by utilities. The worst performing sectors are healthcare and materials. Of the Mag 7, 5 are green. 4. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 33.33%. NYCB is up it just changed from 2.6 to 2.31. So forget that I said it. Moving on. I don't see anything else that meets the criteria for a shout out. Gold is down 0.14 and looks to be reversing off of a downtrend into an uptrend with low volatility. Silver is up 0.81 and trending up with low volatility. Ethereum Classic is down 1.15% and consolidating after a downtrend. US dollar is down 0.16 and trending down. Oil is down 0.68 and is it breaking a downtrend? I'm not going to say it's breaking a downtrend just yet, but it looks like it's trying to. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.34 to 0.46 and slowly trending up. SPY is up 0.11 and trending up at 546. The VIX is currently showing down 0.16 and trending down at 1220. Futures suggesting 1333. VB is up 0.04. Trending down. VBR is up 0.17, trending down. Tesla is up 8.5% and consolidating after a trend up. Amazon is up 0.45, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.7, trending down. Doge is down 0.64, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.64 and trending down. GME is currently up 1.29 and consolidating after a trend. Oh, nope, I take that back. Hold on. Trending up. HYMC is down 0.87. Come on. Consolidating. NCMI is breaking even for the day-to-day and consolidating. Hood is down 1.89, trending down, and AMC is up 3.27 and consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.59 million shares traded so far. After 102 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 48.13 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, and it's a very good chance now. It's starting to look like we may actually be over that 10 to 30. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.88, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour chart, we have currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. It looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.41, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.06, which is above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.81, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
My friend, you're having a microphone issue this morning. I wanted to make sure that it was consistent before I brought it to your attention, but there's some sort of a crackling or static.
Really? Let me try something. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'll be right back.
Hey, anything.
Okay. I'm back. Did it clear up for you?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. It could just be that my beard keeps brushing up on this.
It wasn't especially loud or anything. It was just different. Like there was a loose connection, or your beard was brushing your microphone or something like that.
It's possible.
It's gone now.
Like I said, I took a shower right during my morning break this morning, and so I brushed out the beard and everything, and so it's extra fluffy now.
You might be a little extra fluffy. Yeah, there you go.
It happens if I get too close and I rub up against the microphone. It's feeling like I said blood pressure. I was gonna say I'm feeling like a Red Bull today, but I think you guys are gonna tell me blood pressure first. So I'll just go ahead and take the blood pressure now. That way you guys don't have to say it. I'm feeling like a blood pressure. I don't need a pick me up. I don't know. I just feel like a Red Bull. Let's see. We'll take the blood pressure. Casey, you sound like butter. Butter. Like,
Yeah, I had quite the day yesterday. I had my usual coffee, and then Mrs. Pirate brought me a iced mocha, which was increased my caffeine considerably. And then I went pretty hard on the gummies, so I was pretty tuned up yesterday.
Those things will
go a little easier.
Those things will get you. Today. The iced coffees, those things will fatten you up real quick. I think I'm not sure if it's the milk content or not on it, but I used to get like one of those a day. And talk about adding on weight fast. It's a good way. Where did she get it from?
Dunkin' Donuts apparently was along their travels yesterday, and I guess they stopped in and splurged. I haven't had nice coffee in years, probably 3 to 5 years. So, but she ordered one that was rather large, and she couldn't finish it, and I think I ended up with the bulk of it. But yeah, I was loaded up on caffeine and gummies.
Yeah, the sugar content that I think that's in like those Dunkin' Donut ones, or if you get there, they also have them at Jack in the Box, McDonald's, all those. They have like super high sugar content levels, which I think your body like has a real hard time trying to burn off those sugar calories. Yeah, AA Ron just said it too. A ton of sugar in those things.
Yeah, I'm not particularly good to my body, but one of the things I do, it's just of course of my personal taste, is I drink ice water. Other than coffee in the morning, which I put sugar in my coffee, I have 1 cup of coffee, and that's the only thing I have that's anything out of the ordinary, other than ice water. And I think that helps me to some extent mitigate some of my other bad habits. of like polishing off a half a pound of bacon at a whack.
Ain't nothing wrong with bacon though. There's no sugar in it. Not that I'm aware of. There's got to be some sugar.
Bacon is good.
I guess especially if you're getting like maple. Do you buy the maple packages?
Absolutely, I love the wood smoked.
Yeah, me
They
too.
have some at Sam's Club. That's I like the ones they have at Sam's Club. It's applewood.
119 over 76.
We had fruit trees on our farm, and when we would use our smoker for ribs, we would go out to the apple trees and we'd cut some. The trick is to cut little green saplings off because the green smokes; it doesn't burn. Man, we'd load that smoker up with those fresh little pieces of apple saplings, and with nothing finer to eat.
Do you hear that? 119 over 76. Red Bull is completely on the menu. I'll be right back.
Green light. Yep. Deviant Way says coffee with a Mountain Dew chaser. Deviant Ways, I would vibrate across the floor like a jitterbug compactor if I had that much caffeine in me. My default state is pretty wound up. I'm a pretty high RPM guy anyhow, so any kind of stimulants just sends me to the moon.
Red Bull is poison. Yep. Right in my veins. I fortunately burned out my supply of those large ones. I only have a 250 milliliter can left. I have three cans of 250 milliliters left. Straight poison.
Then that means you got to drink all three today.
No,
That's
I would
surprising.
never. I would never.
Hearing you talk in milliliters.
Yeah, I know. But I figure it was easier to read 250 milliliters than to say 8.4 fluid ounces. Because, I mean, even we don't know what 2.4 is. Or 8.4. What the hell is 8.4? I have no idea. 250 sounds better.
I wonder how much those energy drinks have cut into the total market share for coffee. You know, for the longest time, coffee was the go-to drink first thing in the morning.
My curiosity is
I know
more
over the
how many
years. And then of course soda.
How many years is it going to knock
Soda
off
has
my life?
transplanted some of it. Well, you got to die of something.
Well, coffee's not going to do it.
It gives you wings. You're going to live longer.
Coffee ain't going to kill me faster because I know that's not true. I've seen some really old coffee drinkers, so I am curious about the Red Bull.
Well, it gives you wings, so you're going to live longer.
or die faster. One or the other.
Well,
I'm
with
not
that
sure which.
logic, I've seen some really old smokers.
Yeah.
Smoking doesn't hurt you.
Well,
Doesn't kill you.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder though if that's because my great grandma Bass and I can't even think what her husband's name was, but my great grandma Bass had. She was you didn't see her walking around with a cigarette lit. I have no idea how many packs she went through in a day, but she always had a lit cigarette, and they smoked in the house. If we got Christmas presents from them, my mom always made us air them out someplace because they came from the house. And I loved her though; she was the most amazing woman ever, and she was old as hell. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think she smoked anything that had a filter, and so I wonder sometimes if that made the difference between the people who, got cancers and stuff like that was the people who smoked filtered things. I don't know. I do wonder though.
I don't know. I
know my dad showed us when we were probably 10 or 11 years old. I remember him bringing a magazine in. Me and my brothers were in a room together. And he said, "Come here, boys. I want you to look at this." And he opened it up, and I tried to take the magazine from him. He said, "No, you can't. Just let me hold the magazine." I couldn't figure out why he wouldn't let me hold the magazine, but he opened it up and it was a picture of lung. On one page it showed smokers' lungs from an autopsy.
Oh yeah.
And another one was pink lungs.
Yep.
And he was trying to show us this is what all your friends are doing to their insides, and it was pretty gross. It was pretty dramatic. And then so I waited a few hours later, and then I kind of watched, and I found where he put the magazine. I went and looked at it, and it turns out it was a Playboy magazine. That was why he didn't want us flipping. We were real young. He didn't want us flipping through the pages. He insisted on holding the magazine, but apparently there was an article in there about smoking. But yeah, it's pretty ugly stuff of what it does to your lungs. But I get it, man. I've smoked a time or two myself.
Oh, Island of Dr. Moreau, my brother. Where did Detroit? I went to Detroit, I think, for his wedding. When did he get married? Hunter was like 1. So 2007. And at the time in 2007, I was living in Phoenix, Arizona. I couldn't honestly tell you how long it had been, but it had been a really long time since I'd walked into a restaurant where they still had smoking versus non-smoking sections. And we went to Detroit.
I remember those days.
In 2000, I'm going to say it was 2006, 2007, somewhere right around there. And we walked into a Denny's, I think it was, or an IHOP or something, right? And as soon as I walked in, I was like, "Whoa! It smells like smoke in here." I hadn't experienced that in a long time in a restaurant. And the lady's like, "Smoking or non-smoking?" And I was like, "Holy shit, that's..." And I'm like, non-smoking. So she seated us in non-smoking, and it was literally like the divider between where we were sitting.
One booth over.
It was the booth across from us. And it's not like it's a different room. It's like a little divider that goes up higher than your head when you're sitting. And I'm sitting there going like, this is not helping anything. But it was terrible. I'd never seen a place.
Little more than a shelf and a plastic plant between you and a guy smoking Marlboro Reds while you're eating.
And I just thought to myself, like, man, I feel like I stepped back in time. It was so weird. It was like warping back 10 years to when that was still a thing. It was so crazy. It was weird walking back in time like that.
Talking about that, do we get the poll numbers yet?
Well, we have some already. 154 votes. 17% of the people here smoke. 53% do not smoke anything, which is the winner so far. 18% only smoke the devil's lettuce, and 12% vape only, which I'm actually surprised by that number. I thought it would be higher. Greg says, "Do you remember smoking in airplanes?" Yes.
The whole reason I logged on.
I can't even imagine. Like I can't imagine going back to that though. Look, and I used to be a smoker. Like I can raise my hand right now and say like I was a smoker, and I still can't look back on that and say like I want to go back to that. I would never want to. I just wouldn't.
You see, but while I was a smoker, this was a
didn't he have a
shock.
class action?
I'm sorry, what, preacher?
So the thing is, I moved in Poland, and I was already in Poland for a few years. I was a smoker, right?
Mhm.
In Romania, smoking was allowed in restaurants and whatever. In Poland, they banned it already, right? So if I were going for a beer or whatever, you always had to step out for a smoke.
Yeah.
And then I went for a business trip to Romania, and I was shocked to see in food courts, in shopping malls, in the food court, people were smoking next to kids eating.
Yeah.
Oh, even as a smoker, that's a shock.
Yeah. I would never want to go back to that, honestly. Even as a former smoker, I wouldn't want to go back to that and submit my kids to it. Just wouldn't. I'm glad that they don't have to.
Well, how many parents actually? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, how many parents smoked in their houses with the kids in there, right?
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of households.
Car was the big thing with the windows rolled up.
There you
in the
go.
wintertime.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, some of them smoked with the windows closed.
So you've been in a station wagon. You've been in a station. Yeah, windows rolled up in the wintertime because it was too cold to have the windows down. The inside of the car looked like it had a thick fog in it.
Yep.
I was going to ask Captain Hayden, perhaps he remembers there was a time when they had like a class action lawsuit from the stewardesses, well, whatever they call them now, but your flight attendants, where they were suing because they said they were stuck being in an airplane and breathing all that smoke. I don't remember if they ever got paid off that, but I know there was a period of time where there was a whole bunch of the flight attendants were raising hell about being stuck in a tube with all that smoke.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't get a dime from it. But I just remember that there's a valve in the back of every airplane that regulates the air coming out to pressurize. And that's where all the smoke comes out. And on the L-10, since it was the oldest one I was on.
You mean chemtrails?
It was like a staff. Yeah.
I was about to say it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to do that to you.
Those chemical trails. But it was like a tar that even during the washings of the airplanes, it was just embedded in the aluminum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They had...
That's the original chemtrail.
I went to South Korea for about 3 weeks. I think it was about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and they are chain smokers there, but they were cleaning up their act, and they had smoking rooms. I've never seen anything more gross in my whole life, because when we first got there, first off, they were leading us up to the buildings, and most fabs that you ever walk to, fabs are what a semiconductor plant looks like, or is what it's called. Most fabs have exhaust ports on the top of them for air handling units and stuff like that, and you'll usually see steam coming out of them all the time. It's kind of normal, right? Production stuff, right? But we were walking up to the building, and there were holes on the side of the building that were smoking, like out of the side, not the top of the building, but the side of the building. And so we pointed to it, and we're like, "What's that? Never seen one of those before." And he goes, "Oh, it's a smoke room." And we're like, "Smoke room?" And they're like, "Yeah, you'll see when you get in there." So we go in. And one of my boss who went with us, he was a big time cigar smoker, and so he was like, this is how he talks. "I'm gonna go smoke a cigar." So I'm like, "Okay, well, I'll go with you." So I walked over, and we opened up the door for the smoke room, and I kid you not, you could take your arm and cut the smoke with your arm like a knife. It was that thick. We went in there, we sat down at a table. And I went to go put my hands on the table, and the soot that was on the table and the tar that was on the table could be scratched off. You could scratch the tar off, and the soot you could feel on your skin as you put your hands down. I had never experienced that in my entire life. That was the grossest thing ever. I wanted out of that room. I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to do this again." So it was not a pleasant.
I flipped a house that had that smoker lived in for 30 years. And when me and Mrs. Pirate and I took the pictures off the walls, you could see the shadow of the clean paint underneath of the photographs. And it looked like you'd spray painted the wall with a flat yellow. There was that much nicotine embedded on that wallpaper. It was incredible how much of it had built up.
It's crazy.
My best friend has smoked since he was 13 years old, and he says to this day he wakes up. He's 62, I think. He wakes up at the middle of the night, sits up and smokes a cigarette in bed, and then lays back down. He's got an ashtray by the bed. He's got a pack of smokes, but his body will wake him up at 2:30 or 3. He'll sit up, swing his legs over the side. He'll blaze up, smoke one, and then go right back to sleep. Never wanted anything to have that much control over me.
Yeah.
I've never had a cigarette. I've never had a cup of coffee. And yet, I was born in '64.
As a pilot? That's insanity.
My parents both worked. My parents both worked, so they found a lady to babysit me from the time I was 6 weeks old to the last day of the 6th grade. And this lady was a 3-pack, if not 4-pack a day smoker. And I can remember sitting on her couch making swirly things in the smoke in the living room while I was watching cartoons. I can remember doing that, and I laughed because I've never had a cigarette, but yet, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she did half
That's where you first learned your aerodynamics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
you want to talk about chemtrails.
He was destined to be a pilot.
Yeah. You learned all about the Bernoulli principle.
Oh, yeah. Watching my finger go through it was like watching one of those wind tunnels with the smoke.
Right. That's what I was saying. That was your introduction to aerodynamics.
I got a question for you though, Hayden. How in the world did you manage to be a pilot and not smoke or drink coffee after all that time? Like you've got to be. That's got to be an abnormality. You have to stand out different from the rest of your cohort.
Yeah. Smoking, I can understand, but the fact that he didn't drink coffee is truly weird.
Yeah.
I would like to put the reason that I was passed over for commander was because when I got tired, I went to bed. I said, fuck it. They were sitting there draining pots of coffee.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is stupid. And I hate to say it, but I know some guys that died. They stayed up too late and freaking flew into the ground. But yeah, I just never drank when I was at Kirkwood Ski Resort up in Tahoe, they saw me shivering. They gave me a styrofoam cup. They said, drink this. Burned my tongue. I threw it on the ground after I spit it up. That was the closest I got to a coffee. Yep, never had a... Now, Dara, she drinks 2 cups every day. I just throw the machine on and there it is.
Mrs. the JJ?
Yes.
Mrs.
Miss
JJ.
Vajayjay.
Miss Vajayjay, okay.
Which is kind of fitting when you think about it. Vajayjay.
Okay.
Yeah. I got her one of those Nespresso machines, the Virtuoso one, where it's got apparently it makes it better than Starbucks. So.
Did you happen to tell us what her past work history was? I can't remember.
When I met her, she was going to Mercer, doing criminal justice. She was going to work for the DEA.
Oh, wow.
And I told her, they get shot at. So she got her degree, and then she went and worked she actually worked for Target for a while at corporate. And then I did a 24-hour race and got her knocked up. So she got her MS in homemaking.
Okay, nice.
But yeah, she had big thoughts on criminal justice and solving crimes, and she got knocked up. So.
Well,
has she been blind since birth, or did she lose her eyesight just before she met you?
And she has really small hands.
She's smoking hot because she's smoking hot.
Well, that's okay.
Nothing else explains how she ended up with your ugly ass. Nothing else explains why she ended up with your ugly ass. Either she was either born blind or she lost her eyesight just prior to meeting you.
Yeah, it's 6 inches and every woman wants one. $100 bill. Since she's blind, it was $1 and she didn't know the difference. But she whenever she's angry, she says how her life could have been different. And I said, well, there you go. One of them things. But yeah, it's who would have thought that Mr. Hayden would have been born and the things that have happened.
You know what they say about small hands? Small gloves.
Small gloves and probably
gloves.
small shoes.
Yep. More than likely.
Yeah, I never in the Hayden. Now, you have to run the race to brag about the race, but we think he's down to a 10.6 right now.
That's nice.
For the 100, we'll find out. You got to run the race to have the time. So he'll have the school record before the season, before school even starts.
What year is this for him?
Senior.
Junior, you said?
No, senior.
Senior. Okay.
He turned 17 in August, but so he's a young senior.
Do they have the rubberized track stuff that they put down on the?
Oh my God! Did you run on cinder in high school?
I ran on dirt. Like legitimately, like you could pick it up and there was granules of rock in it. Like it was legit, just straight up dirt.
Was it gray?
No, tan.
See, my track in high school was this gray cinder, and you wore spikes for that. But when we went to like whatever it was, sectionals, the better high schools had rubber. But out here in Georgia, every school is, and there's certain types of rubber. It's not just anything. There's faster rubbers, and then
You're
every
telling me.
field is turf. Yeah, big rubber, if you know what I mean. Long, thick.
Well, the only reason I
but
ask
yeah,
is
every
because
school-
I remember when I was running on the dirt tracks, there was a period of time where I went to a college and I got to experience the rubberized stuff that they used when it first kind of came out. So it's probably even more improved now than it was back then. And I got an opportunity to run on that, and my gosh, I felt like I had springs underneath my legs. I was like, this is crazy, amazing, feeling good on my feet, because it felt like I was pounding into concrete.
Almost. Spikes you have.
What's that?
Yeah.
No.
I said, and you got to watch the spike shirt, because if you got too long a spike, it can slow you down in that good rubber.
Yep, absolutely. In fact, I thought I heard that they don't they use something different now? Like they don't even have spikes, right? It's
no, he wears them. They're like a.
I thought they were outlawed on the.
Oh no, they make them just for it.
But they're plastic, not metal, though,
metal.
right? Oh, they are metal?
No, his are metal.
Oh, I thought I heard that they were doing some kind of like plastic or something.
Mm-mm. In fact, the race he's going to do on the 19th at a place, Marietta High School, it's called. They're actually saying what surface it is. I guess so. Some kids use different spikes on different rubber surfaces.
So you're saying your
almost
kids
all of that is recycle. Even the stuff they use on playgrounds. That's all a result of they banned tires from landfills. They wouldn't let you put tires in landfills anymore unless the tire was cut in half for whatever reason. You couldn't put a whole tire in a landfill, and getting rid of tires became very problematic. So they looked for ways to recycle those, and that's a big part of that. Was they grind that up and reuse the rubber in playgrounds and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I see.
In fact, in Georgia, because they didn't want to pay for the grass in the fields, there was a big hoopla where these turf companies, there was like a lawsuit because they were charging too much to do all these high school fields.
Tide Fan 44, I don't know if you saw what he wrote in there or not, JJ, but he put, I spent 23 years active duty in the Air Force. Never smoked, never had a cup of coffee, never had a sip of beer.
Now, the beer thing, I have to admit, it was crowned for me going through flight school. I was...
Basically, I never enjoyed life, right? That's what it sounds like to me.
Wow. Preacher, so rough.
Well, the thing is,
nerd.
I'm not talking to you about the really bad stuff, but if you don't even try something, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can
Tide
say,
Fan
for example,
44.
I don't
do us a favor, man. Learn to lie about that. Keep that to yourself. Tell everybody you drink scotch with no water and ice. You smoke a nice cigar. Keep all that Boy Scout shit to yourself, man.
Tide Fan 44, in case you didn't know.
Making the rest of us fly.
Pirate's also ex-Air Force as well. So that's why he's saying what he's saying.
I would have been a guy going, man up, you. Hold on a minute. I'm about to go get my wig snap here.
Your what?
You never heard that term?
I'm not sure if I even heard it correctly.
A back crack, a wig snap, and a bean snap.
Never heard of that.
Get a massage, a haircut, a special ending.
No,
So,
I never heard that.
We're gonna get a number. It's a Marine thing. I'm gonna get a number 2. We're a little long. We're a little shaggy right now.
Okay.
Got to get this taken care of. And the gray goes away when I cut it. So I say.
It's probably just less
Got to
noticeable.
get a number 2. Got to have it.
Yeah, I've always done number 2 as well. Also, my son is in the Air Force as well. I don't know why I didn't think to say that. Long line of Air Force over here in the Shaw family. I unfortunately broke the chain at some point. We got about 18 more minutes left here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Grub Grouse says, my Uncle Chris will be getting out of the Air Force in 2 years. It'll be like 20 years in service. By then, dude's loaded. Let me tell you that. That's... Yeah, I mean, some of the guys that do military, they got side stuff going on sometimes, and they can do pretty well for themselves. Deviant says, I'm doing a number 2 right now. Yeah, I didn't know that they had spikes on tracks. I thought somebody had told me that it tears up the track, and so they don't want them to use it. So I'm kind of surprised by that. But boy, I'll tell you what, running on those rubberized tracks is a night and day difference from the gravel that I call it gravel, from the dirt gravel that I used to run in as a kid. If you ran, I remember I used to run miles on the track, and I used to, as a kid in high school, every time we had to run a mile, I would try to beat my mile time, and I would do it in tennis shoes. And you could literally feel I was running sub 6 minute miles for that period of time, and I could always feel my feet slipping out from, I was never getting the full power off of each push because I could feel my feet slipping out from underneath me as I was running in the dirt. And it makes me kind of wonder, what kind of times I could have gotten if I had ran on those rubberized tracks. Let's see here. I'm looking to see if there's any news on AMC this morning. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. Despicable. Here's an article from the Direct. It's posted 9 hours ago, so sometime in the middle of the night last night. Despicable Me 4 Minions popcorn buckets from AMC and Cinemark. Where to buy them? The AMC and Cinemark theater chains are expanding their popcorn bucket offerings with new collectible Minions-inspired merchandise for Despicable Me 4. The popcorn bucket craze reached new heights in 2024, starting the Sandworm-inspired collectible for Doom Part 2 before Deadpool and Wolverine debuted multiple wild buckets of its own. Animated movies have also jumped on the trend, with Disney bringing a pair of buckets inspired by characters from Inside Out 2. Despicable Me 4, where to buy the AMC popcorn bucket. AMC Theaters has a new line of popcorn buckets that will be available for sale to celebrate the release of the Universal and Illumination's Despicable Me 4. These will be available for purchase starting on Wednesday, July 3rd. That's tomorrow, the same day the movie debuts in theaters. One of these promotional items is the Mega Mel popcorn bucket, which is modeled after one of the Minions from the movie with a light-up extension to its single-eye goggle set. The popcorn bucket is priced at $29.99 USD plus tax. In case you wanted to see what I'm not sure if this is the one or not, but in case you wanted to see what that looks like, I'll put it up on the screen. This is it. I mean, it's describing the same thing that is showing up on this, so there it is. There's also a combo available that includes a Despicable Me 4 inspired bucket and a cup with a Minion topper with the purchase of popcorn and soda. Additionally, fans can pick up one of 6 Minions to take home as a plush toy. replicating different minions from Despicable Me sequel. The set is available for purchase for $30. We don't care about Cinemark's where you can buy theirs. I'm curious how you get the popcorn out of this. I wonder if you pull it out of his butt. Where do you stick your hand in at? I have no idea. Maybe it's open in the back side of it. So you can start. Apparently, you can start buying those as early as tomorrow. So I think that's what it said. Yeah. All I know is I have to make sure that I get the Deadpool and Wolverine bucket. If I don't get that, I feel like I will have failed entirely on my popcorn bucket collection. JC says, getting one on Thursday for sure. Chris says, remember bumper stickers in the 70s? My uncles were Marine and Army. They would fight because they thought each other was putting their bumper stickers on the other's car, but it was my Air Force dad doing it. That is kind of funny. So Stella, out of curiosity, does that make Army cross-dressers? Just kidding. Just teasing. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me just post something up. Give me 1 second. All right. Got about 10 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. I guess I should probably throw out this quick disclaimer. In case any of you guys are doing fireworks, I have a fun video to share with you. I was going to share it tomorrow. I'll probably wait till tomorrow to share it with you guys, but I've got a fun video to show you or remind you to not blow yourself up and be ultra careful with your fireworks because, you know, it's probably pretty nice to be able to make it into a period of time to where you may want to click the sell button at some point in the future and you want to be able to have those fingers to be able to do it with. So make sure if you guys are going to be having a 4th of July where you guys are doing fireworks, please be ultra safe. Don't take any extra risks. Take it from me when I show you the video tomorrow. It's not worth trying to, if a firework doesn't go off the way it's supposed to, it's better to douse it with water and just be safe. And I know it costs you a lot of money for the fireworks, and you probably want to try and get every ounce of fun you can out of them, but sometimes it can be a mistake. So be careful.
No, if it doesn't go off, just bend over and look down inside the tube. Get real close. Put your eye right down against the tube to see if you see any sparkles or if it's lit, or to better assess if you want to get a true assessment of the situation, pick it up and look at it like a telescope. Pick the tube up, the launch tube, and
Pirate
just
put
hold
some
it up
money in
against
an
your fucking
insurance
eye and look.
company. Stock.
Pirate's got money on insurance liability.
Yeah.
Going.
I don't know. This one didn't go off. I need to take a closer look to see what may be amiss down in here. Let's see what's going on down here. Then stick your eye right again.
Yeah. Be ultra careful. People can get hurt. Deviant Ways says keep your animals locked up. Or, sometimes I feel like that might make them like a little bit more like more agitated, like to be locked up in a place where you don't normally do that to them, and then all this stuff is happening. Like let them, I don't know, like maybe just let them be free in the house, and if they want to go cower someplace, let them do that.
Yeah, at least keep them in the house. I would agree with Deviant on that. That's the only time Diesel ever ran away.
No, I'm not saying.
Time.
Yeah, I'm just saying keep him in the house.
He panicked, and our neighbors found him 3 streets away. But yeah, inside, I agree. Keep him inside. Yeah. I was the bad guy. I told Mrs. Pirate, "Don't worry about it. He'll be fine. No, let the dogs come out here and hang with us." And everybody loves him. And I was wrong. Big mistake.
You laugh out loud. You'll be the new popcorn bucket. Yeah, I think ever since Bruno was a puppy, we took him outside with us when we were doing fireworks, and he goes right out into the middle of the street with me to light a firework up, and we'll go. Everybody's like, "Come back, Bruno, come back!" And I'm like, "Don't worry, guys, I'll bring him back with me." He thinks it's fun. He loves running out there.
Desensitized him to that. We used to do that with our hunting dogs. We had beagles to hunt with, and you take a puppy when he's really little, and you start out with a .22 rifle. You put him on a leash and hold him next to you, and you fire the .22 rifle, and then you love on him and pet on him. And then you increase the size of the weapon so that the report of the gun going off, so ultimately the sound of a 12-gauge shotgun doesn't send him running for the hills. But that's how you desensitize hunting dogs to the sound of weapons. Thank you, Joel. That's very kind of you. Appreciate the compliment.
I would imagine horses too, right? That's probably how they do it. I would imagine with horses.
Yep. You have to desensitize a horse if you want to shoot from horseback. Exactly.
Yeah, that would be pretty startling to have something like that riding horseback go off behind you.
Yep. There's nothing wrong than a gun-shy hunting dog. He hunts with the pack. He hangs in there. You're doing your business, and then the first time somebody discharges a weapon, the dog runs 3 counties away. You have to spend the rest of the time waiting for one of your buddies to go retrieve his dumbass dog. So, yeah.
Scared. But yeah. The last thing I can imagine doing is throwing Bruno and locking him up. Like, I know he doesn't have any problem with like thunderstorms as a result. It's so funny. Thunderstorms don't even affect him one bit or phase him in the slightest. I've never quite seen a dog unfazed as much as he is by thunder. I don't know, because like we've had lightning strikes that have happened like right outside our house before, and it's the kind of stuff that for me it scares the shit out of me. And he just sits there and he just looks at me like, what's wrong? what's your problem? I'm like, that was loud, and he's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah. I wish that was the case with Diesel, but unfortunately, he shakes like he's trying to shit a peach pit.
I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Deviant Way says, I live in the woods by a lake, and we get lost dogs every 4th of July from people spending the day out at the lake. Yeah, I can imagine. But I also know that if I were to like lock Bruno up, if a thunderstorm came rolling by and I locked him up in a small room to where, like the laundry room or something like that, I'm pretty sure he would not appreciate that. That would make it worse for him, I think, than anything. Because it's like, here, you have free roam in the house, but now that there's loud sounds going off everywhere, we're going to make sure and throw you in a confined space where you aren't normally and force you to just have to like be by yourself. That's terrible. Who would want that? Nobody, even a child wouldn't want that.
What's up, guys?
Danny, what's going on?
Hey, Jesse. Nothing. I got a couple minutes. I wanted to pop in and say hi. It's hard for me to get a break in the summer.
Well,
So,
you get them
how
every
you
once in a
guys
while,
doing?
apparently. That's good.
Yeah, but I got to run to the bathroom and get some coffee. And by the time I do that, it's the next class.
For a second there, I thought you were going to tell me that you were in the bathroom.
No, not yet. No,
Okay.
I just did that.
All right, good. Are you getting coffee now? Did you wash your hands?
Is it hard for
Alan
you?
Dunham.
Yes,
If
of
you're
course.
wondering why I booted you, Alan, go back and review the stream rules, and then you can petition Casey later on for reinstatement of your privileges. But that's a big no-no here, buddy. So just in case, no hard feelings, but that's just the way it is.
Hey, Danny, are you still playing cornhole?
We got eliminated.
Wait, you got
yeah.
destroyed?
Oh, man, you let us down.
You got destroyed. Okay. Was it messy?
No lube. Oh.
Did you get blown out?
You guys finished early.
Is that why you're having a hard time?
We exited prematurely.
Well, did you get beat?
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got. We got any others for him? What was the score? Was it? What was the score? 2-0.
I hate you all.
Seriously, what was the score though?
We got destroyed. It was bad. We had our second place guy. He was out of town. He's over in Germany, cornholing over there probably. Who knows? And we had another guy, just three of us. So out of 3 out of the 4, and they only had 2 players. So you can only play 2 games back to back, and the third game you have to switch. So if you don't have a third player, you have to forfeit. Stop. So they forfeited every other game, every third game they had to forfeit, and they still beat us.
Oh my
It's pretty bad.
gosh, that was a total blowout.
Yeah.
Are you sore?
You didn't cry in front of the other participants, did you? Did you at least wait? Did you at least wait until you got back to your car? You cried on the way home. Cry in the shower. That's what showers are for. Never cry in front of the other guys.
Welcome,
Are you
Yucca.
sore? Hey, Yucca.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
How's your arm?
Are you sore, Danny? No, I'm not sore.
He's used to
I'm
it.
a sore loser.
He's used to it.
Oh, come on.
Can you still sit? Or does it hurt?
Danny, are you going to sign up? I don't know how often. I'm not going to make any assumptions here, but I don't know how often these leagues, go, if it's seasonal or if it's quarterly or whatever. But are you planning on reattending again, or?
Think about it. We had a shot, man. We could have won the whole thing.
Well, you said you had 3, right, out of 4?
For this last, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you didn't take your dad to go with you?
No, his leg got all messed up. He had an
okay.
infection.
Okay.
So he was on antibiotics, and he had to rest.
Okay.
Yeah. But that would have been funny, man, if I brought him without telling him where the place was. I would have loved to see his reaction. I agree with you. It would have been funny afterwards. The car ride home.
I don't want to hear any crap about me playing pickleball.
Where do you play it?
Absolutely not. Well, yeah, I can tell you where I don't.
Where do you put the pickle and where do you put the ball?
Hey-oh.
I saw this one video. I don't know if you guys have seen it. The guy brings a pickleball racket to the gym, and he hooks it up to like one of those.
I saw that.
One of those pulling machines.
Yep.
Yeah, it had to be a parody. but it was just funny, and he's like practicing his swing.
Oh Jesus!
I wonder what we could do with cornhole. We hook it up to. I don't know. I don't want any ideas from you guys. But yeah,
Danny, just for those who are new, Danny, what was the name of the bar, the gay bar where you guys played cornhole at? Share that with the class, if you will.
it was. I always forget. It was Rosie's. Rosie's, I think it was called.
Oh, I thought it was a unicorn something.
And again,
No, that's
didn't they have
mascot
a unicorn
that's
painted on the
mascot
building?
out front.
Oh.
And if you would describe the mascot, could you describe the mascot, please?
It's a glittery, pink, and white unicorn in the front.
There you go. There you go. For those of you who weren't aware, now you're fully informed.
I'll post it in the general. No.
The horn
by
on
all
the
means,
unicorn.
why did I not? I should have asked if you had a photograph. I should have known.
Was it really a horn on the unicorn, or was it anything else?
I think it was a horn. It wasn't that pointy. Or maybe
Did it have two bulbous bases around it? On the
Oh, no.
unicorn?
The nostrils.
No, okay.
The nostrils.
Please tell me their mascot had a name. Please tell me that at least, and if it didn't, at least make one up. Did the mascot have some sort of a cute name?
Richard.
The one-eyed
Thick
mythical,
Richard.
the one-eyed mythical beast. Guys, I got kids at the door. I gotta go.
Oh yeah, get out of here. Go. Go.
Tell the guys we said hello.
I can't continue this cornhole.
Look at hazing. He's out of here.
Yep. Take
I know
off.
my job.
All right. Yeah.
All right, I'll be back later. I love you guys.
Keep your job. Take care.
Cornholio out.
All right, Cornholio out.
Cornholio.
That's what he should change his name to, is Cornholio.
Poor Danny. Poor.
He just walks himself right into those, though.
Like backwards.
I should say he backs himself. Yeah, backwards.
That's a new nickname you really got to lean into, if you know what I mean. Unless you're in the back. Unless you're the caboose, then you got the good job.
Well, he did say he's unsure of the horn. He says he doesn't know.
All right, should we look this up? Hold on a second here. I feel like I'm gonna destroy my search history now. What was it called? Rosie's, Florida.
Captain Hayden's just relieved that the heat isn't on him now. He's like he took so much incoming fire for playing for the whole old man pickleball gay sport.
Oh, I found
thing,
it. I found
he's
it.
just relieved now that the focus is on Danny.
I found it. That was easy. That was
That
way too
quickly
easy.
you found it?
It was that
Sure.
all I had to type in was Rosie's Bar and Grill, and it immediately popped up here. So
Oh, I'm sure.
he said glittery, and I'm gonna show you guys what it really looks like here because I think he was being a little bit deceiving. Maybe a
And it
little
says
bit.
Let's see the horn.
It's like Ziggy Stardust or Freddie Mercury glitter.
Sparkly.
It's got lights. It looks like somebody repurposed maybe like one of those reindeer from Christmas and turned it into a horse. I don't know. Maybe it really was a horse. I don't know. Definitely has. That doesn't even look like a horn. It looks like a spike that could kill you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's all I expected and more.
Let me see here. You know what? Their food doesn't look half that bad though. Oh, and the environment's not too bad. Shabby looking either. Check this out. This is the. I know they always.
Well-dressed people.
I know that they always dress up the pictures a little bit to look a little bit better than perhaps maybe what the place actually looks like, right? I know. I get it, but the food. I'm looking at the food here. It's not half that bad looking. Look at this. Let me show you a picture of the food.
Sure, it's a picture. They've already wiped down the jet lube.
Those are some good looking buns.
Extra pickle.
Yep. Oh yeah, look at this. Hold on a second. We got another one. Chicken and waffles. Now, let's be honest here. If you could get a really decent meal at a place like this, you would probably take a few glancing eyes your direction for some good food, right?
I'd still go to the McDonald's.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
send it off the road.
I'm sure.
Negative.
Well, that's because you're such an easy target. That's when you walk in there, they would just swarm you like bees to honey. I could go in there and sit down. I'm secure in my masculinity. I could go in there and sit down and enjoy that burger.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't want a piece of this? Look at that tight. I mean, it screams masculinity.
Food looks decent. I mean, I'm not a big salad. I don't eat salad. but you know, if I did, that doesn't look too shabby.
I mean, if you're gonna get your salad tossed, it might as well be there, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't even look tossed. Amazing. For a place that normally would you would think advertise tossed salads, it's not tossed at all.
It went straight Cobb.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it was good food, I'd probably just go. Why not? All right. It's time for numbers. Shall we get into it? Let's do it. Danny's over here going. The cornhole mascot is posted in general laugh out loud, and then he says, "Oh, come on." Sorry, Danny. Roseanne says, or you could get a nice Italian meal at my house. I probably would go for that. Let's see here. Let's take a look and see what we got going on, guys. I'll take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. Got to move a couple screens around. All right, starting with off exchange and EDGX. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have about 64.85% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 7.42. Give me a second here. I got a burp coming. Excuse me. The combined total on that 72.27%, or about 10.27% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 4,744 shares going through CHX. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 21,939 shares. That is a little elevated, but not over the 30K that I feel is a lot. Shares borrowed, mainly return shares on AMC for the day today. About 400,000 shares on MBK are showing available to be borrowed at fees at 1.71%. An hour ago, Ortex was suggesting 4.14 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now reduced down to 3.6 million shares having been borrowed, which means some shares have been returned. It's going to lower the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 15.39%. Cost to borrow in 2.11, and average is 2.75, while max is at 3.14. We're starting to see the min come up a little bit here on some of the fees, and according to Ortex anyways. And then shares on loan for the day today is at 74.89 million shares. That's 8.05 more million shares on loan, million more shares on loan than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 2.09 million of that is in new short interest. GME is showing 1.14 million shares borrowed for the day. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC. An hour ago was at a $5 strike with 8.9 thousand contracts, but the $5.50 strikes were starting to elevate a little bit in volume and are now beating out the $5 call contracts in volume for the day today. At 5 an hour ago, we had 8.9 thousand contracts in volume. At 5.5, we now have 13.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. It was 6.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 13.2. The market is suggesting a closing price now between 5 and 5.5. So we started out the day with market suggesting some closing price between 4.5 and 5. Now it's suggesting somewhere between 5 and 5.5. So it's been stepping its way up here throughout the day. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME has kind of been falling off the list a little bit here, sliding down the rankings. Currently has a 56.17% buy to 43.83% sell ratio. AMC is not on the list. MMRI an hour ago was 291.4 and has jumped back up again to 292.18. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.288. It was 0.284 as of an hour ago, so it's gone back up just a tiny bit here. Start off the day at 0.301. NASDAQ is currently up 0.07. Dow Jones is down 0.18, and SP 500 is down 0.02. We have 2,742 advancers to 2,736 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, and overall more advancing than the decliners, just barely. Sectors that are doing the best for the day, we have consumer discretionary followed by utilities. The worst performing sectors are healthcare followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% in price since yesterday's closing will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.62. FRC is up 33.3%. NYCB is up 3.36. And that's about it. Gold is down 0.42 and trending down. Silver is down 0.22, breaking the uptrend it was in into a downtrend. So, Ethereum Classic is down 1.65, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.08 and is looks like it's starting to trend back up a little bit. It was trending down. Looks like it might be trying to break that trend currently. It's close, not quite there yet. Oil is down 1.14 and is trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.25 and are currently trending down. And SPY is breaking even for the day today and starting to break from an uptrend into a downtrend. VIX is currently showing down 0.25. The overall trend is looks to have been broken from earlier, and it looks like it's trying to make a reversal into an uptrend. Currently at 12.19, with the futures suggesting it being somewhere around 13.28, so still a full point underneath where the futures are suggesting. VB is currently showing some consolidation. VBR is up 0.29 and consolidating. Tesla is up 8.91% and consolidating. Amazon is up 0.15 and consolidating after an uptrend. Cinemark is up 0.05 and trending up. Doge is down 0.89, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.98, trending down. GME is up 3.13 and trending up. HYMC is down 1.31, trending down. NCMI is up 0.47 and is consolidating. Hood is down 2.61 and consolidating after a trend down. And AMC is up 5.46%, has not yet really broken out of the ascending parallel channel just yet to the top side. Normally it breaks like 95% of the time down out of a ascending parallel channel, so it would be very unusual to see a breakout going up on this. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.15 million shares traded so far after 166 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 37.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. That's starting to become a little bit more of a reality if we continue to see volume pace falling. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 73.25, which is above average, signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.09, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.95, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.44, which is above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Trevor, good morning. UPS delivery guy, good morning to you.
Good morning, buddy. Hope you're having a great day.
I am. I'm having a pretty decent day today. How about you?
Just traveling, man. So, gonna work on the car all day, and that's about it.
Is it?
About it.
Is it got problems? The car?
Yeah, I'm doing control arms in the front, calipers, rotors, pads, stabilizer links, oil change, tune up, stuff like that.
What don't you do?
Yeah. Don't forget to change the water heaters when you're at it.
Yeah, I'm not doing the upholstery, but everything else is like a frame-off restoration.
No, but I mean, you remodel homes, you work on cars.
You work on wood.
Do you?
Yep.
Does he work on wood?
Sanding wood, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know that.
Well, I guess if he's doing remodeling and stuff on the inside of a home, like interior remodeling type work, then that makes sense.
It's a carpenter.
Yeah.
My dad. So I got into. I'm a big car guy, but my dad owned a shop most of my life, and so before high school, in high school, I started working with him, and outside of high school as well. So, and you have to know a little bit about everything in life because it's just how he is, So he taught me a lot of things, and so I feel you have to. You have to know how to do things, especially in today's time, because the prices, what people want for things, is just astronomical. But
now, are you married, Trevor?
No.
Oh my goodness! So you're not? Do you have a girlfriend?
I do, yeah.
So okay, so yeah, how long have you guys?
Guy doesn't count.
Guy doesn't count. How long have you?
What did he say?
He said a guy doesn't count. What? How long have you guys been a thing? How long have you guys been together?
Since 2016.
So quite a while. Going on almost 10 years. How come you haven't tied the knot yet? Are you waiting for a special moment or something?
No, I will.
Yeah.
It's, she's the right one. It's just we've had a long distance relationship for a while.
Oh my!
Most
How far?
Of our relationship, and then well, I live in Cleveland and she lives in New York, so we're always back and forth. We see each other every 3 weeks, so it gets taxing, but eventually I'll probably end up just moving there, but I still want to keep a residence in Cleveland, so I actually like where I live. So,
and is she aware that you have all these qualities about you, where you fix cars, you do interior remodeling type?
Does she like
work?
it?
Does she is she aware of these?
Because the reason because I'm remodeling the house in New York, so it's that we got, so she's very aware, and today I'm actually working on her car, so she's definitely aware of the qualities and the things I'm doing for her.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I feel like, working on a
Give it
car
to
for
her.
me is oil change.
Yep, he's doing the oil change, all right.
It's like, God, oil change every day. What's going on?
Excuses,
No, but
excuses.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Trevor. Don't do it.
Don't do it, man.
Don't do it.
Don't look under the hood.
Don't take the title, man. Just lease it.
Drives a mean stick.
Does she work in downtown New York?
Casey over there.
No.
Trying to ruin everybody's life.
Well, no, I'm not trying to
No, she's
ruin
not.
any lives at all.
No, he wouldn't do such a thing. He's a good man. You, on the other hand,
I'm just genuinely curious about what's going, because what I was gonna say is if you didn't have a girl, then there's I feel like you're like a
There's
prime
always cornhole.
You're a prime candidate. There's always cornhole. You're a prime candidate because I feel like there's just a lot of guys like out there that just don't know how to do those things anymore. So
What?
Well,
work on cars and do
I'm
interior.
43, but nobody younger than us is really doing it. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
So it's. I'm just saying, like, I've got younger brothers, that are 23, 24, and I'd be afraid if they put a light bulb in, So
yeah, well, that's odd.
But it's.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's like that.
I had a friend. Wait, hold on a second. You said that I had a friend that went to Home Depot to get a light bulb for his vehicle.
Did he?
Do you believe that?
Did he try to plug it in? Did it work for him?
They do have
told him he was
have an auto section.
He was looking. Yeah, he was looking in the aisles and they're like, dude, there's nothing here. And I'm like, where are you? Home Depot. And I'm like, dude, you got to go to what is it? Freaking AutoZone.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find that there. Oh, really?
He's like, no, you don't understand my situation. I've got extension cords hanging from the roof of my car. It actually takes a real light bulb.
You should have told them to
We
go.
just wired it this way.
You should have told them to go to the section where they have the outside beam lights that have the extension cords that you can just plug in, and tell him to route it to his cigarette lighter.
And I said, just because you have an actual AC hanging out the side of your passenger window,
he does not. Get out of here.
Doesn't mean. I took a picture of it. I'll post it. If you
No,
want.
are you serious? No, I don't believe it. You're just gonna pull something off the internet, and I don't want that.
Why would I?
Come on.
Oh, no, I have the same.
I did have a buddy who was turned away from the front gate. When you go into a military base, some of you don't know this, but you have to pull up to a security gate. You got to show your military ID. They have military police there with fully automatic weapons and everything to secure the perimeter. But you don't just drive into a military base. But they're part of their function. They're cops, and they will turn you away if your vehicle is unsafe. And I had a buddy who was restoring an older truck, and he had the headlights completely out of it. We worked night shift, and he showed up at 11 o'clock at night with no headlights. He lived real close to the base, so he could sneak up to the front gate, but they refused to let him have entry to the base. So he called the shop, and we took him two mag lights out and a roll of duct tape, and he literally duct taped two flashlights to the front. I swear to God, this on my honor, this happened. He duct taped two flashlights on the front of his truck, and when he pulled up, they waved him through.
And they still carried automatic weapons.
You see it? I posted it.
Oh, hold on a second here. Let me check it out. Where's it at in general?
Huh?
Where's it at?
What do you mean? It's in the bubble.
Oh, I didn't see anything in the bubble showing.
What?
It didn't show for me.
Oh.
Yeah, the last thing I see is for me it's the humidity today. Oh, there it is. It just popped up. Okay. It just popped up. Let's see here.
Not him.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this picture before. Plus, not only that, but if that's the quality of the cell phone picture that you're getting nowadays, you seriously need a phone upgrade.
Yeah, what do you want, a Motorola V3 Razr?
Yeah.
I mean,
nice try though.
What are you talking
that
about?
That is really funny. That is really funny though. I can't even. I'll tell you a fun one though. My brother-in-law Chris, he has he's an engineer, and I got into their car. I don't know, back when you remember when I took Bradley out to California on our road trip? I don't know if you remember that or not, but we stopped by in Arizona and visited with them, and I went to go pick up some pizza with him in his car, and he had made this contraption that was a hose that was connected to his front air blowers on his car, and then it went back into the back, split off into two different directions because at the time they only had two kids, but split off into two different directions and gave a direct blow onto the kids so that the kids wouldn't overheat, because they didn't have any vents for the back of the car. So he designed this like whole duct system that was in there that was quite interesting to see.
I posted another picture how it used to look before.
Okay.
Yucca, explain to me how he runs a compressor air conditioner that runs off 110 volt electricity on a 12 volt car system. How does that work?
I think he put a converter.
Does he got a really long extension cord that he uses? It stretches from his house to.
No, there's a converter. He uses a converter.
I think it's called an inverter. Yeah, that's a Tesla. That's why.
Yeah.
I did see something yesterday on Twitter that was a guy that I guess his air conditioning was out at his house, but he pulled his car up to one of his first floor windows and used that metal flexible duct like you see behind your dryer, that little stuff that people use to evacuate the moisture from your dryer. He ran one of those from his car window to his bedroom window. And he was leaving his car run outside and then pushing let the air conditioning come into his bedroom. I thought that was pretty.
Casey, I think a lot of your viewers are only listening to the audio. I think you should just switch to AM station.
An AM.
Better to just.
I guess you just move straight over to radio. Just move right over to radio all the way, right? Yeah.
To get an FCC license, you think they would award Casey a license?
Oh, they would give it to him in a heartbeat. They need people like him.
Yeah, sure.
Casey, do you work on your own cars?
It depends on what the job is. I used to do a lot more. I used to do the oil changes all the time, and I'm talking about a long, long time ago. I would do just about everything on my vehicles that needed to be done, unless it required pulling out belts. Anything beyond a pull out of a belt, I usually would just kind of avoid. But so then it got to the point to where I started finding out that the cost that it was saving me versus going to the local place and having somebody change the oil for me got to the point to where I was like, well, this is stupid, because you're really only paying. I mean, now it's actually a lot more, but back then it was, I don't know, $25-$30 tops, and
Yeah, minimal.
Yeah, and when you considered the fact that you were probably spending $20 on the oil and the filter change anyways, you're only paying like $10 or $15 more, and I was like, it saves you a hell of a lot of time, and I guess I just had the money to do it anyways, so I stopped working on my vehicles as much as I used to. But I did the last major thing that I've done on a vehicle. Was I did the brakes on. Actually, I don't remember which one I did them on. Anyways, I did the brakes on one of the vehicles. Not. Oh no! I forgot. I forgot about the spark plug changes that I did on the Toyota. I told you about that. I did the spark plugs and the cables, which really isn't that big of a deal, but I feel like a brake job is way harder than spark plugs and cables.
How about butt plugs?
Jeez, here we go.
Never done that.
Saw that one coming.
Never done that. And by the way, I want to go on the record as saying I hate gapping. That's probably the worst part of
Gapping.
Oh, here you go. Gapping, not gaping, but gapping the spark.
Yeah, I hate gapping a brand new spark plug. Why can't they freaking sell those things at a much closer distance than to specs than what they do? I have no idea. I hate it. I hate it with a passion.
You can get pre-gap.
I've never seen that. I've done spark plugs probably 3 times in my lifetime. No, 4 times. 4 times in my lifetime, and I've never once been able to purchase spark plugs that were pre-gapped ever.
Really? You're shopping at the wrong place.
I guess.
Trevor, tell him where to get them.
Where do you get pre-Gap stuff?
They'll gap you right
Oh,
up.
no. Whoa, let's ask Danny. He will definitely know.
Yucca, what's the name of the tool that they use to gap spark plugs with? You should know this.
Butt plug. I don't know.
It's called a feeler's gauge, man. It's called a feeler's gauge.
How am I? Why should I know that?
Well, it
'Cause I'm a
says
man.
sexual. It's sexual in nature. Isn't everything
Oh.
sexual in nature? If it's sexual in nature, doesn't that fall in your wheelhouse?
I
Feeler
was never
gauge?
like
Come
this
on.
until I joined.
Come on, work with me here, man.
Channel. Until I joined Casey's channel.
Oh, I see.
I was.
I see.
I was never like this.
You know,
because he said everything is sexual, everything, the lubing and this and that, everything is sexual in his industry. So I said, let me start looking into it. And it's
Let
true.
me start looking into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of engineers for some reason have a knack of wanting to name everything something sexualized. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, isn't there like a list?
I'm sure I'm going to regret this, but Deviant Ways just said I've done a complete engine swap in 45 minutes.
What the hell?
I'm going to ask you to clarify that, Deviant, before I pull out my swords and start cutting on you. I'm going to give you a chance to. What kind of engine swap are we talking about here? Are you talking about an engine and maybe your remote control dune buggy that your child has or something? 'Cause you're not talking.
Radio.
Maybe he
I'm about to
has
say,
a drag, maybe he's got a drag car.
A radio.
No, you can do it in a Volkswagen.
We did
45 minutes
in auto shop when I was in high school. We took a 1965 convertible Mustang and converted it from a V8 to a straight 8.
Can you change a manual transmission to a automatic?
You mean a straight 6?
No,
You can?
It was a straight.
More often
it
than
was-
not, they would change it.
And
I
that
don't
was
think Ford makes a straight 8.
It was not a Ford engine, I don't believe. And not only that, but we had to cut out some of the. We had
a
to
Jaguar engine or something.
we had to cut out the frame of the Mustang, some of the frame of the Mustang just to get it to fit because it was too big. It was way too big.
That's crazy.
Mhm.
Okay, so I want to buy me a VW bus, but I don't know. I don't want to be driving it. I don't want a stick shift, man. I want an automatic.
They have the auto stick, which is just clutchless for the Volkswagens, but it's
For
still
the
a
older
stick.
one?
But it's,
Oh,
yeah.
you
Look
still
into
gotta
that.
be changing gear. You still got to be changing, or no?
Yeah, you change the gear, but there's no. It's an automatic. You pick the gear, but there's no clutch.
Oh,
I
Well,
miss
that's
driving a
cool.
manual.
a manual.
Yeah, I miss
What the hell?
driving a manual.
I bet.
You can't get me, yuck. I'll just lean into it harder.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you will with old manual.
Ah, shoot! It's past break time. All right, I gotta go.
I know. All right, don't blow me.
But I was gonna say that engine swap that we did on that vehicle took almost the entire class time frame that we had. So it was like
an hour.
No, I mean like months. It took us. I think it took us like over a month.
Oh, the whole your whole
Right.
semester.
That's why I was throwing the bullshit. That's why I threw the bullshit flag for Deviant Ways because I just can't let something like that slide.
I mean,
you can't
yeah.
change a car engine
Each-
in 45 minutes. It's
each
impossible.
cla-
That's silly.
Each class was like 40 or 50 minutes. So we had like, I don't know, five times the man hour plus we had like 2 or 3 people working on it at a time at any given time, I would imagine. So the man hours that we had on that, and plus we didn't really always know what we were doing. So we were being kind of guided through a lot of it, but And then some of it we couldn't even do. The actual like setting the engine, like there were certain things that were jobs that that they didn't let us do, like moving the actual engine, because that was you know, if somebody got hit by that that engine, they would have died. So the adults had to take care of that part of actually the hoisting of the engine in and out. But a lot of the other stuff that was being worked on was done by the students, and so the man hours were probably like.
Whose car was it?
My friend Chris Marks, his dad's car. He bought the 65, wanting to convert it from gasoline to diesel because he didn't want to. Gasoline prices in 1994, it was my senior year of high school, were skyrocketing, and so he wanted to switch it over to diesel so that he could save on gas. And it was the most annoying thing because every time.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Every time we wanted to go out in the thing to ride in it, he would have to plan. And this is before the day when they had, you know, MapQuest or anything like that. He had to plan out on a physical map what gas stations he could stop at. That thing got like.
Yeah, there was a time where you didn't get diesel just everywhere. There was a time where you had to know where the.
Wow.
Yeah, and so he had.
Well, it's similar to painting a car. People say, how long does it take to paint a car? And I say, well, it takes 2 weeks to get the car ready to paint, and then it takes 2 hours to paint it. And the same thing applies with swapping an engine. You can, if you're just talking about the act of pulling the engine out and then setting the new one in, well, sure, maybe that's a 45-minute process if you got a cherry picker. But there's a week's worth of work, or there's hours and hours and hours of work that leads up to disconnecting everything to get it out, and then all that has to be reconnected when you put it back. And
you want to hear a good one, guys?
So the
world's record for a VW engine swap, a team of 4 people, 1 minute and 40-something seconds.
No way, that's insane.
Yep. There's a YouTube video of it showing a team of 4 guys.
Well, if it's set up.
Well, I'm just saying the VW is the one that you can literally do the quickest. But you know, it's pretty crazy.
Casey.
Yeah.
So you're saying these people never went on vacation because
they did not
diesel.
They did not take that car out on vacations. It was a cruiser. He barely drove it anywhere, and whenever us kids, I only remember riding in it one time, but whenever he did get to take it out, it got like per gallon of gasoline. It was, or not gasoline, of diesel fuel, was probably about 3 hash marks on the freeway. So he was burning through diesel like really, really quickly, and
wow.
He would plan. Anytime we took that thing out, you had to plan where you were going to go and when you were going to be filling up, because his dad's main requirement on the driving it was that he had to bring it back with as much gas in it as he took it out with. So
my cousin bought a school bus from an auction to use as a camper, and he got drunk and wrecked it on the way home from the auction, crashed it into a tree. But we brought it home, and he took the Cummins diesel engine and the transmission out of it and put it into like a 1939 1-ton pickup truck. It was like the one you've seen on the Beverly Hillbillies. If you're familiar with the Beverly Hillbillies show, that's that kind of truck. And the engine was so heavy, he had to do some work to the front springs, and it made the truck so heavy it didn't want to stop, so we had to work on the brakes. But when he got it all done, he kept the entire truck completely intact, like it was really old, but underneath the hood was that modern school bus engine. It was the only variance that he allowed him from OEM equipment was he put a chrome stack on it, and it was the coolest thing to ride around on. It got a lot of attention riding around.
Yeah, pervert.
That school bus engine would shove that old truck down the road pretty good.
Yeah, showing up to schools, picking up kids.
I do basically all my.
Did you not pay attention? The school bus was gone, dumbass. It was an old truck when it was over with.
It doesn't matter.
I do all the work on my cars, and I got 485,000 miles on my little Volkswagen Golf. And the only time I had to take it into
cars from the factory.
The only time I had to take it into the dealer was in California. They did a recall, and they suspended my DMV, until I got the recall done at the dealership, which I didn't want to do. So I had to go do it, but they were pretty surprised how the amount of miles it was on it.
Is that the green one you have on the picture?
No, that's a Toyota truck. It's a Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, I want to get me a little bus. I like these VWs, man. I don't care what anybody says. The Beetle, the little one, not the new one.
The old ones.
Yeah, the old ones are cool. I just it's too stressful driving stick shift. So many hills up here. I don't like it. Are you going on break, Casey?
Yeah, I was just looking. I was hoping that maybe if I typed in 1965 straight ape Mustang, whether or not the car that we worked on, if it would show, because I'm sure it's such a rarity to find. I wonder if like a listing of it would show up somewhere. I remember it was red with a white top. Those are the only characteristics about the vehicle that I remember specifically, but I know I talked to my friend, I don't remember how long ago, and he told me that his dad sold it, so I don't know.
We took a snowmobile, and really big, fast snowmobile, and took the snowmobile engine out of it and mounted it into his golf cart. Put paddle tires on the back of it. When we got done, that golf cart would run about 70 miles an hour, and if you mashed down on it, it would lift the front wheels off the ground about 10 inches. Just crazy fast what that snowmobile engine did to that golf cart. Roseanne's my hero. She says she has 347,000 miles on her Honda Ridgeline. Yep. That's Honda.
Roseanne?
Honda makes some bulletproof stuff. Everything. Outboard engines, motorcycles, small engines, pressure washers, you name it. If Honda puts their sticker on it, you bet it's quality stuff.
Yeah, it was a white top convertible. I'm looking for it here because I remember more often than not they always drove it around.
That's
with
a shame. It's a shame that he butchered up a car like that, because those are very desirable, especially the drop tops, the 67, 68, 69 Mustangs with the convertibles, even with the little inline 6 cylinders and stuff, the 302 in it.
What you showing us, JJ? What is that?
KC knows.
Bread. That's the mother.
That's some starter there, baby. I
Yep.
got it. I'll be 1 hour. Actually, this is what I'm used to. That's my mother.
Whoa.
Bubbling.
You got a bubbly mother.
Oh. Your mother's hot.
Your mother's doughy. Where'd your mother get all that dough?
You didn't mill your flour, did you?
No milling.
Oh, dude. Got the mill out.
You know what's worse is I may have killed off all my mother. I forgot to feed it when I was supposed to in the fridge, so it might be dead.
This book I got, this one, The Perfect Loaf.
Yeah.
That's right.
No big deal making it again.
Oh, really?
He does
Okay.
it all the time. Yeah, he does it all the time. And
Yeah.
He bakes nonstop.
But I would assume that you want your mother to be aged. I would assume.
I don't know.
Your mother.
Got my bucket of wheat berries. The real Hayden just walked by.
I'm going to head out to break here, guys. Dennis is asking about, is the market closed on Friday? Also, no, it is not. We have a half-day trading day tomorrow and then off on Thursday, and we will be back on Friday. And I will probably be nice and tired for you guys. And might even be late Friday morning because I'm sure I'll be up until at least midnight doing fireworks. So At least you should see. I'll take some video to show you guys what it's like around here. But it is. I don't know about you guys, but I have some crazy religious. It's Texas. It's Texas. Everybody's. Yeah, yeah. You understand then. All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Hey, KC, before you leave, can I send you something to share with the class? Picture real quick.
Sure.
I'll send it to you in your DMs. This is. I should probably box this up and send it to you so you can compete with Captain Hayden. He's talking about milling. He's got that fancy mill and all that sort of stuff. I'm just wondering if his is similar to this one.
No. He's shown us his mill before. I don't think it's this. I don't think it's that old. Yep. You own that?
Yeah, that's some of we kept maybe a handful of antiques from the farm, and it sits on top of a cabinetry in our kitchen. We have some old whiskey jugs and some crockery and an old wagon. Just like I said, just a handful of things from the old days to remind us of the old home place.
That thing's so old.
That's a hand. Obviously.
That thing is so old that's the original.
When they
the original number 2. Before this is so old. It's before pencils.
Things to last forever.
Back in these days when they manufactured these, they say, "Hey, Pat, go get me the number 2," and they weren't talking about pencils.
Interesting. Look at that, KC. Fresh flour.
Yep. Look at that. I'll be damned. Fresh flour.
Way to go.
Yep. Kind of cool. I guess you probably don't have any of those bugs that crawl around on your flour, do you? Flour bugs?
No, they CO2 the 6.5 gallon bucket before they sell it to you.
Very nice. All right. I got to go to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
We had quite the collection of antique tools and accoutrements that were used to run a kitchen or a household. We had and some farm stuff. We had one that was a standalone corn shucker. You could take an ear of corn that still had on the cob, if you will, field corn, hard corn, and you could drop it in the top of it. You spun the handle. It had a handle and flywheel on it, just like that grinder, and it would spin the cob down inside against a bunch of raspy teeth, and it would shuck all the corn off of it, which would come underneath it, fall into a bucket. And then it would spit the cob out to the front. And sometimes when we had family events and big parties, we would set that out with a couple of bushels full of corn, and the kids would play with it for hours. Well, things like that from the old days. Today's going by rather quick. I guess it's because we're seeing some modest increases in the ticker price, and It kind of puts a smile on everybody's face. Maybe that makes the clock run a little faster.
What's the price looking like?
532. Consolidating there. At least on a 1 minute candle. So $5.32 for AMC and $23.95 GameStop. Yep, AMC spending a fair amount of time at that 530 level. 529, 530, 531. So that's good. Even what he said, he made a comment, homemade vanilla ice cream. I didn't have one, but I was always envious. My friend had a what's called a hit or miss engine, and I don't want to bore you with the details, but it was a very simplistic engine that ran off of a flywheel action, and it was kind of one of the first introductions of mechanical power to agriculture beyond a horse. And those little hit or miss engines, you could hook up a belt up to them like a drive belt, and you could run any manner of pieces of equipment, whether it be a saw or a drill or just anything. It was just a power source. But he had one where he hooked the belts up to ice cream makers, and it would spin like 2 or 3 paddles, and he would travel from fair to fair, county fairs, when they would have tractor shows and antique shows and stuff, and he would sell homemade ice cream. And everybody got a big kick out of the fact that the mechanical action was provided by that antique hit or miss engine. If you've never seen one, you ought to look into them. They're pretty collectible. Guys who enjoy that kind of stuff that don't have room to maybe keep an entire antique tractor at their home or what have you, if they have a desire to fool around with things like that. I don't want to necessarily say steampunk type people, but more aficionados of antiques and older mechanical things. Kind of cool stuff. Most of them are water cooled. They had a little water reservoir on top. You put a little water in it. You started them by just spinning it by hand one time, and it would just like it sounded like it was a hit or miss, and it would fire. The spark plug would fire when it fell to a certain slower RPM, and then it would continue to run until it reached a higher RPM, and then it would shut off the spark, hence the name hit or miss. Kind of cool. Sue Davis says, "Oh my God, make it stop." What in particular would you like to stop, Sue? Let's see if we can't help you with that.
Hey, Pirate, I'm not sure if your headphones are creating a noise, but it seems like when you talk, there's a little noise in the background.
Yeah. Yep. That would be Mrs. Pirate doing the dishes. Some of you who've been here for a minute or two will recognize that. That's why I have to mute myself in between comment.
I don't remember her being this loud.
Party.
Yes, Captain. I'm right here. What's up, bud?
Oh, let me make sure. Oh, that's one. Is Jesse
Say again.
airplane yet?
No, unfortunately, I don't think he was selected for that little position, pulling the banner planes. I'm not even sure they filled the position. I think more likely than not, they're in some sort of a holding pattern. I'm unsure, but no, he's still on the job search. He's managed to pick up some handyman work here and there to fill his pockets with walking around money. But no,
Yeah.
the search continues to find him. The search continues to find him a place in an airplane.
Roger. I'm sitting here needing some dough. Where's Yucca when I need him? I'm definitely taking this guy's book I bought. I'm not measuring a whole bunch. I'm just going by the feel.
So Mrs. Pirate buys us the bread that they bake at Walmart, and it's really good. I mean, it's better than just your Sunbeam bread or your mass-produced bread. But what we've found is we almost have to eat it the day she brings it home because it molds very fast. I guess that just comes with not. Yeah, exactly. Has no preservatives in it, so we enjoy it. But she tries to make the purchase line up with a particular meal that we can use. By the way.
Yeah, at our Walmart, and I've been anti-Walmart for a long time because of, well, some of the patrons at my Walmart. But if there's one thing they do right, fruit and vegetables, they've got such a turnover. It's better than any of the higher end markets.
Right. And it's that way with volume. Anytime you get somebody that, they're going to go through a lot of volume, they're going to have fresh stuff as opposed to somebody who has stock that just lingers on the shelf and lays around.
And I think it's also top down. I think this one Walmart we found, and the Costco down the road from it's very good also. It's good management. Whenever I've had a problem, the person to talk to is far away. At either place, the Costco is locked on as it gets that we go to here.
Yeah, we're kind of spoiled. When we in our farming days, Mrs. Pirate would have to dedicate an entire day for shopping. She'd have to have a very accurate shopping list, and then she'd travel 45 minutes to travel one way, and then spend the whole day there. Not the whole day, but the time required to fill out all the items, and then all the way back. Now that we no longer live in the country, we're fortunate enough that she can just trip over to Super Walmart for any particular little item. So there's pluses and minuses to all of that.
I think the one we go to is a Super also, and it's definitely the better people are working or are managing those bigger ones, no doubt.
Yeah, we're spoiled. They have the Super Walmart next to us that has a wonderful produce section. Then there's a Walmart, I think they call it Market, and that's like a half size store, but it's and then in between there we're blessed with a Publix, and Publix has some, at least in this part of Florida, has some pretty high end. They have a high level of quality. They don't keep a lot of nasty stuff around.
It is their home state. Man, I'm doing a half loaf of my sourdough. We'll see what happens on this one. Sarah said I made
Now,
too big.
does that stuff? I've never fooled with it, but does that stuff lend itself to pizza dough? I'm probably embarrassing
You
myself
can-
with that question, but
You can do all sorts of stuff with the basic loaf, whatever additions you want to do. I'm trying to get this basic one down so that I can do it as quick as I can do the regular hard red wheat that I do. Like I had to do the starter this morning. I woke up this morning and started a new one because the more active it is, the faster the bread goes. Hence why I was looking at the bubbles to see where it was at. Because if you put the starter and it's not active enough, then you're not going to get the rise on the dough. In fact, I just did it. Hold on a minute. You got your camera?
yeah. Show
So I just mixed this, and all this is just the wheat I just ground and water. That's all it is. And I just mixed it up. So in another half an hour, I'm going to put that in there. And then I'll leave it and let it start mixing in. And sorry, the guy I flew with the other day brought these plant-based, which I'm usually not into, these plant-based protein packets. And I couldn't tell the difference between it and a real jambalaya. So I brought it home, and Hayden's into it because he's trying to eat right for training. So I made him one. He's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm like, good. You can make this on your own when we're not here. All you got to do is put it in the microwave for like 3 or 4 minutes and stir it. But yeah, I really want to get this sourdough down to where I know the exact time for everything, because this the wheat I'm using is different time frame from every book and class that I read now. It seems to soak up a lot more water, and then it gets active even faster, because right now any microbes in the air are attracted to that flour, and it becomes just like that stuff I showed you in the jar. It becomes a starter. So I'm excuse me. I want to get this thing down to a no kidding timeline to where I can set my watch and say, okay, this has got to be done now. This got to be done now. Blah blah blah. Oh. All right. I got to sign Hayden up for his first track meet since he got his new coach. He's going to participate in the Georgia games. He'll get to see if all his hard work, if he can shave just a tenth of a second, that's a meter, and that's huge. All right. I was texting earlier, and Casey called me on it, and I was just kind of parroting about, hey, what could Roaring Kitty have or not have? I love that the guy doesn't say anything, and I hope he's just taking it to these pundits talking about him. I admire a guy that's smart.
It's on the need to know, but I like it too. It's on a need to know basis, and if they don't need to know, then there's no upside for him to telegraph his punt.
I mean, imagine
Ross,
if
you're making bread there. You're making bread there, but Nate Ross has a question for you. He wants to know if you've ever been to Brazil.
The closest I've been to Brazil with Big D is because I'm on the smaller planes. I'm not on the big internationals. Is I took it was a single trip that laid over in Manaus, for 4.5 days. As crazy as that sounds. So I flew down there and literally just stayed in a hotel for 4.5 days. But I think Manaus is known for being the gateway to the Amazon. That's all the people that go down there.
There you go.
But, yeah,
There you go, Nate. You heard it from the man himself.
yeah, that's the closest I've been to Brazil. Nothing like the international planes that.
I
What's
didn't
that?
mean to interrupt your bread making
Oh, no,
story,
no.
but I knew you didn't see the chat, and I was just trying to relay the information to you. But go ahead, please continue with your. You said if the bacteria in the air lands in the dough.
Oh yeah. You could just make starter just by what's in the flour itself naturally, and water,
Right.
and whatever's in there just starts growing, and it just starts making starter.
Just a
What
lot
else I was
slower,
gonna
right?
say?
Or no? It does slow the
Oh,
process down, though, right? I mean,
Yeah, whatever's the strongest will start to grow, and that's all you need. All right. Oops. I gotta go off a minute. I'll be
yeah,
back.
do your thing, man.
I gotta think a minute.
We're just killing time while Casey's on break. It's no pressure.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. I'm back. Let's see here. Let me take you guys. Actually, let me get rid of the message on the screen first here. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here, and let's do some numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing until you see the flaming big rake up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Whatever it's called. The current big tramp. It's like Air Force One. Whatever it is I'm in, it's always the big tramp. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. when you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, to be able to gain access to your account, that might not be a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you'll need that secondary access point. Also, if you guys have not done so already, please make sure that you guys are getting your statements for your portfolio from your brokers. The reason I suggest that you do that is that there may become a point in time to where your broker does not tell you that you have the same thing that you think that you have. And wouldn't it be awful if you didn't have proof of ownership? So please, 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 I do not say this for my health. I say this for your own well-being and your future, that you make sure that you have those statements handy and available for you at any given time. Let's take a look and see what we got going on with some of these numbers here. Starting with exchange traded volume, we've seen some massive amounts of volume going through off exchanges today, which would yield us higher price movement had volume not gone through those exchanges. 63.05% of our volume going through off exchange so far. EDGX at 7.31. By this time of the day, I would usually expect to see about 63%. So it's about 7.36% higher than what I would anticipate. CHX volume was at 4,744 shares going through that exchange. That's nothing unusually large. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day-to-day, it's coming in at 25,616. It's really close to getting to that 30K number. According to IBKR, there's 400,000 shares available to be borrowed at a fee of 1.71%. Nothing new has been borrowed within the last hour, and for the day, they've reported about 900,000 shares borrowed. Ortex an hour ago was reporting 3.6 million shares borrowed on AMC. It's now 2.84 million shares. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.15%. Cost per mins at 2.11, average is 2.75, and max is at 3.14. Taking a look at GME, borrowed shares for the day-to-day is at 1.1 million shares. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a strike price of, it was $5.50 an hour ago. It's moved back down to 5. There was 13.9 at 5.5 an hour ago. There's now 16,000 contracts at 5, which means we might be starting to see a little of those $5 call contracts either being exercised or potentially being closed at some point. The $5 puts are still the highest. It was 13.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now currently at 14.1. Part of the reason why we're maybe seeing some of that price moving back down again could be because of some of those call contracts being closed out. That is a signal for bearish movement in price. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 53.98% buy to 46.02% sell ratio. And GME coming in at, I said that is GME. I don't see AMC on the list. MMRI was 292.18 an hour ago, now 292.36, just slightly higher. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Oops. 2.92. It was 2.88 an hour ago, so a little bit higher. NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is down 0.06, and the SP 500 is up 0.24. We have 2,861 decliners to 2,695 advancers. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day are healthcare, followed by materials. The top performing sectors, consumer discretionary, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Let's see here. FRC is up 33.33%. NYCB is up 4.48%. And that appears to be maybe the only ones that I'm going to be reading off. Gold is currently down 0.39 and consolidating after a downtrend. Silver is down 0.22 and consolidating after a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 1.65 and consolidating after a downtrend. The US dollar is down 0.11 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Oil is down 1.26 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.22 and are consolidating after downtrends. SPY is up 0.26 and trending up. VIX is currently down 2.29 at 11.94. VIX is being crushed here again, with futures suggesting it should be around 13.23. So massive crushing of the VIX going on right now. I wish I could understand and explain this to you guys. I have no idea. I mean, this is derivatives based, this value for the VIX that's being reported. And I wish I could explain to you like how somebody could potentially manipulate this in a way that would cause the VIX to fall. Unfortunately, I'm not smart enough to be able to do that. I'd love to have somebody come on here and talk to us about it, so we maybe could understand what to watch for. But I don't know. It would have to be something to do with the derivatives, and I'm not sure what to watch. VB is currently up 0.08 and is trending down. VBR is up 0.21 and trending down. Tesla is up 8.76, trending down. Amazon is up 1.41 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.26, trending down. Doge is down 0.7 and consolidating after a trend down. Bitcoin is down 1.84, consolidating after a trend down. GME is up 2.14 and is trending down. HYMC is down 0.87 and consolidating after a trend down. NCMI is up 1.9 and trending up. Hood is down 1.75, trending up, and AMC is up 4.03 and took a little bit of a downtrend, reversal off of an uptrend that it was in a consolidation period into a downtrend and maybe consolidating again. Inflow versus outflow for the day, there's approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 18.9 million shares traded so far. After 235 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for about 31.36 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.38, which is signaling overbought. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.63, which is signaling above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.71, which is below average, or above average, sorry. And on a 5-minute time interval, currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.64, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Pirate, when you say rabbit is far superior to squirrel, what do you mean by that? For eating?
I was just joining their conversation. Highway Frog said he was talking to Deviant Ways, and he said he just prepared a squirrel to put in a crock pot. And Highway Frog had shared that or one of them had said that it was, Highway Frog said it was a little sprucey tasting. And it's true. Squirrel's a little gamey.
Squirrely.
All outdoor game is gamey, but squirrel even more so. Yeah. But rabbit is dramatically milder compared to a squirrel.
I could never eat a squirrel. Not after raising them. I just pass. Even if I was really, really super hungry, even I don't even. I think I've had. Yeah, of course I have had rabbit before. I've had rabbit before, but it's not necessarily one of my favorite things. Some highlights are being brought to attention out there, and I did signal something to the back of the Big Tramp, and in the tinfoil hat section. And I want to preface this real quickly with a statement of I've always been a fan against options trading. If you don't know what it is that you're doing with options, like if you have to ask questions, like if you have to ask any questions at all about an options contract and how it works, then you probably should not be investing in it. But it's your money, it's your choice. You can choose to invest your money how you choose to, but more often than not, people tend to lose money when they don't know what it is that they're doing. But there is some talk, so that's kind of the disclaimer, not financial advice. There's been a lot of talk out there about there being in the last hour or so a crap ton of it says over 1.5 million worth of GME calls bought specifically for a strike price of $7. It says the majority of these calls, $24 calls, are for $8.16 and $30 calls for $7.19. So apparently a lot of positions being created. Says these whales know this consolidation is about to send GME to 150 in the incoming days. This is from a specific tweet that I'm reading from here, and I actually would probably disagree with what these whales. Let me see what they said again here. They said incoming days. When I think of incoming days, I think of short-term period. Incoming days doesn't sound like something that you would think of long-term. And some of these contracts go out to 8/16, which is over
Looks like
a month.
it says specifically July 19th is what it says at the end of the message that you posted.
There's a new message that they put. I think that same exact account posted out with something new here. I think this is new, and so yeah. All I would say is that I would probably disagree with that price point. I think they're wrong on that. But if I'm wrong, that's fine. So be it. I think the cycles that they're looking at. Hopefully you guys have been listening to what it is I've said in the past, so you understand what you should be looking for in terms of prices. Some of the significant price points to break are 20, 60, 90, and 125. Why? Because those are the prices that strike prices get opened up to as prices moving up in a gamma squeeze. So you need to watch very, very carefully for those specific price points, because that's where price will tend to kind of fluctuate around on a gamma squeeze up. I cannot preface that any more severe than what it is that I've just said. Those are very, very. That's why somebody's asked me before. They said, like, when do you shave? If you used to say you were going to shave your beard at 90, does that mean you have to change it with a reverse split? No. The price of a share right now is $5.26. It does not matter what that changes to, because it's all about the option contracts that create a gamma squeeze. When price starts to move above $90, it's pretty much at that point a done deal. And those are the price points that you should be watching for very, very closely. Sometimes 45 could be another one, but 20, 60, 90, and 125. 45 I think is another one too, but it's less. If you're going to hit the 45, you're more likely going to hit the 60. If we go back and we look at GME, and we zoom out just a tad bit here, their last run up was 64. And that run to 64 in May caused 100% of option contracts at that point in time to go, call contracts to go in the money. So that means that the next cycle is probably going to be 90. And once the 90 cycle is completed, the 125 cycle will need to complete. And that could happen much, much faster. AMC has not hit those specific marks on our run up, our more current run up. Our price got up to 1188. Some of the significant price points that it's going to need to break is again that going to be that $20 mark. You're going to want to see the 20s broken. Then you're going to want to see 45s and 60s getting broken, and then you're going to want to see 90s and 120s, 125s. There is some price points between 5 and the 10s. $10 price points are significant ones, which were broken back here. From 10 is probably the 15s and 17s. Those need to be broken. And once the 15 and 17s are broken, usually the 20s get hit at some point or another. It's all about cycles, guys. All about the cycles. Yeah. It's always 2 weeks, Darren. Always. Just keep on keeping on. Same thing, different day. Don't change anything. There's no sense in feeling like time isn't on your side. Sit back and relax and enjoy the process. If at any point you guys feel like you're having emotions that are causing you to think irrationally or change any way that you've been thinking from the past, sit down, stop thinking about it, and change the way that you're thinking currently and say, like, you know what, relax, take a couple deep breaths, and just enjoy.
Enjoy a beer.
Yeah, grab a beer. Grab a beer. Don't make any irrational decisions.
Yeah. Beer.
Go smoke a cigarette.
Smoke a cigarette. Spank a monkey. Rub one out. Whatever you need to do.
Yeah, do whatever it is that you need to do to kind of just refocus your mind away from that different thought process. Remember your 5 whys. I told you that from the beginning. Those are very good things to remember why it is what you're doing, and that you need to remember that time is on your side. You need to make sure that time will always be on your side whenever you're making a position in a stock. Always. Time should be on your side. Don't make decisions that are going to be against you time-wise. Be like a little Fonzie. Be cool. That's right. What was her name again? What was the nickname? It was Little Bunny Rabbit, or no? I can't remember what the girl's name was. Her nickname.
I don't remember.
What was the nickname?
Burn some incense.
What was it, Yucca? Come on. Help out for once.
What? Was it Rose?
No. Honey Bunny, that's it. Brian Carpenter for the win. Honey Bunny.
Of course, Brian would know these things.
Be cool, Honey Bunny. What are we gonna be? We're gonna be cool. First timer, he beat you barely. And I think you guys came out there really close. Honey Bunny is the right answer, though.
You guys came pretty close.
I knew it was Bunny something, but I couldn't remember what it was.
But that wasn't Happy Days. That was Pulp Fiction.
No, I understand, but be cool, right? Like that's the whole phrase is be cool. We're gonna be like we're gonna be cool, like Fonzie.
You want to hear how my mind works, Casey? You started talking about these options.
I feel like I don't have a choice. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm one to go against the grain.
Okay.
I went on my computer, started looking at the options chain. What should I get? And I walked away from it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, I'm not gonna get any options right now. You see how my mind works?
Yeah. I don't know if I see how your mind works from that, but I kind of figured that most people's minds were probably going to start working like that. Like whenever people start hearing dates, they start going like, "How can I get mine? How can I get mine?" You know, and that's been the wrong process. That's always been the process that's failed us through. This entire thing has always been about how do I get mine. This is not about getting mine. This is something entirely different.
It's about getting it. Period. You get it, but you don't get it.
Greed is not what it's about.
Yeah, I already got my I already set up my options. And this is my last time I'm buying any Casey. I bought them a long time ago.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. It's nobody else's business either. It's like
I'm done.
Yeah, you gotta remember. You gotta remember how much is one options contract worth in shares?
Oh, what?
How many shares is one option contract?
Well, no, yeah, but what do you mean?
How many? How many? Oh man, how many shares is one option contract worth?
Oh yeah, 100.
Okay, yeah. So and we have how many shares around here?
10.
That's right. So if you're talking about option contracts, you're violating the rules.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Violating it, huh?
Yep.
She likes to get violated.
I saw what you did there.
Nope.
You don't like to get violated? Okay.
Nope. So if you're talking about option contracts, I don't want to know about it. Don't talk to me.
Fine. Talk to Pirate about it. They can scream at me. I think Pirate fell asleep.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I bet.
He's writing in the comment section.
Oh yeah, that's not him.
No, I'm here, buddy. My son was making a protein shake, and he had the mixer. Muting myself between comments so that I don't pick up all this loud noise. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Do I dare ask what flavor?
I don't know what it was, man. I don't know.
Good answer.
I could smell it. It didn't smell bad. It smelled almost like smelled like somebody was making a chocolate malt or ice cream to me.
Did he make you any? That's the key question.
Fuck no, I don't need. Are you kidding? I don't need anything to put on weight. He's trying to bulk up, and he hits the gym and all that. And are you kidding me?
Be nice if he at least offered you like a taste.
Oh, he did yesterday. They asked me if I wanted to taste it. Mrs. Pirate tasted it. She said it was the most disgusting stuff she'd ever.
Let's see here. Yeah, my favorite smoothie is usually like banana, chocolate, milk. I said chocolate. Sorry, banana, peanut butter, milk, some vanilla ice cream, and sometimes I might add a little tiny bit of chocolate syrup to it, just a tiny bit.
Peanut butter.
Honey's actually better.
I always liked those, but I have a mild allergy to peanuts, and I get a little cold sore inside my mouth if I eat peanuts. So
Really?
I stuck with the banana and chocolate.
You get cold sores when you eat peanuts?
Yeah, just one. If I eat any kind of peanuts, cashews, those things, I get a little canker sore inside my gums or something.
I have never heard of that before. That's a kind of an interesting. That's nutty.
Yeah, it's pretty common. It's just a mild, yeah.
No, no, Pompey. I would not. I would not suggest that.
Yeah, okay. How'd you let that one go when he just laid it out for you?
What?
I think sometimes he's.
How
Yeah,
did-
I think
how did
sometimes
you-
he's paying attention. Sometimes he's just not. He's just. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm looking at the
Pirate,
options
you get a
chain.
cold sore from D's nut? It was that easy. It was that easy.
It was just that easy. Yeah, it was teed up. All you had to do was grab your club and swing away.
Just like that.
Ice cold brewski. I gotta get a haircut, man. Damn it! And it's Taco Tuesday.
Let's see here. Mm. I'm looking to see if there's any new information here.
With what?
Well, I guess we could talk about. We didn't really do a good enough job talking about this yesterday, but for those of you who
About Chewy?
no about Robinhood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people, I don't know if you know this or not, but we'll talk about it real quick here. Some people who are investing in Robinhood had option contracts yesterday, and they were trying to get into their accounts to change their contract status, perhaps, or something. I'm not 100% certain of what exactly was happening, but a lot of people were reporting that they were unable to change their positions, and a lot of people were getting really pissed off with Robinhood yesterday. I guess I don't want to say anything derogatory towards Robinhood specifically, but I would suggest that if you're unsatisfied with your broker at any point in time ever, that there's always options to be able to change to another broker. I personally myself can't recommend any specific broker to you guys, but what I will say is that I like to look at the past to kind of give me a history lesson on what to expect for the future. And in regards to that, in the description of this channel, you'll find that there is a list of what's happened in 2021 with a lot of the different brokers that were out there. It's pretty, I think it's pretty early on the list here. Where is it here? I'm going to copy and paste it for you guys up to the top. Here it is. And so I would encourage you to maybe just go take a look at that and see what happened with those brokers in 2021 and see if that's, see just historically what happened. That's a really old list there. And I think it's been modified a couple different times to reflect changes in the information as new information was being revealed. So it's kind of cool. So not sure when it was last modified. Actually, let me pull it up. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure when I opened this last. Click. I'm having that same problem I had before. When I click on it, I can't get it to open it up. Oh, there we go. Open link in a new tab. There we go. Yeah. On January and February of 2021, multiple brokers decided to stop allowing retail traders to purchase some specific securities. A list below is based on this thread, in which user Critic Danger documented which brokers stopped people from purchasing specific securities and which ones didn't. restrictive brokers versus non-restrictive brokers, restricted purchasing of certain tickers, and lied, gloated about it. There's a list there. It was really funny. They actually used to have, and I actually preferred it when they had it here, the good, the bad, and the ugly was how they define these. And then apparently when they went back and updated, now they're calling it restricted. Now they're calling it exactly what happened with those. But I preferred the good, the bad, and the ugly as the different subtitles for different brokers. But anyways, now they've got it retitled to things like restricted purchasing of certain tickers and restricted trading, publicly naming their intermediary, and then did not restrict trading. So it's not financial advice by any kind of means. It's just simply a way for you to be able to see what happened in the past and what you may expect for the future. Now, does this mean that every single broker from the past that didn't restrict trading is going to have the same results or outcomes in the future? Of course not. Nobody could ever make you that assurance. But history does have a way of repeating itself, at the very least. But the best I can do is point that out to you guys and allow you to make your own decisions however you choose to. It's your money, your shares, your choice. I wonder if, you know what's interesting? You know what's not on that list? I'll bet. Let's see here.
I got a question.
It's not on here. Computer share is not on here. How come computer share is not on there? Nobody knows. Nobody had their shares invested there. I wonder why. Wonder why that's the case. Anyways, what's the question? What you got?
All right. So GME is no longer in the XRP basket.
Oh, really? How do you know?
I went to look.
Okay.
You know, we got the wheels turning, and I'm like, Chewy is still in there, and other stuff are in there, like Amazon. You know, it's kind of weird that Amazon is in there, but then you got, you know, the trouble companies, supposedly. But GME's no longer there. So what do they do? Where do they put it? Is it because maybe now it's too dangerous for them to have it in there?
Could be.
And do you think is that the reason why?
We did see a little bit of a decoupling away from price movement on AMC versus GME in the last about a week and a half or so. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that's when they moved it out. So I wonder if that's why Rowan Kitty bought it, because Chew is still in there. So I don't know. I'm trying to puzzle these things together.
You might be onto something.
That's something. That's the question. What is that something?
I don't know the answer.
But it's not there anymore. So either they're scared.
What are you? Can I ask you what you're using to look up that information
on? Google.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh, Google, and then I go to no. I just went to if you go to Robinhood, my favorite platform. I'm not sponsored by Robinhood.
Okay.
I'm just being you know, trolling around. If you go to Robinhood, it'll list down the ETF, like what's inside
Okay.
the ETF.
Yeah.
XRP.
Yeah, I was just curious.
I
was curious which platform you were using to pull the information from.
Yeah, and I don't see it.
Have you double checked it on any other platforms to see if it's the case, or if Robinhood's the only one that's reporting that?
It says as of June 27th. That was the last time they reported it. I have not. I mean, I'm gonna go and look now.
Yeah. I would just verify. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying I would double check and verify.
Yeah. And then I went to the source of all sources, Reddit, and then they're also reporting that why is it not in that basket anymore? So I guess it's, you know, those guys are smart.
Well, anybody who ever said that they weren't led you down the wrong road. Of course they're smart.
Okay, so then let me see here. Okay, so then I went to another one that says it's called ETF.com.
Yep, that one's always delayed, by the way. So it's not going to be up to date. I can tell you that already.
So it's not there.
It's already showing not there on ETF.com because ETF.com is usually slow to report by, I don't know, probably at least a quarter. Sometimes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, it may still show it on ETF.com. I'm surprised that it would already be gone or missing out of ETF.com. They're always late to report. But I do like that one.
It's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it there.
Okay.
Interesting. That's about it.
Let me pull up. I'm trying to think. There's a website that I was using. I'm trying to remember which one it was for figuring out which ETF, like a live ETF tracker. I'm trying to think which one I was using. Let me think about it for a second.
I was trying to look up the ETFs last night. It's funny you guys are on that subject, and I was trying to find a tracker because I wanted to see what the short interest was on XRT, and I couldn't find it. Because somebody made a bold statement on YouTube on a channel, and I couldn't believe it. And I couldn't find the number of what they said was the short interest.
Oh, what a bold statement. Look at that. What?
I thought it'd be easier to find what it is I'm looking for, but it doesn't. It's not. It's not popping up. This might be it. How many are you seeing on that list that you got from Robinhood? How many does it say to you like how many total there are? Does it give you a value?
1 second.
Because I'm curious if I pull one up and I get an actual value here, I want to see if our numbers are matching or not.
It doesn't tell me a top 10 holding.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't. It only shows you. So
But
you don't.
yeah, it doesn't give
So
you
you don't know if XRT is not on there. You just know that it's not in the top 10. That's all you know.
Yeah, but then I went to the other one. Remember, to the ETF.com, and I didn't see it there. But
So I'm on.
that ETF.com has a lot more. It has like a bunch.
I'm on a. See, I don't really like looking. All right, let me see here. I'm on a website called, and I don't have any. I need to go through and check and verify the website before I give you some like solid information. But I'm on a website called etfchannel.com.
Yeah.
And this, again, like I said, I don't know how current this is up to date or not, but it is saying that the second largest ETF holder of GME is XRT. And that's at and the percentage of ETF holding is 1.09%. AOA is the number one listed ETF at 9.99%. But let me do some more digging because there might be a better one. I don't think that, because that website page there doesn't look familiar to me. And I think I was pulling from originally a different. Let me see here. Probably market value. Weight of GME. There we go. This will probably work the best. Yeah, see this one. So I'm pulling up another one on something called tipranks.com. This is not one of the ones that I've used in the past. As I scroll down on this one, it does show XRT is being listed on the list, but it's a very low percentage amount. It's showing 0.04%. But I think that's the percentage of weight in, hold on a second here. I sorted it. Let me try one more thing here. I probably should sort it based off of market value and not necessarily anything else. And when I sort it by market value, XRT's market value is 4.56 million. 4.56 million. The ETF channel one states that it is a lot more than that. Maybe it's not. Hold on a second. Actually, it's not. It doesn't say. If I list out the actual ETFs, it just shows percentages. It doesn't show actual value. Let me try. That actually could be right. That 4.5 million. I'm seeing. So let me read off these top 10 to you. You tell me if you get the same thing. Are you ready?
Yeah.
First one, IJH. No, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. The first one, AOA. I'm sorry. You're probably doing it by weight.
No, wait. AOA.
So do it based off of GME value. Do it off of value. Okay. Are you able to? Is it partitioned by value?
No, it's like the percentage of assets.
It's no. The percentage of the value of the asset that's held within the ETF. Yes.
So see, look here. Let me give you an example. Chewy.
Okay.
It's 1.77%.
Okay, but 1.77% of what? The ETF or the total amount of shares that? It's got to be based off the ETF. Yeah. That's why you got. Yeah. This is why I would do it based off the value, the notional value of GME's position that it's taking out of it. So, for example, when I pull it up on etfchannel.com, for example, like AJH is showing $196 million is the GME amount that it's holding inside that IJH. It's the largest. The GME weight inside the ETF itself is only 0.24%. And AOA has 9.99%, which is a much higher value, but the GME value is only 193 million, which is 3 million less than the IJH. So it's sorting it out by value first of the position inside the ETF. So I'll just read them off to you and you can tell me if it's on your top 10. IJH, AOA, VTI, VB, VBR, VXF, MDY, IJJ, SPMD, and IWR.
No.
And again, I don't know how current those are. But we had an interesting discussion about which ETFs are share a relationship with AMC. I'm going to use this website here real quick just to kind of pull up the AMC numbers just to see, or AMC ETFs rather. This is making it seem like I've pulled this before on this page. I don't remember it though. Give me 1 second. This is a topic brought up yesterday in the back of the Big Tramp, and the largest holders of AMC and GME as far as like, is this top 10? Let's see, 3, 6, not yet, it is top 10. Are there any combinations of some that are the same? VTI is the same, VB is the same, VBR is the same, VXF is the same, Vox is different. IWR is the same. IWD is different. PRFZ is different. ITOT is different. And IWS is different. Noticing that IWR is over here and this is IWS, so it's probably like small versus, I don't know, something else. I'm not sure what it is. I'd have to look it up. It's usually BlackRock, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, kind of interesting to see how some of those maybe correspond and are maybe in some of the same ETF baskets. More interestingly enough, how do I do this? There's got to be a way to do this. Can I open up another snippet tool? New snip? No. Maybe that's not going to work. All right, well, we'll copy this down here because somebody was asking yesterday what, if any, are some of the same ETFs that are potentially held within AMC as perhaps maybe Chewy. So we'll go ahead and pull that up. Okay. Why did it pull? Oh, no.
What happened?
They want me to log in. Okay, wait.
Oh, damn it.
I've exceeded my list of searches. I'm not doing it. I'm not logging in.
Nah, man, forget it.
Let's see here, top.
Yeah, forget it.
Let's try it this way. They paywalled me out of it. Oh well.
Those bastards. I don't know. There's these rumors that, again, they're rumors that GME might consider buying Chewy, and that's probably why Roaring Kitty got in.
Yeah, maybe.
And they'll convert into GME shares. Or who knows? How would that work? They can't just convert.
I don't know on a merger. I'm not 100% certain on a merger, but they would outline all of that in a merger, and because they would have to have, I think they would probably need to get shareholder approval for something like that. So I'm sure there's going to be.
It's different companies, though, right? Chewy is animal product. Am I correct?
Yeah, but I mean, it's. on a joint venture. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some. I don't know. I don't know, man. Why are you asking me these questions? I don't deal with this kind of stuff. You'd have to wait until you saw some kind of documentation. I wouldn't throw out any kind of thoughts on that whatsoever until you saw some kind of documentation that would show what it was going to imply.
Oh, nice.
You'll know if something like that were going to happen, then you would know about it. You would see some kind of filings, and it would talk about what it's going to all entail. Numbers. Let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the flaming big tramp up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. All right. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around. Wait, what were you saying? Oh, I didn't catch it.
Let me mute myself.
Oh, okay.
Let me mute myself.
Okay, sounds good. Off exchange, I would expect to see normally around this time of the day to be somewhere, that and EDGX combined would be somewhere around 64%. We have 62.97% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.18, the combined total, and that's 70.15%, or about 6.15% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 15,557 shares. That is elevated, but not over the 30,000 that I would deem to be a large amount. GME's CHX volume for the day is at 28,252 shares. That is definitely elevated, but not breaking the 30K yet. Shares available to borrow is still sitting at 400,000 shares with fees at 1.71%. IBKR has reported a total of 900,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was approximately 2.84 million shares having been borrowed. It's now dropped down to 1.67 million shares on AMC having been borrowed. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.25%. Cost per hour ends at 2.11, average 2.92, and max 3.54. Taking a look at GME. On GME, we currently have. Hey, JJ. JJ, can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2.
Hold on.
Okay. Mute.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, no problem.
My mistake.
That's okay. According to GME, on Ortex, we've got about 1.01 million shares so far for the day today having been borrowed. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5 strike an hour ago. That is still the case, but the 5.5s are coming back. We went from 16,000 contracts of the 5s to 16.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 14.1 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 14.9. The market is still suggesting a closing price at this point in time, suggesting a closing price somewhere between 475 and 525. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 54.04% buy to 45.96% sell ratio. And AMC is not on the list, likely due to the fact that we're probably not going to break 30 million shares traded, I don't think, by the end of the day today. So we're having lower amounts of volume still. MMRI was 292.36 as of an hour ago. It's now 291.79. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .298. It was 292 as of an hour ago. NASDAQ is up 0.7, Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the SP 500 is up 0.42. We have 2,881 advancers to 2,732 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, and more advancing than it was an hour ago. Oops. Worst performing sectors for the day today. It's kind of a tie, so I'm just going to read all three off here. Healthcare, materials, and energy are all the only three bad sectors for the day today, kind of equally bad. The top performing sector is consumer discretionary, followed by financials. Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that are plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. FRC is up 33.33%. Silvergate's up 5%. NYCB is up 4.94%. Let's see if there's anything else. Nada. Gold is taking a trend back up again. It's down 0.24, but trending up. Silver is up 0.04, also taking a hard trend upwards. Ethereum Classic is down 0.9 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.13 and consolidating still after a downtrend. Oil is down 1.37 and is it's consolidating still, but it's starting to trend down a little. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.18 to 0.24 and trending up. SPY is up 0.44, trending up. VIX is currently showing down 2.45 and trending down. Inflow versus, what am I saying? Inflow versus outflow. It's at 11.92. Future suggesting 13.23, so it is dragging the futures down. It's leading the futures, getting crushed. VB is up 0.27 and is trending up. VBR is up 0.39, trending up. Tesla's up 8.58, trending up. Amazon is up 1.44 and consolidating after a trend up. Cinemark is 0.31 and trending down. Doge is down 0.06 and is trending up. Bitcoin is up or down 1.35, trending up. GME is up 3.64 and trending. I'm going to go with trending down. It's kind of moving into some consolidation. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. The page just changed. Apparently, I don't know what I was reading right there, but it's trending up. HYMC is down 0.21 and is consolidating. I think I need to update my Weeble here. I don't like the fact that it jumped that page on me like that, the way that it did. That usually means an update's needed. NCMI is up 4.86 and trending up. Hood is down 1.47, trending up. Consolidating after the page switched on me again. And AMC is up 3.67 and is currently trending down. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here for just a second. I want to update my my software on this real quick and just see if there's... this is not... I don't like it when it does this. It really, really bothers me because I like accurate data. So give me 1 second. That's what I thought. All right, I'm going to keep you guys on this page here for just a second until this is done downloading and is ready to start back up again here, because otherwise this is just gonna piss me off.
What are you restarting?
I'm downloading an update for Weeble and then rebooting it.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Yeah, we had a little action in GME.
Yeah, I saw that, but the page was like doing something weird where it was showing me something different than what was actually happening. I find that when I don't update my Weeble often enough that it will start doing that kind of stuff.
I've noticed that Weeble has too many updates.
They do. They have a lot of updates. I'm so surprised how often their updates occur. A lot of. You're not wrong.
It wasn't like that before.
Nope, it wasn't
like that before.
No, I agree. It's definitely become more frequent for sure. I'm okay with that though. I don't mind updates. It tells me that they're working on their shit. It's a good thing. Y'all like coming up with boat names, huh?
Well, motorboat and son of a.
Install now. New features include customizable. Oh,
I was trying to come up with a boat name that had to play on the words float. I know we did fail to deliver to FTD, and I said float till drunk, but I was trying to come up with
Could it be
something
a girl's
to do
name?
with the tie and the fact float's been oversold so many times.
It's got to be a girl's, a female, right? It has to be a female's name.
No, not always. I mean, you refer to a boat.
How about this?
Have to be. Anymore you can do.
Is it me or is it him?
What?
It's me. I think it's him.
I don't know.
I think it's him because
everybody.
He cut off and we didn't. Pirate, let me know when you're back. Are you back, Parrot? Hello?
Is my
We're intermittently losing you. There you are. You're back. Hello? Maybe not. What the heck? You can do voice quotes now? This actually looks like a pretty cool... Let's listen to this voice quote.
AMC 5.26.
Okay, that's stupid.
AMC 5.26.
Oh, it just keeps on repeating it over and over. Oh, this is great. I can put this on while I'm on break.
AMC 5.
That's stupid. You can set up a bunch of different tickers, though, and have it just on a cycle where it just repeats itself over and over and over. All right, I'll take you guys back over the other screen here. Sorry about that. What was I doing? There's something I was going to do to this. Boy, I hope it didn't get rid of all my... Okay, it's still there.
Is this connection any better, Case?
Oh, there you are. You're back. That's right. Now I remember what I was going to do. I was going to tell you what your boat name should be. You're not back. You're kind of sort of back. It reminds me of the days when you used to have somebody working on the microwave. Forget AMC, buy this entertainment stock instead. And they're talking about Cinemark. What a bunch of... That's not cool. One timer threw in the ETF holdings based off of Fintel's numbers, but Fintel is usually going to be pretty old information, I would imagine. IJH, IJJ, SPMD, FDN. Yeah, I don't know. This could be. XRT is still in there though for GME. It's showing on the list here. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's actually 10th with 468,000 shares. Almost 469. Well, that sucks. I can't go to break until I tell Pirate my my boat name for him. And now he's got himself to where he's can't even hear what we're saying. One time. Oh, okay. I see. All right. I think I'm gonna head to break. Parrot doesn't seem to be coming back anytime soon.
Hey, Yucca.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you get that clip finished?
What did we decide?
It doesn't matter what we take down as long as Casey's cool with it.
Okay. It's here.
Wait, what am I? What?
We have a clip we want to update on the soundboard.
Oh, is that the one that that he showed me? You showed me from before,
Yeah.
Rex? Yeah, that's fine.
Can we
What do you want us to get rid of?
It's got to get cleaned up though, because it needs to like. There's like a little.
No, yeah, I'll clean it up.
Yeah, the portion that I saw or I listened to had like some junk on the end that needed to be cut out.
Yeah.
But I figured you would probably be all over
You're
that.
okay with removing?
Yeah, I don't know what we would remove. What do we just not use a whole lot of? I guess. I don't know. Whatever we just don't use a whole lot of, I guess.
A lot of vagina.
The Bennett.
That one.
Get rid of this one right here.
Yeah, get rid of that one.
Yeah, get rid of that one.
All right.
Get rid of that one.
That's a perfect one. Yeah, I'll take that one down. All right, perfect.
All right. Let's see here.
Thanks, Yucca.
All right.
Oh, by the way, we should. I'll just. I'll say a pirate's boat name should be called. He said floating. Wasn't floating? What or float?
I think he said floaters.
Floaters. Well, so I was going to change it to floating tendies. Because it kind of has that like reference, like like a tender is somebody who's on a boat that works on a boat, anyways. Yeah, so you could do floating
tender, huh?
floating tendies, and nobody's gonna understand what that's all about exactly, but it's funny. Should be funny.
Yeah, he is a little tender.
He might have some floating tendies after this is over. Who knows? All right, I'm gonna head to break. Let me put my message up on the screen. I feel like floating tendies you wouldn't have, you'd want that on a boat where you had like, 7 crew members or something that were like at your beckon. That would be more funny.
Right.
All right, I will see you guys at 2:10, and we'll take a look at the numbers and run out the day today. We're getting real close to 4th of July. Yucca, you got your fireworks already?
Oh yeah.
Nice. All right.
Got everything ready.
Sweet. I got to go pick mine up after I get off today, so I will. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. I'll be back.
Hey, Quack Quack, you out there? Hey, I didn't know if you know you have a hot mic.
You can hear me?
We could just hear a little bit of humming.
Quack quack. Can you hear me? Or one time.
Yes, sir.
You're live.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just wondering if I got my comms. My computer acting up, and I had to reboot everything. I didn't know if it was working again or if it's still fucked up.
Your comms are good, man. Coming in loud and clear.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I guess my phone finally died. And for starters, I don't have a phone charger. I guess my phone battery finally turned itself off and won't turn itself back on.
It was all charged up. So it's not right.
Yeah. It said red at the top. It showed a red battery.
Jesse, I need that. Share these and get a walk.
Alrighty, I'm back. Time to do this. Let's get some numbers in here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are holding a copy of your portfolio in a statement from your broker or brokers. Reason being is if something happens and they tell you you have ownership of something less than what it is that you actually are supposed to be holding, you'll be able to fight that with the proof of ownership from what they were stating in the statement. Please do that. I implore you. If you have not yet done so, now is the time to do it. Right the second. Stop everything you're doing and go do it now. Don't be one of those people who comes complaining later on down the road that you had more shares than what your broker's telling you have. Because if you just can't, if you don't know, you don't know. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange, we've had some high numbers here for the day today. We had, let's see here, 66% is what I would expect to see going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 62. Right now we're at 62.51% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.06, the combined total, and that's 69.57%, or approximately 3.9 or 3.57% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 15,557 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. GME CHX volume for the day today coming in at 28,000. Actually, let me refresh it. I didn't refresh. Coming in at 31,247. That did break the 30K number. That's a big amount. A lot of shares being returned. Looks to me like about 50,000 shares were returned and then another 100,000 shares borrowed. So we've had approximately 1 million shares borrowed today, according to IBKR. And fees are at 1.71%. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, Ortex is reporting about 1.67 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.68. That's really not going to change anything on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 15.25%. Cost to borrow mins at 2.11. Cost to borrow average is 2.94, and max is 8.44. Starting to see the max starting to rise there. Shares on loan for the day today on AMC is at 74.89 million shares. That's 8.05 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that about 2.09 million of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at GME, currently reporting 1.52 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. Oh, no. Options. Let's go to options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5 strike. That is no longer the case. We had 16.4 thousand contracts at 5, and now at 5.5, we have 17.2. The market is suggesting a closing price. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me read off the puts. The highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike. There's 14.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 15.1. The market is now suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.5 by the end of the day today. So it looks like us price predictors were a bit on the low side, and we'll see where we close at. But taking you guys over to the other page. Actually, I probably left over to the other page. There's those options for you so you can see what they look like. Taking you now back over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list here. We have GME with a 52.54% buy to 47.46% sell ratio. I'd like to see 60-40 or better. MMRI was 291.39 as of an hour ago. It's now it was 0.79. It's now 291.55, so it did drop a little bit. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.303. It was 0.298 as of an hour ago. We started out the day at 0.301, so it's very, very close to where it was. NASDAQ is up 0.65, Dow Jones is up 0.23, and the S&P 500 is up 0.4. We have 2,968 advancers to 2,690 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Looks like I might be getting ready for a new marker here. Sectors that are doing poorly, there's three, and they're pretty close to the same amounts. We've got healthcare down the most for the day-to-day, followed by energy and then materials. The top performing sector is consumer discretionary, followed by financials. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are in the green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. FRC is up 33.33%. Silvergate is up 7.5%. NYCB up 5.4%. Stank of California is up 2.81%. Western Alliance up 2.76%. And that's it. Gold is down 0.12 and trending up. Silver is up 0.28, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.72. The overall trend still appears to be up. The US dollar is currently down 0.17 and trending down. Oil is down 0.91 and appears to be consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.21 to 0.28 and are trending up. SPY is up 0.45 and consolidating after a trend up. VIX is down 2.86. Hey, JJ.
God darn it. Sorry.
That's all right.
Time a timer goes off, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The VIX is currently down 2.78 and trending at around 11.88. And let's see here. Futures are suggesting it should be somewhere around 13.23. So still a full point lower than where it should be. And it's coming back down to retest that 1184 level of support. Let's see here. We have VB at 0.34 and trending up. VBR is up 0.47, trending up. Tesla's up 8.99% and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.41 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.56 and trending down. Doge is up 0.12 and looks like it's trying to break the uptrend into a downtrend. If I went back and look at Ethereum Classic again here real quickly, I just want to kind of mention that it is peaking out a little bit and starting to trend over. So I'm going to go with, I'm going to change my mind on Ethereum Classic and say it is starting to kind of break that uptrend into a downtrend. Moving on from there, Bitcoin is down 1.63, trending down. GME is up 3.82 and consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is up 0.44 and perhaps maybe starting to trend up just slightly. NCMI is up 4.38, consolidating after an uptrend. Hood is down 1.4 and starting to trend down. And AMC is up 3.77, trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $2.8 million more outflow than inflow. 21.86 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see here. After 350 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 24.35 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and it's looking like that's probably going to be the case. There is definitely more elevated volume than we had yesterday, which is good, especially if we're moving up in price. You want to see increasing volume. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of, I have no idea what it is, 69.45, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, there's currently, looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 64.59, which is below average, or above average rather. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 60.56, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, More buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 47.11, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. DM, how's it going? BTC confirmation possibly today too. I'm not sure what that means exactly. I'm not sure what you're saying. I feel like there was still going to be a trend up here to maybe retest like 70K a coin, but if it does come down and retest the bottom side of this, we could be seeing a breakout of the wedge earlier than anticipated. But I was kind of projecting a little bit further forward, maybe like maybe around like the end of July. Although I could have sworn I had this box a little bit. Well, no, that's right where it should be. Yeah, late end of July is where I've got the box set up for. Ricky Ray is saying silver is trading higher on the Shanghai futures. I've been hearing about that. Yeah, certainly getting a nice little boost up here at the end of the day. Let's see. I feel like I've got somebody new back here. UPS delivery guy, uncensored content, and Brandon. Good afternoon to you guys. Good to see you.
How you doing? 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 How you doing?
How you doing? Censored content. Can you play me a little something from my vehicle today?
What, your transgender thing you got going there?
That is not a transgendered thing. Just because it's a flamer doesn't mean it's transgender.
Flamer. You're a Decepticon, man. You're trying to fool everybody.
Stop being a hoser, eh?
That is some weird, wild stuff. That is funny. I did not know that would be so funny.
Yes!
Oh, man.
I don't know what the deal is with my comms, KC. It's incredibly frustrating for me. I sit here, day in, day out. I'm a creature of habit. I don't do anything different. And then all of a sudden, it all just goes.
As soon as you said goes, it cut off. Somebody's playing tricks on you.
Goes to hell. Yep.
Somebody's playing tricks on you in your household. Did you hear my boat name for you?
No, what was it?
Floating tendies.
Nice.
Yeah. Because you said you wanted something to do with floating or floats.
Yeah, floats.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go, for right now, I'm going with ape ship crazy. Instead of ape shit, everybody says, you're going ape shit crazy. I said ape ship. Play on words there and just maybe tag the crazy on the end of it.
I would assume that they don't allow you to make names that are like, can you put a cuss word on a boat? Is that possible?
Yeah, you can paint just about anything you want back here.
No kidding. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, so the name of the boat has nothing to do with the registration though, right?
Right. You have a number that goes on your bow. That's the license plate number. The name of the boat is just, it's just a big fat bumper sticker.
Yeah. My hands smell funny. I don't know what the heck it is, but I started stroking my mustache and I'm like, what's that smell? Like, what did I eat? I ate pizza. It shouldn't smell like that. I know, right? It's time to go wash my hands. Actually,
he said butt.
What did you eat? Fish? Does it smell like fish?
It does. It does smell a little fishy.
Oh, you were down there, huh?
No, I wasn't. That's what's weird.
Come on.
I did.
Horse is me.
I did pet Bruno a little. I hope that's not where it's coming from. We've had a couple of different occasions where I feel like maybe either a cat or some kind of animal will drag something into our backyard, and then Bruno will roll in it. And I have no idea why he thinks that makes him smell better, because it really doesn't. So I'm hoping it's not like something that that died that he rolled in.
It's not that it makes him smell better. It makes him less
Feel alive.
susceptible to be smelt by another bite of prey, right?
Makes him feel alive.
But it smells so awful, though. Like, why? I don't know. It doesn't.
Maybe the smell's coming from the steering wheel of that flamer truck you got.
What does that smell like, Danny?
It's like cornhole. It's like cornhole.
I'll let you know if that's what it is. You tell me.
Wash your hands, Casey.
Yeah, Brian says possum carcass. That's exactly what it smells like, actually. I have actually smelled possum carcass before, and that's exactly what my hand smelled like. I hope it's not on. I'll have to go take a whiff of Bruno here later. You might have to get a bath.
So at school, I have one of those. Yucca, were you in my classroom, by the way? Can I just ask you that question? Yeah, because I have one of those big, those desk calendars that you kind of peel off each month, and I was in May, so I peeled it off just now, and on June 10th it says "These nuts" with an exclamation point. Someone wrote on my calendar.
Your kids, one of the kids did that. Oh,
one of the kids, or it could have been I have coworkers that we mess around with each other. So he
in
most
school,
put
I don't think a coworker would write "these nuts" in school. That's got to be a kid. There's no way.
Well, it's under the it was hidden, but yeah, that is pretty funny.
But let me.
These nuts are hidden.
I'm gonna. I'm putting it in the bubble. Damn you, Yucca.
Yeah, I'd like to see this. I want to see what I want. I'm gonna be an investigative reporter here. Let's see. Let's see the damage here. Let's see what these kids are up to. All right, here we go. Make sure there's nothing here that's gonna give away anything. I don't see it written on. I don't see it written on there. Oh, there. Now I do see it. Yeah, I see it now. Never mind. I was like staring me like straight in the face. I was looking for an obscure spot to show up, and it was like literally.
I thought it was a holiday.
It was like right in your face. These nuts. Right here.
Right before Juneteenth. Sheesh.
Is this this is for the month of June?
Kids. Yep. It might have been the first day of summer school.
Okay, yeah, I see May. Right, I see May right there, and June or July right there. June 10th. I'll bet you somebody's got a birthday on that day. You got to figure out which one of your students has a birthday on June 10th. That's going to be the trick. Tell everybody what you need to do. Here's your assignment, and this is how you're going to catch the guilty party. Tomorrow you come in with a. How many classes do you have?
I have 3.
3. Okay, we got.
But the
Do you have
first
three
two are
candy bars? Do you have 3 candy bars at home that you can give up?
Yeah. I got some. Yeah.
How about like a 6, just in case there's extra kids that may have the birthday? Do you have 6 of them?
Okay.
Take in 6
Perfect.
candy
Yeah.
bars tomorrow and say like, I just want to try something out here, because are you teaching math? I'm assuming you're teaching math.
Yep.
Mathematically, somebody in this classroom should have a birthday on this day. And if you do, I'm going to give you a candy bar, but you have to prove to me it's your birthday. And say, if your birthday is on June 10th, tell me if it's your birthday. And then see if anybody claims it.
I mean, there's a much easier way I can do it.
Oh, well, you have all their birthdays?
System, I can just
Oh,
go
okay.
in and,
Never mind.
go in and see when their birthday is.
Well, yeah, you'd have to look them all up, right? Wouldn't you have to go through and look
Yeah.
every single one up, though?
Yeah, I'd rather look them in the eye. And,
Yeah. Wouldn't you rather have them raise their hand that their birthday is June 10th, and then you can be like, and you can just kind of wink at them and be like, I know it was you, and then hand them the candy bar.
Do you want the one plain or with nuts?
Yes. That's exactly what you should do. Did you want the Hershey's with the nuts in it, or that's exactly what you should do, or plain?
Oh, man.
Look them, and then Tater Tot says, "Look them right in the eye."
What grade are you teaching?
Well, I have like the freshmen, the incoming freshmen, so I don't think they would do something like that. If they do, I give my hats off to them. But then I have the last class of the day is all the seniors. It's like the failures, the seniors, the juniors, the sophomores. So I have a couple. I got about 12 kids in that class.
Is it a combination of male, female? Do you teach male, female, or only male?
Yeah, no, everything. Co-ed.
Oh, imagine if it's a girl.
Oh, no. Wait. Let's look at the writing again. Hold on a second here. Oh, man.
Is a payday bar?
That's rough. I don't know.
Is it a payday bar that's like most nuts?
Oh, no. Maybe a Mr. Beast bar. Mr. Beast, these nuts.
Yeah, just before the class starts goes, hey, did anyone leave this candy bar, these nuts?
I think you should force them. Say in order for you to win, you have to eat the candy bar in class, because I don't want you leaving without it. And then in front of everyone. And so as soon as they start eating into it, you'd be like, "Hey, how are those nuts?"
You're in trouble, man.
Oh yeah, don't do that. That might be bad.
No, just give them a writing assignment.
Nobody even mentioned the fact that like when I drew 2 circles on this, then we got the pickle steeple sitting there.
I was curious what.
These nuts.
I'll be right. I'm walking to my car, so I'm falling to my phone. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
You should.
5.
What isn't there a candy bar called like something honey and nuts or something like that, or it's what is it called? It's called shoot. Is it Nutta Honey?
It was bit of, and then there was chock full of.
You keep cutting out.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
It's bit of honey.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I'm out of comms.
Yeah, it's bit of honey. Okay, that was the one I think there's got to be something else that's got like. Let's see. I'll look it up here. Candy bars with the name with nut in the name. This doesn't really help much.
Is it Dav or Dave said that the Mr. Beast These Nuts bar doesn't exist anymore? The name. Huh.
Buy Nutter Butters.
Right.
Go buy some Nutter. Yeah, go buy some Nutter Butters.
Not everybody. Not
Based
everybody.
on the writing, and if someone used a Sharpie, it's got to be one of your coworkers.
I think so. Yes, I'm guessing.
I don't think that's
I
a
think I know who it
coworker.
is, too.
That does not look like a coworker's
Yeah.
handwriting.
Yeah, who would have a Sharpie on them?
He just became assistant principal to my coworker that usually messes with me.
An
So
assistant
I think
principal that's
him.
writing D's
Yeah, he
nuts
just
on your
became-
calendar.
He just became the assistant principal.
I'm not buying this. I don't.
That bastard.
I don't
I'm
know.
I'm gonna send him this picture right now and ask him. Let's see if he laughs.
Would you happen to know anything about this? Of these?
I'm gonna put you son of a.
Ask him if he likes nuts in his
Tell me.
chocolate.
in his chocolate.
I don't know, man. That doesn't seem like something that a teacher would. I guess I just wouldn't know. I've never been a teacher. Oh, I have, but not at a school though. So.
And teachers,
Do you like?
well, teachers tend to add an exclamation after
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
that's why.
You're right. Yeah.
I don't know what's the problem with the teachers adding exclamation after something.
Yeah. Brian is your Sancha? What's that?
I don't know. He said I like the Sancha. Sanchita. I don't know. Yucca, what's a Sancha?
You ain't got no
a
Santeria? Got no crystal ball?
Yeah.
But if you had $1
Yeah,
million,
Sancho is like your lover.
I don't practice Santeria.
oh, that's what it is. Never mind. Whatever. Fine.
He does practice Santeria. Do you practice Santeria? He does practice Santeria.
Did he just leave?
Yeah.
No, I'm here. I have intermittent comms. I don't know.
One of your kids
Yeah,
one of your kids is downloading porn before they go back to school.
Or
I'll be right back.
or you need to upgrade. There's a new firmware.
Pirate, did you install any new Bluetooth devices or wireless devices?
Firmware, or you might need to charge it up. Firmware update.
Poor Pirate's trying
You might need,
to talk back and he can't even talk back now.
you might need to go to Apple and then buy one of those expensive headphones.
He's been doing all that work to his house. Maybe he installed something that's soaking up bandwidth.
Yeah.
I still say it's somebody downloading a movie or something.
Yeah, long ass movie, huh?
Mm-hmm. Or porn.
Maybe somebody's streaming a channel that takes a lot of bandwidth,
Probably.
like a KC stream.
You guys want to know how
What
much?
other kind of channel?
Hey,
There
JJ,
we. Yeah.
go check out the bubble. I just sent something to check it out.
Oh,
That's gonna be your next. That's gonna be your next. Gonna be your next purchase after all
yeah,
this.
yeah. I saw that. That was
Well,
pretty cool looking.
Sabian? You're buying a Sabian?
No.
Wait a minute. Where am I looking?
In the bubble.
I just hit the bubble. What do I do?
It's in there. Scroll to the bottom.
Oh, okay.
How do I get to this?
I'm shitty at this.
All right, check it out.
Oh, that bubble. I'm sorry. Oh, somebody sent me a Navy calendar.
Y'all have
Bubble,
watched on this channel. Y'all have
Bubble.
watched 36,500 hours on this channel. What the F are you guys doing? There's way too much time. 36 out. 36. How many hours are in a year?
Oh, we're gonna even get.
I don't even know. Hold on a
So
second
that's a
here.
glazed donut there.
There is 8,760 hours in a year. You guys watched. It's got to be like what, 3 years? 3 years worth of 24-hour watching, essentially. Multiplied by, we'll say, by the way, my anniversary day for 3 years was just happened. It was at the end of 3 years of 8,760 would be 26,000. You're still 10,000 more over that. So it's probably more around like 4 years worth of streaming hours time that you guys have put in. It's pretty incredible, guys. Nice job.
We don't take breaks. We don't take a break.
That's right.
But now that there's the Papa Mac channel, we can go on just like 24-hour news.
Yeah. Breaking news. Chi-Town Turtle says it seems like only yesterday. Oh, excuse me. Just a fun little interesting fact here. Any other facts you guys want to know? Since I got it open, might as well. Want to know where the highest amount of what country the highest amount of viewers come from?
Sure. Are these your stats?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. Go down the list.
Highest amount of viewers come from the United States. Go figure. Second is United Kingdom. Third is Canada. Fourth is Germany. Fifth is Sweden. Sixth is Denmark. Seventh is Spain. Eighth is South Korea. Ninth is Netherlands. And 10th place is Norway.
Damn it, preacher! You need to get on, man. Rep Poland, bro.
What was the last one that I said? Norway. Then comes Ireland. Then comes
Norway.
Poland. Let's see what else. Let's see what other kind of geography type things it'll show me here. Geography. How about
Demographics
cities?
of gender.
Anybody want to guess what the number one city is for views?
Florida.
No.
Houston.
Florida doesn't
I go
even.
New York.
Florida is on the top 10 list, but New York is number one.
California.
Wow, New York.
New York is number one, and it's not even close. Like number.
Which means
I don't know.
Is that
the hedge fund? The hedge funds are watching.
Is that Jamie's office?
Yep, the hedges are on to you.
Number 2 is Chicago. Go figure.
Yep, look at that. Yep.
Number 1 and number 2, New York and Chicago. Number 3, guess who number 3 is? Yucca speaking.
Oh, Miami.
Nope.
California.
Yep. Los Angeles, California is
LA.
number 3. Number 4 is Houston, Texas. Number 5 is Toronto. Let's see here. Sixth is Dallas. 7th is Atlanta. 8th is Orlando. Ninth is London, and 10th is Seattle.
Who else is in Atlanta besides me?
And then one down from number 10 is my hometown, San Diego, coming in number 11th.
San Diego is in California.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
So how did that? I thought
These are the top cities.
Not states.
Yeah, I said cities. Oh, you wanted states? Let me see if I can do states. It doesn't say states.
80% male.
What about
New York and
transgender?
Chicago
How many
is hilarious.
transgender people are you? Does it say that?
What's that?
Transgender.
No, it doesn't.
We'll
We'll try to narrow it down.
It says male or female and user specified. I don't know what the hell user specified means.
Oh, that's transgender. So that's probably one in New Mexico.
I wish it would show you rather something. I don't know how many farms are called.
Yeah,
when it said transgender, it was parentheses. It was parentheses Air Force. That's what it said. I got you, man. No worries.
All right. The highest age group of viewers comes between the age of 35 and 44. In second is 45 to 54. And in
sucks worse.
And third is 55 to 64. You get a bunch of old fogies listening.
Damn. At least we're on the podium.
Yeah. Anybody over 64 years old, you're a minority around here. You stack up real close to those 18 to 24-year-olds. So I neither appeal to really old people or really young people. I collect the people in between.
Yeah, I'm in the Roaring Kitty age group.
What is date?
How many does it say that? What's the number of people in New York and Chicago that listen?
I don't think it gives that out. I think it just gives how many views. It says views, watch hour. Let me see if there's on the secondary metrics. Let me see if there's more here that I can click on. I could do by subscribers.
There's a lot of lurkers, of course.
Yeah.
But the New York, just because it's a big city, that makes sense. But
if I do it by subscribers, it tells me that in New York there's approximately. Oh, it won't do it. They will not give you the information. Wow. They blank it out. Interesting.
They probably want you to pay for that.
I don't know. I mean, some things are just straight up stricken on here, and I can't even click on them. But, yeah, it won't give me like a breakdown of how many people specifically. Oh, here it is. Unique viewers. Hold on, let me try that. Nope, it won't give me. It won't give me that either. It blocks that as well. I wonder why that is. Says something about date. What is date?
You probably have to pay for it.
The number one device type used to watch this live stream is mobile phone, followed by computer, followed by TV, followed by tablet. Damn. I had no idea you guys were using more mobile phones than anything else. And it's like double the amount. 47,000 of the views for whatever time frame for the last 28 days came from mobile phones versus 21,000 of them coming from computers. I find that very interesting, and I feel like I'm doing a disservice to the people on phone because I've actually tried to pull this up on phone before to just kind of see what it looks like, and I feel like I'm not really catering to the people on phones. So I apologize for that.
See. Yeah, you hear me? Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, the phone. It stinks that YouTube. Yesterday, I voted for 20%, but I couldn't because it only let me scroll down to 15%.
Oh.
On the phone. If you go on the phone, you try to scroll down, it always pulls it back up to the third. So on the phone, like with what I'm saying is your polls are skewed.
You can't vote for the fourth option.
You can't vote on. No.
What kind of? Can you tell me what version phone you have?
I have an Android.
What kind?
Oh, that answers the question.
Yeah.
BlackBerry, huh?
I have an iPhone. And
I got
a little
button. A OnePlus Nord N10.
I'm wondering if maybe it might be that. I don't know.
Maybe your font's too big.
Shrink your
Maybe.
phone a little bit. You can get.
Yeah,
the
maybe
whole
do
thing.
that. You're right. It's a good idea. 1 second, hold up.
That's what she said.
Oh, now here we'll be able to tell what
Can
kind
handle it.
of what kind of quality people we have listening here. We have some pretty smart crowd listening in because it's more iOS users.
I take offense.
I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. I know that pisses that pisses everybody off. I know. It pisses some people off. I'm just teasing.
Take it.
Totally teasing.
KC or any of you guys, do my comms sound any better?
Oh, a lot better.
You haven't cut out yet.
All right.
So far.
You fixed
Mrs. Meyer told me before I checked to see if I was still connected to the Wi-Fi, and I hovered over it, and it said I was. For whatever reason, I disconnected and connected back up. So apparently, I lost all my Wi-Fi connection. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it sounded like you're on over
the top, man. What the hell, man?
I noticed the dongle was flashing like a strobe light on the dance floor on the back of the computer. I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. It was hot as a fire. It was hot as a firecracker, but I plugged it back in, and then I had to reset it. And when I did, whatever. I'm learning every day.
You know, that's what you do with your dong. You got to flash it.
28,000 of the views were from iOS. 25,000 of the views were from Android. Window users, 17,000. Guess what fourth is for operating system? I don't think I would have ever guessed this. What is that? That's got to be through
Commodore 64.
No, an operating system. Is that even out? Do they have an operating? I don't know. No, that's not it.
No.
I think this has to do with TVs, if I'm not mistaken.
Chromecast.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what this is. What is that for?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hold on a second here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's TVs. It's for TVs.
TVs.
Yeah, an operating system for TVs is the fourth one. Anybody want to guess?
Roku.
It is. That's it. You got it. You nailed it. Roku.
Yeah,
Roku is the fourth one.
No, that was censored.
Yep.
What size?
I'm not pushing a stock, but they've got a plan, a 5-year plan.
I'm just
Taking
kind
over the world.
I was really surprised that it's on that's the fourth one. After that comes a smart TV, which I'm assuming is just it's probably like your generic like Samsung or whatever, or maybe the Roku's. Yeah, I don't know. But then after that,
Roku has smart TVs.
Yeah. After that comes Macintosh. Go ahead.
This is just something else. Rumor is that the S&P is going to reach 600
Yeah,
at the end of the year.
I've heard that. I've heard that already. Yeah.
What the hell, man?
I don't.
Are we just living in a world of nothing? Why?
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying
Living
it.
in a world of pumps.
I'm not buying
the
it.
only reason it would, if Trump takes over, then we can see.
Do you mind me?
800, of
Do you
course.
mind me asking you where you got that information from? Because I am kind of curious to see who's pushing it.
My friend Frank, the architect.
Okay.
He got it from. I guess he follows people.
Yeah. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see where. Anytime I hear people who talk about, when I hear similar, what's the word I'm looking for? Similar thought processes coming. I like to try and see if I can narrow down the source to see who's pushing it, just to see.
Well, the same people that were pushing the 500.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's probably the same.
Fair
And
enough.
you were right.
You were pushing the 400.
Yeah.
JP Morgan just came out like just the other day and said that they're looking at an imminent market downtrend crash incoming. So I don't know. Who knows what to believe? Right?
Yeah, but JP Morgan is the new Kramer, so
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing that I'm trying to get at here is that I think it's interesting to see like who's pushing for what. Do they want the opposite to happen, and if so, why would they be pushing for that? And so, anyways, but it's neither here nor there because guess what? It's that time of the day. Yes, it is. It is unfortunately that time.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Happy hump day.
Happy. Oh, that's tomorrow, man.
Okay.
That's tomorrow.
Wait a second.
Tomorrow.
I almost got you.
Yeah, almost. All right, guys.
Well, look at Danny. He got all excited.
I'll come
Oh,
back.
humping tonight.
I'll come back after.
He's just-
I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. We only have a half trading day tomorrow. It ends at 1 o'clock p.m. my time, or 1 p.m. Eastern, rather. So noon my time. So spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk too, because they like getting outdoors, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie, because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great one.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
She dresses like what stupid people think smart people dress like. What is DNA again? That's that stuff like at a crime scene. Like if you have DNA, it means you're guilty. Oh, yeah. That's why I never spank my monkey near a crime scene, you know? Oh, yeah. That's pretty smart, Beavis. Yeah, God. Firemen, yeah. Yeah. Those firemen, they're always like being heroes and getting medals and stuff. But all they do is just sit around and wait and play checkers and do bachelorette parties. And then as soon as I want to burn something, they come and put it out. Yeah. I remember the first time I found out what firemen do. I was little, and I was in this vacant lot, and I started a fire. And then the firemen showed up, and then they brought out this fire hose, and I was like, yeah, cool, a fire hose, yeah. But guess what comes out of the fire hose? Just guess. I want you to guess. Everyone knows what comes out of a fire hose. No, it's not what you think. I'll give you a hint. It's not fire. It's water. You believe that? And then they just put it out, and then they told me a bunch of stuff, how fire is bad, and then they took me back to my mom's. You know, they should call them watermen. Yeah, that's what I call them. But I'm not calling them son of a bitches. You thought firemen start fires? Yeah, I mean, you know, the garbage man just spreads garbage everywhere. I mean, why not? I thought, you know, the fireman, yeah. I mean, they did save my life 4 times, you know, so... Yeah, maybe they're not all bad, I don't know. Son of a bitches. Never meet your heroes, yeah.